Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Star Wars Unlimited Sector Qualifier from Tilburg in the Netherlands. Ben has changed. Ben has turned into Krishiv Desai, who is joining us. Not able to join us yesterday, but what we're going to do? Not have you at all this weekend? Nah, one of the finest Star Wars casters and players, maybe people that we know. How you doing, sir?
I'm well, thank you very much, Ross, for that very kind introduction. I'm really excited to join you. Gutted I couldn't come yesterday. For people wondering, I'll give you the very short version. My bag was nicked on the way to the airport, so don't have a passport. Spent a bit of time yesterday sorting that out, but I am home and I'm ready to talk Star Wars, and I'm very, very excited. I was trying to pay attention yesterday to what was going on and catching up on the meta this morning, and it's looking like a really interesting few trends that we weren't necessarily expecting. I think more so as well, some really interesting cards from Secrets of Power that have started showing up in a big way with this set, and it's looking like our players are basically ready to go. Ross, this is a matchup that I'm very excited about. Kylo, of course, my baby, my absolute favorite, versus probably I would say the big deck of the format, and that is going to be Han to ECL. Han is a bit of an aggressive deck and a sort of aggro mid-range deck. You're really looking to convert as much tempo with that leader ability by cheating out units turns ahead of when you're really supposed to, a turn ahead, I should say, as well as the energy conversion lab to get a huge tempo swing by giving one of those units ambush. Usually you're thinking of something like a Poe Dameron for the huge swing. Kylo, on the other hand, a very much control deck, particularly with Data Vault. You're looking at having that extra health to tide you over into the late game, using that leader ability to set up your discard pile with lots of really powerful upgrades. Think your craving powers, while making use of the usual vigilance, command, villainy staples that we've come to expect. A little bit of ramp through Super Laser Technician and Resupply. And of course, your big top end, we love to see your Avengers, your Snokes, combined with that really powerful leader ability deploy to start spamming those upgrades from the discard whenever you do deploy that Kylo. Ideally, we're going to get some craving powers involved to start dealing with the opponent's board. And of course, this deck gets to play my favorite card in the game, Anakin Skywalker. That is basically what these decks are looking to do. Ross, are you excited for this matchup? What do you think?
I love this match. Honestly, I'm excited to cast this one with you because you are a huge fan of this Kylo Ren deck. So no pressure on you here, sir. But I'm expecting to learn something during this game because you have played this deck a lot more than I have. You're a lot more adept with it. So you can take us through the nitty gritty. I always like any matchup where we've got the established deck, in this case, Han 2. Everyone knows this deck. This and Yoda, the two biggest decks in this format. I've been watching the standings all weekend. I can tell you, Yoda and Han, they are your top two. Kylo, haven't had it on stream yet today. It's up at table one, just to be clear. So it is doing incredibly. It's not table one. No, it is table one. So it is having a great run. It is going very, very well. And I want to see what goes on. Now we're starting the game here. You draw 6 cards. 4 become your opening hand, 2 go down as your starting resources. Patrick chose to take a mulligan, which is why it took so long to get rolling, but we are rolling now with one of those awesome new Secret of Power cards, Karis Nemec from Daniel. Does Patrick have a response? No, he's just
Yeah,
going to claim the initiative.
And I think that's because Patrick has that resupply in his hand, knows exactly what he wants to do. It's not necessarily always something you want to immediately do on your 3 resource turn. Sometimes you want to play out a unit and resupply on your 4 resource turn instead. Generally speaking, Kylo doesn't have the most impactful 5 resource turn, but on your 6 resource turn, that Anakin Skywalker can come down. It really does depend on the hand. And as you said, Ross, there, Karis Nemec, a hugely impactful card, because if your opponent removes it, well, you don't really mind. You're going to go ahead and just get a free spy token that's going to do the damage no matter what.
Yeah, it comes in ready as well. Here is a swing from Karis Nemec, free onto the base there. If anybody's wondering, by the way, Ben has not left us. We've kicked Ben backstage for the moment. Ben is running the stream, and he's gone and updated the records. We have Daniel Jackson at 9-0, our undefeated player. And yes, there was a resupply. Oh, Sabine's masterpiece.
This is looking like a very, very dangerous situation for Patrick already. Daniel is starting to go wide. Sabine's Masterpiece is going to be representing 4 damage thanks to that ping ability that it gets thanks to the Karis Nemec, who is, of course, aggression traded. 3 damage from the Karis, so we're looking at 7 coming in, which would be pushing Patrick up to 10. Patrick now on the 5 resource turn, but of course, 0 units on the board. And that's going to mean that something like an overwhelming barrage is not something that Daniel's going to be worrying about. Realistically, there's only 1 unit that Patrick might be able to remove on this turn, depending on what is in the hand. We are going to timely in, and I suspect this is going to be the Childson. No, it's going to be the Super Laser Technician. We are going ramp central this game. And that is very, very good, getting us closer and closer to that all-important leader deploy on Patrick's side of the board.
That is what he's going for. We did see just timely intervention, ambush it in just to get rid of it, so it goes down as a resource. We now see Karis going down, but like we said, replaced with a spy token. And here's another great card from Secrets of Power, Queen Amidala. Now, on play, you create 2 spy tokens, and anytime damage would be dealt, you can defeat a unit that shares a trait in order to save that damage, like Spy. But because we got the Spy token from Karis Nemec, that's 3 Spy tokens, Khrushchev, which are going to be protecting her.
Yeah, this is incredibly difficult for Patrick to manage. Now, instead, rather than taking 4 damage thanks to a ping as well, thanks to that Queen Amidala, this Sabine's Masterpiece is going to be getting experience tokens throwing around the board every single turn. We are, I believe, coming into that 7 resource turn for Patrick right now. So there is the possibility to deploy that Kylo Ren leader. I believe there is an entrenched in the discard. So for 2 resources, we can make Kylo an 8/8 Sentinel, which is pretty big, has to be said. Though, you know, we are also coming into the 5 resource turn for Daniel, which last time I checked, that is when we like to ECL in our pose. So that's going to be something that Patrick is going to be very, very concerned about. Is this the right play? We also see Daniel holding a new card. It's Outlaw Constable, I believe is the name of it. Outer Rim Constable.
Outer Rim
That is
Constable.
what
We've seen it a lot this weekend.
Very powerful card. 3 attack on a 2 resource costed unit that also removes upgrades. Ooh, what a powerhouse, and particularly well placed against something like Kylo, who is very reliant on those upgrades.
Absolutely it is. I'm just looking at Queen Amidala here. If we keep, getting experience tokens, here is a timely in, though, and it is timely in Vader, one of the best ambush targets in the entire game. I was just about to talk about the difficulty of hard removing Queen Amidala, but not with Vader. You give a shield token to a unit, and then you ambush in and defeat a unit with a shield token, which is, of course, Queen Amidala herself.
And one of the things I'd like to just hop in and say is this is showcasing some really nice technical play from Patrick, where newer players, the tendency is going to be to just jam that timely intervention into the resource row. You read Smuggle, you go, great, this is good card advantage, I'm going to throw it in. But both of these times that Patrick has used it, it's actually been quite well. Actually, the second time, I should say, the first time didn't matter as much, but this time having that unit in his hand, the event in its hand, I should say, allowed him to actually play both of those cards because the total cost was 7. So sometimes you want to actually hold the timely intervention in your hand. And previously in the Legends of the Force meta, you did that to play around Force Throw, but we're still seeing that as being very valuable. But this is looking like a really, really tough situation, Ross. I mean, the cards coming out in a flurry, damage going onto Patrick's base at a pretty horrifying rate, making me wonder whether that Data Vault extra 3 health is going to be enough at all.
It's not working right now. We've seen the Han leader deployed. Outer Rim Constable did come down just to remove that shield from Darth Vader. We've got Sabine's Masterpiece there. We've got another ship there in space as well. We've got the Han leader. Even those 2 spy tokens are still representing 4 damage between them on the board with their Raid 2 keyword. The Outer Rim Constable. Ooh. Oh, this will help, though. Supreme Leader Noke. -3/-3 to what? Oh, everything.
-2. I think you're thinking of Bo-Katan, our new powerhouse command heroism card, which is very similar to the Supreme Leader.
-2 is still a lot.
It's still a lot, oh, absolutely, and of course with Snoke, it's always right as long as Snoke is on the field, whereas Bo-Katan is just the turn that she has played.
Correct. Yes.
But I'm not sure this is going to be enough. Of course, it is buying us quite a lot of time here for Patrick, but he probably really wanted to see Super Laser Blast. That's what I
Yes.
imagine he really wanted to see. And with a Wrecker energy conversion lab option open here for Daniel, this Snoke is, I fear, not long for this world.
No, unfortunately not. But we are still seeing a leader skill here, drawing cards. Here we are swinging in with a Han leader. Over on Daniel's side of the board, we are getting tantalizingly close here, Christian, to seeing an end to this game. We're up to 30, I believe, if I can read those dice correctly. So 3 more damage.
Yes, yes.
3 more
This
damage.
actually will be game. This Wrecker's going to do it.
Here we go. Here comes Wrecker. We're ECL Wrecker. We're going to defeat a resource if we want to and do some damage. Overwhelm over. And yes, there we go. So we defeat a resource to deal 5 damage, and then we overwhelm over it. But because we've done the damage, the overwhelm will then go over onto the base, and that will give game 1 to Daniel, will it? We're
It's 31, but of
We're
course with
not
the units
game
in
yet. We're
space.
so close. Ah, there we go.
That's going to
There's
be
the
game
fist bump.
1.
Now it's game.
Ah, I'm heartbroken. My boy, Kylo. I can't say I'm too surprised. This is a very, very challenging matchup for Kylo to manage. And we saw there just how wide Daniel was able to go and kind of seeing the perfect units on curve as well to make Patrick's life as difficult as possible. Patrick not really seeing any of those really powerful control tools that we would want to be seeing as Kylo. We didn't see the Lieutenant Chilton. That would have been a really useful unit to have in the ground arena, just gumming it up, making it harder for Daniel to get a load of damage onto the base that early. I believe Patrick has some eager escort fighters in the sideboard that I imagine he'll be wanting to bring in to deal with that early space aggression. We also didn't see any of the condemns. The entrenches did not come down. We didn't see those top targets, which I'm not sure if those are in the main board or the sideboard, but either way, I would very much like to be seeing those in this matchup. We didn't see any capture. We basically just saw Patrick really struggling and kind of having to deal with the negative repercussion of a 60-card deck, where sometimes you just don't see the tools that you really need in a particular matchup. No Super Laser Blast, no Hyperspace Deserter, anything like that, no Vigilance. Really just making the no Anakin, basically Patrick really struggling to see his primary tools there, particularly when you see the amount of upgrades he discarded over the course of the game to filter, whereas Daniel, all gas, no breaks. The only thing you could say Daniel missed was a Poe on curve, but well, woe is me if I'm Daniel when I'm seeing everything else just to miss the Poe, but have the Wrecker sitting there ready to back it up.
We're not giving any sympathy when you have that kind of game if you missed one thing. But you make a really good point about the 60-card deck. Because Star Wars Unlimited, it's not a play a 50-card deck. It's a 50-card minimum. You can play more if you like, and almost nobody does. Because everybody understands that going from 50 to 51 or 52 makes you incrementally less consistent, and that can have a negative impact. So then we add in, your data vault here, and you get that extra HP, yay, but you've gone from 50 to 60, so you are going to see a hit coming in there in terms of your consistency, and I think you're right, we saw it that game. Now, sideboarding, for those that may be newer to the game, you have your deck, 50 or 60 cards, depending on which player you are in this matchup, and then you have to take your deck as made into round 1. But then before game 1, sorry, before game 2 and game 3, you can switch in as many cards as you like from your sideboard, and these are generally not your core cards. These are cards which help in certain matchups, but we've had a fist bump. We're dealing cards. Christian, we're ready for game 2.
And I've got to say, looking at both of these players' hands, these are looking like really, really strong starts. Over on Daniel's side, I mean, we see the instant keep from both players. That tells you everything you need to know, right? We have another Karis. We have the option to go full iron on the ground. We have the option to pivot to space. Over on Patrick's side, we're seeing a heroism upgrade to turn on the Anakin. We got the GOAT himself, Dr. Pershing, the card advantage machine. And we also see the Chilton there, as well as the Super Laser Technician. So both these players having really, really strong starts. Patrick deciding to sacrifice the initiative to do this filtering on this first turn. This is an interesting decision because now it's very Patrick probably realizing that, well, I'm not going to keep this initiative no matter what I do because I'm going to need to do about 3 or 4 actions on my second turn, set up Super Laser Technician, set up the Pershing, use my filter if necessary. So whatever, let me just start doing my filtering now. And here we go. We are going to see the damage coming into Pershing. We're getting set up to make sure that Patrick does not get as much advantage out of this as he can.
I mean, both players got their preferred, you got Pershing on one side, you've got your Karis Nemec on the other side. Then, of course, we see the attack in to say, look, Pershing is self-damaging to draw cards. So if I put a bit of damage in there, that means that you cannot self-damage enough to draw enough cards, which I like very much indeed. And is that a red 5 coming down there? Just to
Yes,
get a
yes,
little
which
bit of extra space. Oh, and even a Super Laser Technician from Patrick. I tell you what, it seems like both players are having what they want early here.
absolutely, and this is really what Patrick would have preferred to actually deal the damage with Pershing to the Super Laser Technician. This is a classic turn 2 play that the Kylo decks love to do. Unfortunately, Daniel made that very, very challenging by threatening just getting rid of that Pershing with a particularly good ECL. I mean, sometimes that is absolutely worth the swing. So here we are seeing Daniel debate, okay, do I want to get rid of this Pershing with his attack? Do I want to just get some damage into the base? This is very interesting that that Daniel decided not to swing with that red 5 first to just immediately get rid of that Dr. Pershing with that effect damage. And I'd be curious to what Daniel was playing around there by making that decision, holding it back for just that one extra action, I should say.
That is an interesting point. Well, right now we're using the excuse the Poe. It's not Poe. We're using Han's ability there to get in that Queen Amidala with a little bit of damage. We are then using spy tokens coming
Oh,
down. And
this is the 6/6 Lieutenant Chilton,
it
revealing a
is.
really, really nice looking hand there for Patrick. We've got the top target.
Oh,
We've got a no glory, no results. We've got entrenched. I didn't quite catch that final card, but oh, sorry, Power of the Dark Side. And
there is that
this
top
top
target of
target
Queen Amidala.
healing 6 is going to be huge for Patrick. Coming into the 6 resource turn, the one thing we are missing is a great unit. You would love to see Anakin right now. That would be your absolute dream top deck if you were Patrick. But even if you don't see that, there's no glory, no results. Well, no, I guess the issue is no glory, no results will not actually allow you to claim the bounty because you control the unit when
Yes.
it is defeated. So Patrick is going to be looking for a way to deal with this Queen Amidala as effectively as possible. This Chilton is going to be doing a great job at gumming up that ground arena. So we are going to see the initiative here with Daniel, who's going to just start sinking that damage, making use of that Queen Amidala ability to not take any damage back. And Chilton only one action away from getting defeated by a lowly spy token.
It does mean that you are at least making your opponent use their resources to take out what is quite a cheap-ish unit. Now we attack into the spy token here. Love this. Remember, they've got raid 2, so if you attack them, you don't take anything back. Does obviously go down from the damage from that red 5 as it attacks, throwing that extra, what I like to call cheeky damage into a damaged unit. But Amidala right now is without protection. Karis Nemec shockingly not sharing that official trait. So now, if there was a unit, and there isn't, but if there was, you could actually attack Queen Amidala.
Yeah,
That
and
would
there's
just
some
be the
nice
unit.
options. Sorry, yeah, there are some nice options that Patrick's had there where you can no glory, no results the Karis and take away that ability to regenerate the spy token. Patrick will also have been concerned about Daniel throwing the Karis in potentially into the Chilton to get a second spy token to just make it that much more difficult. And that's exactly what we're going to see. We are going to see that nice no glory, no results coming down
Love
to
it.
deny that additional spy token. But now Patrick is essentially tapped out, takes the initiative. Daniel has free play here on this deploy to make this harness a very,
Oh,
very large boy indeed, with a 5/6 that's just going to be coming in and really threatening a huge amount of damage. This leader deploy is going to need to be very, very nice, and I don't think we've seen a craving power just yet.
we have seen a sudden ferocity, one of those great new cards we see with plot from Secrets of Power. Then once again, we got 18 damage on Patrick's base. Daniel has got an undamaged base, and Queen Amidala comes in and hits for 5. It is quite a powerful unit. We've got the leader unit with that sudden ferocity as well. I don't think we're quite representing game on board now, but we are representing a decent chunk of damage. We've got Jar Jar in hand that can come down and boost one of those if you like. We've got a Wrecker. We've got Keller in Beck for when you've got 7. There's a
Well, or
lot of good
6.
stuff. Pardon?
You know, the nice thing about
Oh,
Keller
yeah,
and
all
Beck is
6, of
on
course.
6 or 7,
Oh, it's a timely
either of
intervention.
these.
And it is
Oh,
a
huge!
Vader. This is perfect because now you get to take out Queen Amidala, and then the top target activates. You get to heal 6 from your base, and you get to attack into the leader. And all you do is lose a shield token that you got from playing Vader. So you take out Queen Amidala, you take out Han Solo, you heal your base, and all you did was play Vader without a shield token. That's your only downside.
This is a colossal tempo swing. Daniel does have the option to ECL in this Wrecker, which looks like he's going to do. It does perfectly defeat this Vader and load up that 6 damage right back onto the base. So, you know, no damage change there from Patrick's perspective, but the difference between this board state from literally 10 seconds ago is so huge. This is much more recoverable for Patrick. 18 damage will soon be 21. Patrick probably debating, do I just shotgun deploy the leader here? Is it worth it? Do I have something in my hand that's going to set up? No, well, I'm just going to take the initiative. We are going to get ready for the next turn. I'm going to go up to 21 damage. But at this point, Patrick is starting to have weathered the storm. This Kelleran is, of course, going to be very, very impactful. And the later Daniel can wait, the more potential value he will be able to get out of this Kelleran, you know, grabbing bigger and bigger units out of the top cards of the deck. But if Patrick can just flip the tempo at this stage, Energy Conversion Lab is gone, the leader is gone. The board is not that wide. We're on 8 resources. There are a lot of options here. Smuggling out a Timely into like an Anakin or another Vader would do something. Super Laser Blast. Snoke is very, very large here. There's a lot of great options that Patrick now has available, and it's just going to depend on what is in that hand. But it looks like we are considering a leader deploy when all of these are... Oh, okay. We are entrenching. We are double legal authoritying, whatever the correct grammar
Legal
of that sentence
authority.
is. Thank you, Ben, who is whispering in my ear, legal authoritying,
I
and
said
we are
that
going to
too.
capture this whole board. Oh, I do apologize.
Oh, double capture. The
Huge.
downside is it's entrenched, so you can't attack into the base. The
An
upside is
8-12.
everything else. The 8-12, the fact that you've captured the 2 units, we got center. We got basically just saying not only is ground unit locked, ground arena locked down, but I've also taken all of your units.
It is a huge swing for Patrick, who also has 12 health on that base. Daniel is not that close. I mean, certainly close, but not that close. And we are going to start seeing some of these nice resource cheating plays that make Han 2 so powerful. We're just going to, yeah, okay, I'm going to deal damage to my Poe, but like, he's going onto the ship anyway, so who cares, right? Basically, a 3 resource 4/5 in space. Quite good. We're going to
With
slam the
Jar
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 for the
down.
+2/+2 as well.
This is a huge card. I love Jar Jar as a prequel enthusiast. Seeing Jar Jar get a hugely powerful card in Secrets of Power really filled my heart with joy. But Daniel not having an amazing way immediately to deal with this board, a timely intervention Wrecker would do it. That is the only thing that Patrick will be concerned about. But of course, from looking at Daniel's list, I can tell you there are none of those. There are no timely interventions in this list. So actually, this Kylo kind of represents a card that Daniel is going to have to invest a huge amount of resources into dealing with. And if Patrick can get a single upgrade onto the Kylo, he's also going to be incredibly resilient to any potential interaction. Daniel's also going to be really concerned here. He's taking some time. Well, if I play this Kylo and if there's a craving power, I'm going to lose it immediately. And that is going to be completely backbreaking. And now we also see in Daniel's hand the Super Laser Blast. So sorry, in Patrick's hand, I should say. So Patrick's got, options backing up this huge monster sitting in the ground arena that is representing really one of the scariest cards. And there it is! Another huge upgrade, and we are now safe. Patrick is safe from the only thing he was worried about.
Yeah, that is very nice. We do see Jar Jar going into Kylo, but I don't think it's necessarily going to be enough right now. We have the record down. Of course, Red 5 went down previously, and now Daniel's just having a quick look. And essentially, Patrick is now locked down. Now, I believe we are in Trent, so you're not going to be attacking into the board. There's your Karis Nemec. And Patrick does need to find a way to start dealing some damage to that base. Having the Kylo is nice, and it's locking down the ground arena, and this is all lovely. You do need to do some base damage at some point, right?
Yeah, generally speaking, it helps.
And
I
that would
would
be
agree with
fun.
you, Ross. Ah, there's the
That's
Devastator,
going to
and that
help.
is exactly what Patrick is going to want to have seen. A huge pull off the top of the deck there, locking down the space arena. The ground arena is locked down. Daniel is going to be sitting there going, oh man, this stinks. I'm not having a good time.
But we got Keller and Beck. And Keller and Beck comes in as a 7/7 and lets you go and search out the top 7 cards for a unit and play it more cheaply. And it is going to be Queen Amidala, which you've got to imagine is one of the best possible hits. That's then going to bring in a couple of spy tokens. It's still going to take a lot to get over this Kylo Ren, don't get me wrong. But you can say Daniel isn't trying here. We throw Karis Nemec in, but that creates another spy token, which gives more protection and also 2 cheeky damage straight into Kylo.
Yep.
And now
But
both
even
players are
still,
like,
you
how
see this
much?
and it's like it's gonna take more. How is this Kylo still here? What is this? He's hanging around, and
I'm out of
that's why
fingers. I can't
Kylo's the goat.
count.
That's why he's the GOAT. I believe this Kylo is a 9/13 with I think that is 7 or 10 damage on it, I think. So a fair bit, but he's still here. He's still boxing.
7 on
7
it,
damage on
apparently,
Kylo, I
we're hearing.
apologize. The dice are
Yeah,
confusing.
those dice being see-through, they are throwing me off a little bit
Oh
in this
man,
phase.
and another legal authority to capture this Keller and Beck and
Oh,
put 2 extra health.
there's only 3 legal authority in the deck, and they've all now come down to go and capture one of those units. And oh my
And this is
word.
just so scary for Daniel, who is watching his options slowly dwindle away. I think that's a confiscate. So we actually have the ability to get
Oh,
rid of 2 upgrades here, which is actually very impactful. We also have a Wrecker to potentially slam 5 extra damage into the Kylo. So we will be able to deal with the Kylo in this phase. The question we're going to be asking ourselves as Daniel is that going to be enough? I'm facing down 10 damage in space. So if Patrick is able to get even 5 extra damage onto my base over the Condemned, to make it even harder to get rid of this Kylo this phase. But that Devastator is representing lethal in 3 turns, or 3 actions, including this phase. So Daniel is realizing he's on a very short timer. He needs to get rid of this Kylo as soon as possible. He needs to push in this remaining 12 damage to the base, and he's really struggling to find effective ways to do that. And when Patrick sits there and goes, I'm going to condemn, and you're forced to burn your upgrade removal on the condemn instead, that's not the ideal situation you want to be in.
no, not when you really want to be using your condemned to be taking out one of those pesky upgrades on the Kylo Ren. Once again, Daniel's sitting there counting all of those little blue things going. So what is your actual HP right now? How much damage is on you? Okay, let's work out, see if there's any way we can actually get over this. Because, like you say, we've got the Devastator over in space. That's going to be 10 damage a phase, and we haven't actually seen it swing this action phase. So that's still coming. And then there's any other units that get played which are going to help. And the whole time, like Daniel spent, what, 4 turns or something now? Just trying to deal with this Kylo. And that is literally all they're doing. Here comes a 10 from Devastator, as you saw Outer Rim. That Outer Rim official. Oh, I've forgotten that.
Outer Rim
Constable, there
Constable,
we
Outer Rim
go.
Constable, yes.
Who was saving Queen Amidala from the return damage because it shares that official trait. Here comes a Wrecker. Is this finally going to be enough, Krish?
I think that is going to be enough. That is going to go ahead. And the other big thing here is all those captured units are going to come back. Now, of course, unbeknownst to Daniel, there is a super laser blast sitting in Patrick's hand. Patrick's going to be more than happy to just swing in for 10 resources, for 10 damage into Daniel's base, and then just slam that super laser blast down. Yeah, sure, I'm going to take a bit of damage from this Keller and all this Wrecker, but I think 10 damage in exchange for 7 seems like a fair trade if I'm Patrick.
Yeah, that sounds fine to me, especially when, my opponent's got 15 left, I've got 13 left, but my opponent's used a lot of resources over the past couple of turns. Here comes that super laser blast. Did he swing
No,
before?
I think he just said, you know what, actually,
Yeah,
and something tells me that we might have some more large capital ships in Patrick's hand, set up and ready to go. Ah, yes, we have
it's a Vader.
Palpatine's return, as
Yes.
well as a Power of the Dark Side set up. So this does make sense, unless there is another Kelleran coming down. Whatever Daniel plays is just going to go ahead and get. Rest in peace, Jar Jar Binks. You will be dearly missed.
It will be missed. We do get the Poe pilot coming down here that, of course, gets an X-Wing token, then immediately just jumps in and pilots it, or does not, apparently.
No, no, it's a you
And of
may,
course, you don't
and
have
here,
to. But
yes,
I
and
just,
here what Daniel will be doing is playing around more of those Power of the Dark Side and Avenger style
oh,
effects.
yeah.
Yes.
I just don't know if I've ever seen this. I don't know if I've ever seen someone play a Poe and create an X-Wing and go, he's fine. He's having a cup of tea. He doesn't need to get any X-Wing right now. Just leave it out there chilling. Oh, but top
Off
target.
target.
And it is a unique unit, so that means you're healing sick.
And we're going to have to burn the confiscate here to get rid of that top target. But Patrick's like, ah, you know what, whatever. Let me just go ahead and play my Devastator. It's fine.
Well, I've got bad news because somehow Palpatine returned and he brought Devastator with him. And I don't think
Oh,
that
no.
X-Wing token is going to do very much now.
Something tells me that the final Star Wars movie in the sequel trilogy would have gone a little bit differently if Palpatine had brought back some of those Devastators. It's quite a scary thing to deal with. 1010 Sentinel, Overwhelm in space, representing lethal very, very imminently. And yes, there is that Cham on the ground. So that is representing 5 damage. So lethal in 3 actions for Daniel, but Patrick's got lethal in 2. And that's, last time I checked, 2 is lower than 3.
2 is lower than 3. I did actually. I spent a couple years as a maths teacher, and I can confirm 2 is lower than 3. I used to tell my students that like every day, like number 1 lesson. This is what you need to know. So we've got that
I wish I'd had you in
Devastator.
university.
We've got that Devastator, who of course does have that overwhelm, so you can be taking out those little ships while you are doing your double swing per turn, or for game, sorry. Daniel is 15 away. Oh, it's your favorite card,
He
Anakin
comes! He
Skywalker.
comes! My
That takes
favorite
out
card in the
Tamsin Villa.
game. I love this card.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the best cards in the game. I still don't think it's
100%.
as good as the Vader. Boom, I went there. But it doesn't really matter right now because it looks like Patrick has got this second game locked down. We've got Anakin, we've got Devastator. We're drawing some cards, cycling a little bit using the leader skill. But we go into the regroup phase here. And essentially, whatever happens, Patrick swings
That's
for
game.
something. There's your fist bump. Daniel takes game 2. We are 1 game each. And this is my favorite kind of best of 3, Christian, because what we got is game 1. Daniel won doing what Daniel's deck does, rushing ahead, not giving their opponent time to breathe, winning quickly. Game 2, Patrick won by doing what Patrick's deck does, weathering the storm, doing a bit of healing, building up that gigantic leader to completely lock down the ground arena, and then playing a couple big units at the end to finish off. We've seen both decks win in a way that they win. Now we get to go to game 3 and see which one can do it one more time.
Absolutely, Ross. I completely agree. And that's what makes this game so exciting. The back and forth between the different strategies. We saw the sideboarding there will have really mattered for Patrick, who, of course, playing a control deck. The tools that are in your deck are really designed to tackle the meta. And of course, while Patrick will have been very well prepared for the Han 2 ECL deck that has been good since pretty much it came out, but certainly since Legends of the Force has, and particularly post the Force Throw suspension, has just been an absolute powerhouse deck, really in the top decks of the meta. And actually, I believe you went over this at the start of the day, but I think it's the leader anyway is the most represented deck in day 2 by a pretty significant, like twice compared to the second most played deck. So, you know, a very, very powerful leader. Patrick will be well aware of just how to handle this matchup. He'll have practiced this 100%. And so that is, of course, a big advantage that Patrick is going to have there. Whereas Daniel, while Kylo is, and you know, of course, I am very biased. I'm going to say that Kylo is one of the most underrepresented and the most slept on decks in the meta. It is so powerful what the deck can do. And even though I'm a fan of the more mid-range version using Energy Conversion Lab, I think the Data Vault version is incredibly well positioned and kind of always is because of those additional cards you get to play to tackle the meta. And so as a result of that low play rate, Daniel will be less well practiced in this matchup, and that's hopefully an advantage that Patrick will be able to take there. But we are getting into this final game in the best of three here, showing off that Galactic Championship Obi-Wan Kenobi. What a beautiful card! I truly do love it, and Ross, I'm very excited for this.
This one is going to be a fun one. Patrick is 8-1, and you know they've had to play some Han 2 as you go through this tournament. There's no way to avoid it. They know this matchup. They've had the chance to sideboard. We see a Sentinel Obi-Wan coming down from Daniel, but it's a Dr. Pershing from Patrick, which we have said is probably the best turn one play that they've got here. So both players having a decent start. And that Sentinel Obi-Wan could be kind of fun, of course, played with that Han skill. So it comes out that's a little bit earlier than it probably should be able to.
Yeah, I think Daniel has made a real huge mistake here by playing the non-Galactic Championship Obi-Wan Kenobi there. I'm honestly baffled. I'm insulted. I'm concerned. I just can't speak strongly enough on that decision. But other than that, of course, doing a fantastic job. And here we are seeing
Heroic
a
Arc 170.
Now that is a card that I'm going to expose myself and completely blank on what it does. And I assume this is something that we have been seeing throughout the day, Ross.
Oh, if you control a damaged unit, you deal 2 damage to any enemy unit. But of course, in a Han deck where every turn you play a damaged unit, it becomes just a 4-cost 4/3 that deals 2. And that is why Dr. Pershing is off the field here. And now we have done a little bit of ramping with a super laser tech. Is that a second super laser
How
technician?
about how about a little more? How about a little more? That's
Ooh,
what Patrick's saying. What if I
yeah.
was on 7 resources, 2 turns ahead of you? And this is what's so great about this is it just kind of puts Patrick in the position like he was playing against a normal deck. You know, oh, you're cheating resources. You're basically a resource ahead. How about I'm 2? How about I'm 1 ahead of you? How would that feel? And as much as I sound a bit like Dr. Seuss there, Patrick, of course, is going to be very happy seeing this second Super Laser Technician going into the deploy turn next turn with
Oh,
a
taking
really
advantage.
nice looking Josh, but the Cham is coming down.
I
Such a powerful
know.
card.
When your opponent is aggressively ramping and you get to play a Cham to be like, oh yeah, now I get to ramp for free. Beautiful card. And then we see the leader deploy coming in as well. Side note, Champs and Dula, free of in the main deck. That is not a sideboard card as we've seen a lot in the past. So we are seeing some aggression here from Daniel. Patrick's got 10 on the board. Super Laser Technician is going to go into Champs and Dula here. Just again, mostly to sacrifice to get it into resource row. So
But
Patrick
also
has been
setting up for a
ramping.
Snoke.
Well, I think that might absolutely be where we're headed. We did see a Snoke get discarded from the leader skill, and that's so that we can
Oh,
Palps return it. Down goes the
yeah.
Arc Fighter. Down goes Chamson Dulla. Down goes the leader. Oh, I forget what the other card was. Whatever it was, down goes that as well. They all gone. Well, not the leader, but
What?
everything else.
Unfortunately, of course, Daniel having the perfect answer here. Well, unfortunately for Patrick, the perfect answer in this energy conversion lab with that Wrecker is going to go ahead and deal with this Snoke. But you know what? Patrick's probably going, that's fine. I've actually managed to 3-for-1 my opponent here, and the Wrecker's forced to trade because, of course, that -2/-2 stat penalty does persist
Yep.
for the duration of the attack. So while Patrick is getting pushed up higher and higher damage on 22 damage, here going into the 8 resource turn, only facing down a single leader unit on the board. Daniel losing that bonus resource that he gained from that Chamsin Dollar. Patrick is in a reasonable position. So is Daniel. This really could be anyone's game.
I'm kind of loving this. And again, Patrick is going behind, but you do. That's why you play Data Vaults, why you've got the 33 health. It's not about going behind. It is about saving. Now, we do get rid of that leader unit, which is lovely. Was that Power of the Dark Side?
That was Power of the Dark Side. We do love to see it. Let the hate flow through you, I say to Patrick, with my non-biased opinions.
Well, it's a card. Your opponent chooses what to get rid of, but of course, best used when your opponent's only got one unit on the board. Now, Poe comes down. makes an X-Wing. Are we again seeing Poe? Is Poe just really tired today? Like he's done a lot of flying? Because I watched those movies, man, and Poe loved getting in that X-Wing.
He
Having
does.
an
He
X-Wing
does.
blow stuff up.
He loves jumping around, but I think here what Daniel is doing is he's very concerned about these Power of the Dark Side style effects. He's trying to insulate himself before he starts playing out these really large units. So this was a setup turn for Daniel. He plays the Karis, which can replace itself with another body. He plays the Poe, not reducing the cost in any way, so he can go as wide as possible, so that something like, unfortunately, a Snoke is going to be the perfect counter to this particular situation. And no point using that Karis ability because, of course, the spy token will be defeated immediately. And this Poe is looking slightly anemic on the ground right now. And, of course, we do see the Keller in another Wrecker, but no timelies. And the energy conversion lab has been spent there. So Patrick also still not deployed this Kylo leader, which has a huge discard with a lot of options. So, really starting to see the tempo flip in Patrick's favor at this point.
We are, and we're seeing that Snoke being so good. So Keller and Beck gets played down with a leader skill. The problem is you take 2 damage when it is played, and that Snoke is standard. So Keller and Beck is sitting there only with 3 health remaining right now. It is essentially a 5-3 as it stands at the moment. We're seeing the effect of Snoke being a permanent skill. Lots of these, like we see on Luke or we see on Anakin, is when you play, you can minus. But Snoke is just a standard. Whenever it's in play, -2 to everything. It restricts the cards you're allowed to play. It means that, spy tokens just can't be played because they would be immediately removed. And it means that there's a lot of options taken away. And like you say, this is how Patrick is starting to stabilize this. How far are we away from the leader? Because I'm going to be honest, that was the most fun thing about game 2. When can we have the
Oh,
leader out?
we've been on that leader deploy turn for quite some time, Ross. I think
But when's it
Patrick knows just
happening?
had better options. Oh, well, I'm suspecting by Patrick taking out that heirloom lightsaber and that craving power, doing a little bit of quick maths and realizing, yes, I can play both of these this turn. We might be about to see this Kylo come down, craving power to immediately answer the Kelleran, and the heirloom lightsaber to just buff up that Kylo, make it a little bit harder to remove. We could well be seeing the leader deploy this turn, but to be honest, the super laser blast in Patrick's hand is going to be looking a bit more tempting. No, we are going to finally go ahead and do it. Here it comes. We're going to go ahead and get rid of that Caloran Beck immediately. This Kylo is going to be representing a lot of damage into the base, as well as restore, as well as protecting the Snoke from being interacted with, at least for the time being. Patrick starting to set up this really, really difficult to deal with board, and if a Devastator comes down, I think that will be what seals the game. Daniel is going to really need to swing tempo and address this board as fast as possible. Ideally, something like another Kelleran, something like that Wrecker to just come down and remove these threats as fast as possible. But this Snoke is proving to be a huge, huge issue for Daniel.
This is what I love. We've got Kylo with the Sentinel and all of the buffs and all of that doing the Kylo thing. But you've got that out with Snoke, which means Snoke can't be attacked because you've got Sentinel. And it means that Snoke's, that permanent -2/-2 is just kind of sitting out there and nothing much is happening. Now Snoke gets to attack, because let's not forget, Snoke is a very, very powerful attacker, throwing a lot of damage. It is a 6/6.
It is a 6/6.
It's just a permanent skill with that. And like you say, if a Devastator hits the board, I'm not sure we even need the Devastator, because we're not entrenched like we were last game.
Exactly, yeah. But we are going to see this Kylo get removed, but done the job, done the job. We've managed to deal with a huge number of units, and Daniel is trying to go wide here. I think at this point, it's probably going to just have to ignore the Snoke and just try and push as much damage in as possible. This Kazuda is going to be very, very large. Ordinarily would be attacking for 6, though, of course, thanks to that Snoke, it will be 4. But we are representing 9 damage on the board with a hotshot blaster, which, of course, we are playing in basically any deck nowadays with how good it is. This is actually lethal in 2 actions, so Patrick will have to be thinking about that as he takes his turn, because he does not want to be losing in this position. Daniel's just going to be hoping, please forget about the hot shot, please forget about the hot shot, and just let me attack your face.
Yeah, and that's the thing, if your opponent's got lethal on the board, you then cannot just go after, you can't just go after the units. You've got to the base. You've got to start going after units. Now, here we see, is it as good as it was last time? Lieutenant Chilton comes out with a
It's better.
Sentinel 4. It's actually better than last time. It is a 6-stick Sentinel sitting out there in the ground arena. Yeah, the Hotshot Blaster is a bit less
Yeah,
impressive than it was a minute ago.
that's not going to do it. That's not going to do it. Daniel, I think, realizing the writing is really on the wall at this stage. 6 damage is going to go ahead and push him to 21. Patrick can just take the initiative and win in 2 actions. Daniel does not have a way to answer this board at this stage. He's
Oh,
going to go
there is
ahead
the
and
fist bump.
concede.
Daniel is going to be taking that 2-1, and both games 2 and game 3 that he won, it was the same deal. Take the early damage. Don't worry about it too much. I am going to get to an end game state with a board that you cannot deal with. Daniel couldn't deal with it in game 2, could not deal with it in game 3, and that gives Patrick a 9-1 record, and that is the joint best record. We are out of undefeated players. Both of these players sitting at 9-1, and let's be clear, both of them in excellent position for top 8 still.
Oh, absolutely. And just really showcasing there Patrick's amazing play and showcasing as well what the control deck is really trying to do. Yes, okay, we might lose game 1, but we understand what our opponent is playing. We understand what tools they have in their main deck, and we're going to be able to adjust our list and make sure that we have the tools to handle that. Also, worth saying that game 1, a little bit of a stinker of a game for
Yes.
Patrick. Not the ideal hand by any stretch of the imagination. And I think the other thing that this really showcased was how that first game, if you lose, you are absolutely not out. And I think it can be very, very tempting. And as my perspective from a player who loves playing Star Wars, sometimes you lose that game 1 and you just think, oh, that's it. I'm done. The run's over. I'm out of top. Blah 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 blah. You've got to just put that to the side for a second, because of course, Patrick was 8-1 there, and going down to 8-2 with 2 rounds still to go, suddenly things could have been starting to look a little rocky, but you've got to just push past that and play through. And we saw total calm there from Patrick. Didn't let that game 1 loss shake him in the same way that that game 2 loss didn't shake Daniel at all. And both players were able to just really lock in and play to the best of their ability. Really a fantastic match, I have to say there, Ross.
Absolutely, I really enjoyed that one. Look, you and I are both people who are quite fond of card games. We've been playing a lot of card
That is
games for a
certainly
lot
true.
of years. And one of the things I see when I see Kylo Ren against Han 2, I go, look, Kylo's 8-1. Han 2 is everywhere in this tournament. You've got to have a decent Han 2 matchup. There is absolutely no way you are sitting here with Kylo Ren at 8-1 if you cannot beat Han 2. There is too much of it in the room. And this is where the sideboard comes in. Maybe if this is a best of 1 tournament, you don't bring Kylo Ren because there's too much that can go wrong. But in a best of 3, you bring it in. Game 1 doesn't go in your favor. But as soon as sideboards were open, and yes, there were some better draws in game 2 and 3, of course, but that's where the game turned. You cannot bring an unusual deck. And I know Kylo's not that unusual, but for this meta, it is not one of the top choices. You cannot bring a less usual deck and have a great record without being able to beat the top decks. That doesn't happen unless you have the weirdest run of games we've ever seen. That alone gives me that information. Kylo sitting there at 9-1. We've got Han at 9-1. We've got Sabine and Sabay, the 2 Sabs, doing a lot better than expected. And with look, I want to talk to you more. I'm enjoying talking to you, but we need to pair the next round and get on with some more games. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. Don't go anywhere, because the next round is coming up. Honestly, that last game was quite long. We are not going to be long before we're back with round 11 action. I did warn you guys that we were not going to be gone for very long. I hope you didn't even get out of your chair. That would have been a silly thing to do. We are back with round 11 action. We got 2 more rounds of Swiss here in Tilburg at the Star Wars Unlimited sector qualifier, and then we're going to cut to a top 8. By we, I mean myself, Ross, the lovely Christian Desai, and our friend Ben, who has jumped behind the scenes today to help out because Ben is a little bit of a superhero. I'll be honest with you, I think right now, Chris, it's time. Let's go and take one of the best decks and one of the most surprising decks and mash them into each other.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think this is going to be a really exciting matchup, as you say there, Ross. And thank you, of course, as always, for that wonderful introduction. We have got Yoda Data Vault. And really, I would say Yoda represents the story of Secrets of Power. We're seeing a return to a format where your leader really matters. Gone are the days of, well, my leader's just going to get force thrown, so I'm really looking to get as much value from that leader flip side, or that leader face side, I should say, throughout the game, rather than necessarily that deploy turn. It's less of a tempo swing. We're back into that now. That leader tempo deploy turn, really important. Yoda, very, very powerful leader deploy. And combined with that, we are seeing the absolute powerhouse that is green hero, command hero. I mean, really having a remarkably powerful toolbox. And we can run through that, as I'm sure we'll have seen throughout the weekend. So, we're seeing Secrets of Power, Yoda, Data Vault, the story of the set. And then we've got a blast from the past, and that is Sabine Energy Conversion Lab. And of course, this deck has never been bad. This deck has never been, anything other than playable, but it has decreased in play rate set after set after set. And I think what we are left with is the real die-hard Sabine players who understand every intricate line this deck has, who understand how to do every little bit of that maths, eke out every little last piece of that damage, and make this deck an absolutely terrifying threat. You can be sure, if you are Gus and you are playing against Fabiano here, who is 9-1 on Sabine ECL, that Fabiano is going to be pretty good at this deck. He's going to know exactly what he is doing, and this is going to be scary. Of course, Sabine, an aggro deck, very, very fast, furious, looking to push damage, make use of that energy conversion lab to swing that game, ideally win in the first 6 turns, really, 5 or 6 turns. That's what you're looking for. Whereas Yoda is going to be that much more slow, mid-range to control deck, stall out the game, eke it out, make use of that restore, make use of those control tools, make it to that leader deploy, stabilize the game, start slamming those huge bombs like Luke Skywalker, Keller and Beck, home 1, and take the game over from there. It is really going to be a question of speed, and we're jumping into the game.
There is the fist bump. We see Mina Bonteri, one of those wonderful new cards in Secrets of Power, coming down from Yoda. That is matched by that A-Wing, the Green Squadron A-Wing, with that Raid 2 keyword over there by Fabiano, who I believe we did have on stream yesterday. And it's always weird to think of Sabine as a bit of a, if you've been around Star Wars Unlimited since the beginning, you know Sabine. And yet, in Secrets of Power, we were not expecting Sabine to be a big deck. You look at the planetary qualifiers, it wasn't doing that well. Well, it's back now, unlike the A-Wing, which was just taken out by Blue Leader.
That is unfortunate, and we are beginning to see the key package of command hero cards that explain why all of these heroism command decks are so strong, but Yoda in particular. You have the Mina Bonteri flowing directly into the blue leader. Blue leader being able to target the space arena and the ground arena is, of course, so powerful. Next turn, something tells me that Fabiano is going to be very, very concerned about Typho, one of the biggest gets in Secrets of Power, a hugely impactful Sentinel, a 4/5 that restores whenever it is attacked. I mean, we thought Chirrut Imwe was good in the Legends of the Force meta. We had no idea with just how powerful Typho is. And then you go into the 5 resource turn, you have access to Queen Amidala. On the 6 resource turn, you have access to I can throw card names at you all day. Fundamentally, Fabiano is going to know that every single turn, there's going to be some really good cards coming down, and I am going to have to deal with them as best as I can. I have my leader deploy. I'm going to be able to swing the tempo here. Let's see what Fabiano can do. The option space that Sabine has nowadays is absolutely huge.
We see Battlefield Marine here just swinging at base. One of those cards we've been seeing for years at this point. Came around in set one. It hits for free. It's quite nice. We see Blue Leader retaliating onto the base, currently unchecked in space for Gus, so that's kind of fun for him. And now we're going to have to actually pay some resources. No, we're not. Leader Ping putting 1 damage onto each base. 4 represented for Gus, 6 for Fabiano. Such a fast deck that your own damage on your base doesn't really matter. If it gets to the point where that matters, you've already lost the game. It is race to victory. Mina Bonteri, though, Yoda going a little more aggro here, swinging with everything into base just to see what happens. And we're going to get, what's it going to be? Oh, it's like a Secret of Power showcase here. It's Carrick Nemec and Captain Typho.
There is the Typho, and that is going to be really, really big. Fabiano was probably hoping that Gus did not have the perfect curve in this first game one. And there are a lot of options here, right, on this Sabine for resource turn. Things that Gus will have been thinking about will have been Yoda's lightsaber, a Jar Jar plot that will have allowed Fabiano to deploy that Sabine leader and not be defeated by something like Takedown. Gus, I'm not sure if takedown was in the hand, but these are things that Fabiano will have been worried about. Okay, is it going to be a Typho turn? Is it going to be a takedown turn? How do I burn as many actions as I can to force Gus to commit to one of those lines of play before I then take the rest of my turn? And Fabiano, I think there's quite a reasonable argument here to not swing, but we are going to go ahead and see that Sabine swing coming in. We're going to stack some of this damage onto the base, but obviously it's immediately going to get restored off. So we're just trying to chip away at this Typho. This board is looking very, very gummed up at the moment on the ground. We are seeing a lot of one-for-one threats. Fabiano is really, really going to want to have Poe in the hand right now with an energy conversion lab to massively swing this turn. 6 resources, famously not the most powerful turn for something like Yoda, though of course there are really annoying cards like Village Protectors and something like Vigilance.
Yeah, that could be annoying. We see the trade in space. Blue Leader for the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. Apparently one type of A-Wing isn't enough for Sabine. So they both go down. Space then gets a little bit empty. And it does look like we are going to swing with Karis Nemec into Mina Bonteri here.
No, that'll be into the Typho due to the Sentinel. But
Oh,
also, I'm not sure if you caught it there, Ross. 3 Poe Damerons in Fabiano's hand. Not one.
That's too many
not 2,
Poes.
3. This is going to be quite scary for Gus to handle.
Well, we do get that spy token there coming down, which is really quite nice. Then we see the Mina Bonteri going in and taking out that leader. The spy token not doing quite as much for Fabiano without Queen Amidala, but it's still nice to have. And look, it's got Raid 2. It can throw 2 into the base. This is going to be quite nice.
I think there should be some damage on that Mina Bonteri. So just want to double check that with the... because I believe because of the trade, there should be 2 damage back on that Mina Bonteri. Which, of course, will matter for the Poe.
Who did she hit into?
I believe Mina hit into the Sabine to trade them.
And that's which case, yeah, there absolutely should be 2 damage on there. Okay, we are just getting somebody to check that just to... There we go, Chris, you missed nothing, my friend. This is why I like casting with you, because you don't miss anything, so that means that I can just chill out and get hyped about Star Wars Unlimited, and you can catch all of these things so I don't have to worry. Good job.
That's what makes us such a good team, Ross. But here, we are agonizing over these decisions. I think we may have seen a pass from Gus. It looks like it might be Fabiano's decision. Oh, no, we are still thinking on Gus's side. And there's a lot of things to consider here. Yes, we're using the Yoda ability, sorry. In terms of what options each player has. No one has committed any resources at this stage. Fabiano has this 1 action to burn. We are going to trade into the Mina, which is obviously going to trigger that when defeated ability to go ahead and give us some additional cards, discuss some additional options. But at this point, Gus is going to have to commit some resources, and that's going to be really scary. What Fabiano is hoping for here is that Gus does something that allows him to just play the Poe. I don't have to actually burn my energy conversion lab just yet. And then something like a Wrecker is live. We get all these options. We're going to get a little bit of hand knowledge here, seeing the resupply and that blue leader. So we do know that this blue leader could come down.
Disclose.
Exactly, yes. This blue leader could come down on this 5 resource turn, go into the ground arena, and defeat something like the spy token, taking 0 damage back, or defeat that battlefield marine. And we could also see the resupply come down, getting us that much closer to, and that's exactly what we're going to see.
And here
Uh,
comes Poe. You said we might see some Poe. There's an A-wing coming down from Gus. And, the Poe wasn't ECL'd in or timelied in or anything like that. It's just, you don't normally, you kind of forget sometimes that Poe can just be played normally. Not played with Han, not played with ECL, not played with timely intervention. Some people just play Poe normally into the ground arena. We just don't see it all that often, but it's sitting there ready for next turn. Has Fabiano done enough damage to the base at this point in the game? I'm not 100% sure. There's still 30 damage left. Good news is Gus doesn't have much of a board right now, so at least you've
yeah.
got a little bit more time, but not much damage represented yet.
Absolutely, and one of the things I'm curious what Gus was thinking is by playing we play this space unit, but of course this Poe with a discard will be able to defeat it. So Gus might be thinking, right, actually card advantage is something I'm really concerned about here, and Fabiano. I really need him to stop having this many cards in hand. This aggro deck with cards is kind of scary. So that'll be something that he is concerned about. Also, with that Luke Skywalker in hand, actually what Gus will have been doing, and this is very intelligent, is setting up a Yoda ability to stack that Luke Skywalker to the top of the deck to You're My Only Hope It Out as a potential option, or to just be able to slam that Luke Skywalker down no matter what. And we see Fabiano here. I'm not falling for it. I'm just going to go ahead and swing. Let's get that Poe damage in. Of course, the Poe is always going to be the first swing. We want to play around this Yoda deploy, blind deploying and just hitting something crazy off the top of the deck. But all of these options are really, really scary. We just look at that hand. Look at all those options. Oh, Fabiano is looking very, very scary for Gus right now.
Yeah, we got that Sundari Peacekeepers there at the top. We got Fleet Lieutenant there, which can obviously start helping you to attack with some of your other rebel units as well. I do see the swing from Poe here. Now, it does look like we discarded one card to get rid of the A-Wing, so that means that Gus's little gamble there has paid off, making your opponent lose a little bit of tempo.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, just a tough situation. We are going to see the
We're
Luke come down. It's
playing the
going to defeat
Luke.
the Poe.
And there's another thing here, because the A-Wing got taken down, now you've had a friendly unit defeated this phase, which means a Luke gives a -6, -6, not a -3, -3, gets to immediately take out the Poe. So that little A-Wing for 2 resources really putting in a bit of a shift here. Now we see the Yoda skill being activated. And yeah, we're seeing high-level play from Gus here. That A-Wing never actually did anything, but it did so much.
Yeah, exactly. It set up all of these plays and really allowed Gus to be able to take some form of action on this turn. Of course, Fabiano is still not using any resources. We are going to see the Yoda deploy come down to go ahead and defeat this Battlefield Marine. But now, are we going to ECL or are we just going to hard play? That's going to be the question. It looks like we're just hard playing.
Normal Poe, just
Yeah.
like last turn, just a normal Poe, sitting it down, getting it ready for next turn.
I'm not quite sure why Fabiano chose not to do the ping there. I'm sure we'll have done the maths and realized actually at this stage in the game, I really can't afford to be dealing myself damage. I mean, there's a lot of restore on this board right now, and that's going to be really concerning for Fabiano. This Luke is also massive. It's going to be able to just trade this Poe. And I think here is when we might see an ECL come down for Fabiano. We're going to be able to deal with the Luke. We're going to be able to sink a lot of damage into something like the Yoda. But I mean, this is just really, really sticky right now. Fabiano, Yoda is starting to pull ahead. Weren't able to really deal that much damage in the early game, as you said.
No, and we see the Luke there trading with Poe while restoring free. I mean, the good news is you can then take Luke out using that spy token, but Luke came down. Luke has taken out 2 of your Poe Dameron and healed free from the base. I think that's probably enough value for 1 card. Yoda now swings into the base, puts it up to 12. And the problem is, if you're Fabiano, you're playing an aggro deck, your opponent's got 24 health remaining on their base, and you've just played a Pilot Chewie into the ground arena as your only unit, which can't now attack until next turn. You don't have the board set up, you don't have your leader deploy anymore, you've not gotten your opponent that close to losing, and then you look at the resource row for Gus, and you realize that these big bombs are going to keep coming. What have we got coming in here? Was that home one? Oh, and it
We're
looks
just
like
conceding. We're just
Fabiano
conceding.
is following my train of thought and going, yeah, you know what, Watty? You're right. I'm not winning this game. Let's go to game two.
And I do think this is a skill that a lot of the best players of Star Wars Unlimited recognize, is that some, like, when you have played the game enough, you realize that in most of these situations, look, it's not happening. And we can sit here and we can play for another 10 to 20 minutes and we can let you grind out this game. But if I then win game two and we go to time, it might be the case that we end up in a draw. And neither of us want that right now. If we are Gus and Fabiano, we need one more win to guarantee that spot in the top 8. Neither of us can be afford to be drawing right now, otherwise we probably already would have. So that is what you're going to be concerned. And Fabiano doing the right thing there and going, right, that's it. Let's go into the next one. You had perfect curve. You had every answer to everything I could have done. My leader deploy did basically nothing. You had the Typho on curve. You had the blue leader on curve. You had such a strong board as your Gus. You're able to Luke me as well. It's fine. We will go next. And I'm 9-1, and I've probably played against a Yoda or two throughout this tournament, and I am very confident in my ability to handle this matchup.
Absolutely. It's kind of like what we said before. Sabine here is the less usual deck, at least in this meta. And although Hantu is the biggest deck, Yoda is right up there as one of the most played decks. I've not seen the numbers, I'll be honest with you, but anecdotally, it would seem like the second biggest deck around this weekend. This Yoda is everywhere. So you've got to think that this Sabine has the opportunity to take down Yoda. The problem is, there is a big difference, and we are getting confirmation that in day two, it is the second most represented deck. There are 10 of them in there. The thing is, there is a big difference between I can beat Yoda and I can beat the best Yoda player in the room having a good day. They're not quite the same all of the time.
Exactly, and I think that also highlights one of the beautiful things about Star Wars Unlimited and just card games in general, is there is a huge amount of skill involved, and you see that in the turns ahead that they're not just actions, in the turns ahead that these players are thinking, in the way they understand these matchups and what they are worried about. But also, there's also that luck element, and that sometimes, if I'm just running hot on this day, I'm going to be able to take it all the way. And that's what is so fun. There's a huge amount of skill, but there's also that luck element. That's what makes card games, and particularly Star Wars Unlimited, so exciting to watch. Both players done with sideboarding. Looking through Fabiano's Sabine list, I'm thinking some of the tools here that are going to be less useful are going to be ones like the Sundari Peacekeeper, that's clearly designed for those aggressive matchups. Some of the ones that are going to be more useful are going to be things like the Jar Jar Binks, are going to be things like the effect damage and the pumps and the action cheating, right? Your four cores I believe in, your rebel assaults. Something like a rule with respect is going to be less useful. The heroic sacrifice is going to be very useful. We didn't see a K2SO. We didn't see a lot of different things as Fabiano here. So there's a lot of different ways that this matchup can go. We are, of course, seeing a huge card coming in there, which is Fighters for Freedom. Fabiano opening both copies that he has. Fighters for Freedom being so important because not only does it have Saboteur, but it also allows you to deal extra effect damage to base. It's a very efficient card.
Yeah, I'm looking at the board here, the sideboard. There's a lot more aggro stuff like Fighters for Freedom, like Timely Intervention. We know Fighters for Freedom got brought in. One, I believe, just went into the resources. One remains in hand. Both copies of those did get brought in from the sideboard. Timely Intervention, again, that's something I might want to see here because we need to go a little faster, I think, than we did in game one. But we're getting the same start we did in game one with
Really
the
strong.
A-Wing, but a Gonk droid from Gus here. Every time you attack, next unit you play this turn costs one less.
This is a hugely powerful start from Gus, because what this means is Typho can be played this turn. Fabiano is going to be really concerned about that and potentially willing to burn his energy conversion lab to make sure that doesn't happen. It is going to depend on what is in the hand, but ECLing in something like a Fighters for Freedom is a really reasonable choice. Gus has a Confiscate ready in case a Chewbacca comes to pilot. Of course, if Fabiano does take the opportunity to use the energy conversion lab, the blue leader will also counter that by 1-for-1 trading with the A-Wing in space. So there's a lot of options. Fabiano has to sort of make a decision and say, okay, what am I worried about you realistically having? and what am I not worried about you having, decides to do the damage and go, I don't think you have Typho. I don't think you have it 2 games in a row, especially at this stage.
Well, that's what he's done. And we actually get a true mirror here. The same A-Wing coming down. Fighters for Freedom is coming down, but it's not being ambushed in with Energy Conversion Lab. It is just being played normally. And that means we can have a leader ping. And already Fabiano's had a more aggressive start than we had back in game one. There's 4 damage on the base. That Fighters for Freedom, that is a card which is it is very aggressive. Essentially, when you play, if that's in play and you play an aggression card, deal a damage to a base. Could be your base if you want to. Probably going to be your opponent's.
I will say, in set one, there were some niche situations when you did that to turn on a gorilla attack pod
Oh, yeah.
when you were really, really far behind. It was very, very niche. I mean, it almost never happened, but when it did, of course, you had some really, really cute play there. But yeah, here we are in the leader deploy turn for Fabiano. Gus staring at this hand, some really nice options ordinarily, but this Fighters for Freedom is going to make this Village Protectors really, really ineffective. The Saboteur is going to defeat all the shields. That's the key thing. So not only can it just ignore and go straight into the base, it also has that. Now, we're swinging here. We are now able to play a 5 resource costed unit, which is really, really big because that turns on Blue Leader on this turn, which I think is exactly what we're going to see to come down and get rid of this Fighters for Freedom.
Love this. Of course, it's a free for free in space or a 5/5 for 5 on the ground. Either way, it has ambush. And because of the Gonk Droid reducing the cost, you can bring it in a little bit early and then you ambush in, take out that Fighters for Freedom. Because the last thing you want is your opponent to be able to just play a bunch of cards. Like, oh, I played a card, damage to your base. That's not fair. And Gus agrees with me, hence the ambushing in. We do still see the leader ping here. We see A-Wing trading for A-Wing over in space, instigated by Gus. And right now, there's nothing on Fabiano's board. And Gus has got his Gonk Droid and his blue leader. So just like in game one, Gus being able to control the board that little bit better. And he keep going with this.
Yeah, I think what Fabiano is really going to want here is a Yoda's lightsaber. It looks like we are going to see the plotting out of the Jar Jar.
Yes!
Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Love that Jar Jar. Love that print of the Jar Jar. That gives a 2/2 boost to Sabine. It's only a temporary boost, but for the rest of this phase, you get +2/+2. So Sabine, instead of a 2/5, will be a 4/7. And now we get to do some lovely swinging. And we got Jar Jar on the board. Who doesn't want Jar Jar on the board? Well, anyone in 1999. But nowadays, everyone wants Jar Jar. I want Jar Jar.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we are seeing this board continuing to go very, very wide. Fabiano here realizing, well, you know what? This is a bit unfortunate that this blue leader is going to be able to take out my Sabine leader, but I'm going to be able to soak at least 3 more damage from the space arena, even if another blue leader is coming down. I'm going to be able to just keep this pressure up. Here we go. We see that trade immediately. First action. One thing we might want to do is answer this Gonk Droid. A 6 resource card coming down could be a little bit annoying, particularly if there's something like You're My Only Hope or something that could allow us to get out of Luke and then do some other stuff. The Village Protectors will be something that's very, very annoying. Also allows us to Village Protectors plus resupply if the Gonk Droid survives. So some really, really annoying options that Fabiano is potentially going to have to deal with. We are going to see that trade coming in there, and the cost reduction is now in effect.
Takes out the Jar Jar. That means that every unit, at least the next one, but any unit is now -1 cost in hand. So Village Protectors can come down, but instead of being the usual 3 cost, it's now a 2 cost, which, like you pointed out, Chris, would then leave you potentially open to resupply as well, get some extra resources down, really start ramping up and going for it. And yeah, what we're basically seeing here is how Yoda can do Yoda things. Yoda, I mean, firstly, look how well it's doing in Secrets of Power. Also, look at how many Secrets of Power cards are played in Yoda lists nowadays. Bo-Katan, Typho, Gonk Droid, Padme, or Queen Amidala, Mina Bonteri. There are others. It is full of new cards, and that means that this got a huge boost from the new set. We did see Poe come down, but there was no ECL. It's just kind of an ordinary everyday run of the mill Poe.
Yeah, and as we've seen, that can be pretty darn good. Gus is not going to be too worried because of this village protectors. It will allow him to just stall it a little bit. It's not going to be the scariest thing in the universe, unless of course a fighter's freedom comes down with an energy conversion lab. And Fabiano very intelligently there decides you haven't spent any resources yet. I'm happy to claim if you spend some resources now, I'm more than happy to do that. But if not, potentially I'm going to put you in a very sticky situation. Here comes the village protectors with that shield, and Fabiano is going to go ahead and take the initiative, losing this A-wing to the escort fighter, but I don't think he's going to be too sad about that whatsoever.
Escort fighter was brought in from the sideboard if anyone's interested, but just taking out some of those A-wings and pesky little space units. 4-1 with ambush. It's not going to survive much, but it will come in and essentially ping off those little units in space. And there are quite a lot of decks around right now that like playing little cheeky units just in case they go unchallenged. And that's why something like an eager escort fighter will go into sideboard so that they're not unchallenged. They are, in fact, adequately challenged. So we've got the initiative here with Fabiano. You can swing with Poe, or you can start playing some stuff.
Feel like this may be an ECL Wrecker moment. It is tempting. Do you want to burn it right now? This is sort of your best play, right? Oh no, sorry, it wasn't Wrecker, it was Karis. Okay, I see. So Fabiano actually doesn't have any great top end options, but he's going to be able to play out pretty much his entire hand. But having to discard here is really not what he's going to want to be seeing. Oh, we are going to discard two to just go ahead and clean
Oh.
up the whole board.
I don't mind. Look, and here's the thing: you're discarding from your hand. Use post skills. Make sure that you can get rid of those two units. That's lovely, brilliant. The problem is, you're trading board. You're trading hand for board. You are now owning the board. You've got an unchallenged Poe. There's nothing on Gus's side of the board. But if they're able to reestablish much of anything, you are now losing cards from your hand. Look at what was taken out. The village protectors, well, that's a shielded sentinel. You kind of need to get rid of that. And Gonk Droid was essentially acting as an extra resource on the board. You don't want to let them keep that. You kind of had to get rid of them.
Absolutely, and I think Fabiano and Gus both getting a bit of good luck here with the other's hand not being great, because what Gus could have done is resupplied, deployed the Yoda if there was a 6 or 7 or 8 cost unit, and then use that ability to go ahead and defeat the Poe on that leader deploy ahead of schedule, ahead of when Fabiano would have been expecting it, but he wasn't able to set up that unit on the top of the deck because he just didn't have it in hand. Gus similarly would have been really concerned about something like a Wrecker coming in. That would have been really, really scary, and particularly with how bad his hand was for him to handle. But that didn't come down either. So both players are sort of just going, I really want to draw something good right now, and I really hope my opponent doesn't have anything great. And we might just see Fabiano say, all right, I'm just going to smuggle in this Cassian, dome you for 3, and take initiative, I guess.
Honestly, I don't mind that. Having Cassian coming in active when your opponent's not doing very much and you're playing an aggro deck, let's get some damage into base. Let's get anything we can on board swinging into base. Because this is very different to game one. By about this point in game one, I was talking about how, well, Fabiano's not done enough damage to the base, and look at Gus's board. Well, now we've done a lot more damage to the base, and Gus's board is looking, frankly, anemic, to put it lightly. And what that means is that Fabiano can be swinging with Poe, could potentially smuggle in and start swinging with Cassian. Just play that A-Wing. That's an extra free damage coming down every turn from space, forcing it to now be, dealt with, or it's just going to be more damage. Okay, it is coming down. I'm not going crazy.
Yeah, we
Oh,
do
you're
see
my
the
only
A-Wing
hope.
to go
Ow.
ahead and defeat that takedown, to defeat that Poe with the takedown.
Yeah.
Very, very nice there.
Poe's gone down to the UR. Well, you're my only hope for takedown to take out Poe. Either way, this is nice. And then we got another ship coming in. It is the wing leader. And it does give the 2 experience
This is
tokens.
blind. Oh, and he hits. I mean, the odds
We
were
hit.
very, very high. The odds were very, very high.
Yeah, to be
But
fair, it's a few goals.
that is back-breaking for Fabiano. That is the last thing you will have wanted to see.
So upsetting. You get it down, and then you get to boost it up by 2 as well. So you're hitting for 5 with the A-Wing. And then your opponent's like, got it, it's gone. And like you say, the odds were very high, but it's still sad to see.
Absolutely. And Fabiano really is going to want to have like a decent ECL at this point because like that is something that has not happened this game. And at the stage we are at, that is shocking. The odds are very, very low of it making it to this point. This Yoda is sitting here with Restore. It's really, really annoying. It is also a leader that's going to do a very good job at cleaning up the board. And now this Village Protectors comes down. That's going to be even more annoying. What are we going to do as Fabiano? We're going to start falling behind here. And here we do have the ECL. It looks like, no, we're just going to play it.
Playing the Poe, just like we saw a couple of times in the previous game. We're playing it out without using ECL. And it's a Village Protectors. Yoda is sitting there. It can swing for 4. It restores 2. And the whole time you're sitting behind Village Protectors going, take off the shield, then take out the Sentinel. Then we'll talk about maybe going after Yoda. And look, I always thought Yoda was, strong enough to stand on his own, but he's hiding behind those Village Protectors. And now we see Yaddle and Battlefield Marine hitting the board as well. And Gus has gone, you know what? I've waited long enough. You're at half health. It's time for me to go brrr.
Absolutely, yeah. We got to put the pressure on. We've got to turn the corner here. Fabiano has seen none of this effect damage, none of these things that will really. Okay, we have the timely.
Or in for the
Timely
sideboard.
in the Sabine, which is going to go ahead and get rid of that Village Protectors, suddenly turning this Poe on as an incredibly scary option. But the home one is going to give the whole, and we're going to see the concession. That is going to be the game.
And Gus takes this 2-0, and both games went the very similar way. Fabiano is sitting there trying to establish as an aggro player, and Gus is like, give me a minute, give me a minute, give me a minute. Now you can't deal with my board. It's time to concede. And both times that is exactly what happens. Gus gets to the point where his board is too good and Fabiano realizes he is out of option. We did not see the good energy conversion lab plays that we're used to. We did not see these early turn 4, turn 5 victories. And that meant that Yoda had the time. Is it going to be Yoda's tournament? We don't know. But right now, Gus Sigurdsson, I apologize for pronunciation, is sitting there at 10-1 with Yoda. That is, we took got 1 round to go, but in incredible positioning for top 8.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the odds are very, very high there. I mean, and Fabiano, of course, absolutely not out of contention at all. I do believe 10 and 2s will make it in. I'm not sure if it's all of them or it might just be a few. I will double check. But I was just having a look at some of the statistics here on the tournament, Ross. And I know you and Ben, I believe at the start of the day, went over a few of those day 2 conversions, the decks that we were seeing most played, which just to sort of give the potentially new viewers who have just tuned in a little bit of a recap. The story of the day in terms of most played decks is Han from Shadows of the Galaxy, Han worth the risk, primarily with Energy Conversion Lab, but just, all over the place, really. Any base you pair with that leader is pretty much doing well. And then, of course, Yoda with Data Vault that we just saw there. And then we got a couple of other decks with a decent number of play. We've got Piet Aggression, which, of course, very well positioned right now with the Ramping and the Devastators and all sorts of good stuff. We've got Sabines and Sabays. And we've also got some Anakin, I believe largely Data Vault, some Cad Banes, and then some Palpatines and some Darth Vaders. And, of course, Han Solo as well from Spark of Rebellion. So all of those decks seeing a little bit of play. But interestingly, I was looking at the overall statistics. And, if you look at the top 3 most played decks in this tournament, which I believe is 480 players, 71 players were playing that Han worth the risk, Han 2. 63 playing Yoda, 43 playing Piet. We've got a real top tier there of decks that we're seeing a huge amount of meta representation. And that's not necessarily saying they're like far and away the strongest and you can't beat them, but those are the decks that if you came to the Sex Championship qualifier, sorry, I should say, in Tilburg, and you were not expecting those decks or you were not prepared to handle those decks, you will have been having a really, really rough time.
Oh, absolutely. Fun little fact. You mentioned 2 Han decks. There is another Han leader. Han Never Tell Me the Odds did actually make it into day 2. So we have 3 different Han Solo leaders in day 2 here. Did make that qualification, did make the cutoff. For me, Sabay is one of the stories of the tournament. We knew coming in that Yoda and Han and Piet were going to be big decks. Sabay, I mean, I've seen it in planetary qualifiers. Obviously, it's been out there, but it never seemed. And stop me if you've seen something different here, Christian. But I've not seen it be like the deck at planetary qualifiers. But we've got this list doing the rounds here today with players like Jasper Newland, which is basically very aggro with lots of burn damage, lots of damage outside of traditional attacking, and it is doing very well. Last I checked, Jasper was sitting there at 10-1. The current game they're playing has not yet been reported. They're playing against Patrick Redondo's Kylo Ren. But Sabine is out there and it is up on the. Well, there were a few more. It seems like really it's Jasper who is representing mostly here. But it is a deck that I was not expecting to do that well. I saw it as the token. Well, it's the best deck from Secret to Power, but I'm not sure if it's really going to go all the way. And now I think it might be pushing its way into the top. And let's not forget, there is a sector qualifier in North America next weekend. So we're going to learn a lot from this weekend, and then North America can take it in a week's time and see what they do with it.
Absolutely, and I think you're right there. While Sabay was seeing a little bit of success, and I think it
Yeah.
won a planetary qualifier or two, but it was in a few tops. We were seeing it. We knew this was a known quantity. I think one of the great things about it being a bit more rogue, you are less prepared. Now, for those of you who maybe are less aware, if you've played against the Sabine Cunning variant, or maybe Quinlan Tarkentown, but the slightly more aggressive version of that, sort of the best comparisons you can think of. Sabay's edge is that it is able to interact with the cards on the top of your opponent's deck as well as the cards in their hand. So you can snipe away their most impactful plays, essentially. Oh, what's the worst thing for me? What are they going to
Yep.
play on the next turn? It lets you do a huge amount of interaction there. And depending, of course, on what your opponent is drawing, like sometimes you keep that opening hand and you go, I only need to draw this one thing and this hand is incredible. And Sabay just goes, what if I just got rid of that from the top of your deck? What if you didn't have that? And then of course, once you hit that deploy and suddenly you're sniping those cards out of the hand and you're playing a very aggressive strategy and you're playing very, very quickly, these are the things that can allow it to get really, really far ahead.
Absolutely. I've just been having a quick look there. Dylan Hansen is also sitting at 9-2 with Sabay Queen's Shadow as well. All right, while we're here, because I don't know how much of the stream you caught yesterday, because I know you were busy dealing with all the unpleasantness. Do you know, this is one of my favorite Star Wars trivia questions. Obviously, Sabay from Star Wars Episode 1, Phantom Menace. You've said you're a fan of the prequels. Incredibly famous actor played Sabay in Phantom Menace. Do you know who that actor was? And I promise you, very famous actor. Proper famous.
I'm 100% going to be exposing myself for not knowing.
I think most people don't know this. It's why it's such a good Star Wars fact.
I don't know. Go on. Who is it?
Keira Knightley.
Really?
Keira Knightley played Sabay in Episode 1, and for some reason, no one seems to know this except for me. And I promise you, I've checked, it's definitely true. No one knows that Keira Knightley was in Star Wars Episode 1, but now that we've got Sabay in the card game as a really good leader, the best leader from Secret to Power, that little bit of knowledge I've been sitting on for a quarter of a decade, I've got a quarter of a century, I can now bring it out, and it's totally relevant again.
Exactly. I will say though, you've actually done me a great service by telling me that. Is because when I was younger, I would constantly mix up Keira Knightley and Natalie Portman, and I could never remember which one was in episode one. So actually, what you're telling me is it was both, and I was right the entire time.
And it's funny you should say that because literally the reason she got cast as Sabay is because Sabay is, of course, the stand-in for Queen Amidala. That's a whole plot point. They're supposed to look incredibly similar. That's how the ruse works. And that's how Queen Amidala gets to actually go a little bit incognito because Sabay looks so similar. And round we go. Right, we are heading in to round 12. We've done Star Wars trivia. Now it's time to get prepared for the final round of Swiss. Grab yourselves an ice cold beverage. Do not go anywhere. We got one more round of Swiss. And look, that is the one round of Swiss you don't want to miss. We're 11 rounds deep into Swiss here in Tilburg in the Netherlands at the Star Wars Unlimited sector qualifier. We've got one round of Swiss left, one game, and I'm going to say it. I think we have got the single most interesting game of any game played in any of the 12 rounds so far. And taking you through that game is myself, Ross Gilbert, and the lovely Krish Desai. Krish, tell me I'm wrong about how great this game looks on paper.
You're not. I'll tell you for free. You're absolutely not. I think this is a great choice. There's a lot of reasons for that. I'm going to leave the player side to you, Ross, because I think you had a great explanation while we were just off stream there of the storylines that are in play. But I just want to talk about the actual decks because as it is the juggernaut, right? Like the deck that we all knew coming into this tournament alongside Yoda Data Vault, it was going to be the Han 2 ECL. We knew this was the big meta threat and piloted by a player who, let's say, pretty good, maybe invented the deck, likely knows what they're doing. And then, of course, against the real new hotness in Sabine Tarkintown. We were just talking about it beforehand on the stream. Before I sort of explain these decks, Ross, why don't you give us a little bit of a background on the storylines that are in play here? Because I know that that's something you're really excited about.
So, firstly, we've got the new deck against the old deck, like you just mentioned. Secondly, both these players are sitting at 9 and 2, so win and you should be in, lose and you're probably out. And as a fun little side note, they have both taken losses to the same two players, which is absolutely wild to me. They've both lost to Daniel Jackson and Patrick Redondo. They have both taken the same losses. But we have got the new player, Jasper Newland, playing the new deck in Sabay. And then obviously we've got Philip Skudlarek, and if you've been following Star Wars Unlimited, literally your galactic champion sitting here on the verge of being knocked out with this deck. So we got old deck against new deck. We got galactic champion against unknown player. We have got parallel records with parallel losses, needing a win to get into top 8. The stakes could not be higher. The storylines could not be more fun. And we get to follow it through. Sometimes we agonize over which game to show you in a particular round. This time, oh no, there were no decisions to be made. We are shuffling up. We are putting resources. We are ready to go. And given how these two decks operate, I'm not sure we're going to be in for the longest game ever. There's a fist bump, and we are rolling with a final round of Swiss, and it's Grogu who starts us off. What could be better?
This is a really, really exciting start for Philip. Grogu is basically the only start that Jasper will have wanted Philip to not see because it cannot be immediately Tarkin-towned or just taken out in some other way. It's also going to be able to sling that damage around and answer Jasper's whole board. Like, you look at that, it's gone immediately. Absolutely the worst possible scenario that Jasper did not want to see. Coming in with a stolen 80 hauler, though, really, really powerful space arena unit. Both players are looking at some really strong starts here.
Yeah, we got the restored Arc 170 coming down. We got BD1, who unfortunately boosted up a unit which is no longer there. But damage has been done by BD1 into the base, and this is the new Sabine leader action. Look at the top two cards of the deck. You get to discard one of them. If you know the matchups well enough, if you can predict your opponent's plays well enough, you can discard the card every turn that makes the most annoyance for your opponent. And that stolen 80 hauler, we saw Jasper on stream yesterday. And I'm just saying, in one game, double stolen 80 hauler really came back to cause some issues. And I think probably ended up losing one game on stream.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I think we're going to see here is Philip trying to steal that hauler, trying to swing the tempo in his favor. He is the control in this point in the matchup. He knows that Jaspers is going to be disrupting his hand and his deck, and he's just going to want to take it a little bit slow in this initial part in the game, allow some of those resources to be depleted on Jasper's side, and then get a really nice tempo swing with that energy conversion lab via a Wrecker, via a Poe, and swing things in his favor, ideally answering that Sabay immediately on deploy, so nothing bad happens. But we are going to see the Kira coming down, which is a huge piece of disruption here that's going to be there's basically going to blank whatever Philip's ideal play on this turn is, or even on the next turn we could declare Poe there and turn off that ECL Poe. That would be pretty bad.
Yep, you get to look at your opponent's hand. You get to choose one of those cards and go, oh, by the way, for as long as Kira's in play, that card, and it's not just that particular card, it's any card with that name, costs 3 more resources to play. It doesn't say you can't play Poe. It's that you look at the number in the top left-hand corner and pay 3 more. Apparently, it was not Poe that was chosen, though, because Poe has been played by the Hahn. It was the Arc, apparently, that was chosen there. Always nice to get that confirmation.
Yeah, but now what's going to happen is Grogu's going to be able to swing that damage over from the Poe directly onto the AT Hauler, defeating it and allowing Philip to steal the Hauler, which is a really, really big tempo swing in Philip's favor. This is not at all what Jasper is going to want to have seen here.
No, that stolen AT Hauler, it is massively overstated for the cost, but when it gets defeated, for the rest of the phase, you get to choose one of your opponents who's allowed to steal it. If you're playing, a little bit of the old Twin Sons, you can form an alliance. Not in a one-on-one game, your opponent just gets to nick it, and now they've got that big space unit. Sometimes you'll get lucky and your opponent will forget, and I've seen it on stream. Philip is not going to forget to take that
No.
stolen AT Hauler.
This Sanctioner shuttle, I think, is looking very, very powerful over on Jasper's side. This is one of the scariest cards you can see in the early game from the Cunning decks. But instead, we are going to see the the Leia coming down, tapping down that Poe, delaying some of this incredible aggression over from Philip's side just a little bit further.
There is quite a lot of disruption over in Jasper's deck with the Leia who can come down and exhaust a unit or a resource along with everything Sabay's doing. Here we get Sentinel. Obi-Wan comes in. Now, it only gets Sentinel when a Force unit is played, but because it is itself a Force unit, the turn it's played, you do get that Sentinel. From then on, for every other turn, it only gains it when a Force unit is played while it is in play. But for now, that Sentinel is locked and loaded.
Absolutely, yeah. And we're seeing here both players really thinking, what's my opponent going to do? What am I worried about? Do I sanction a shuttle at this stage? I think a shuttle is pretty good here, capturing the Obi-Wan Kenobi, allowing that Sabine to go through, really start doing some more of the hand disruption, more of the hand rip. Is pretty scary, opening up the board and allowing Jasper to just start pummeling Philip in the face, getting as much damage as he possibly can. Neither player has used their base either. Doesn't look like they've really had the best opportunity. I think Jasper will really be wanting to take back that Hauler, or at least use this Tarkin Town to get rid of the Poe, or maybe the Grogu, but really the higher value targets there are going to be the Poe and the stolen AT Hauler.
No, absolutely. One of the players has just stepped away from the table for a moment, so we'll step away as well. We'll be back to the action when there's action to get back to. One thing that is not that related to the game, but I got to say it. Seeing the Galactic Champion rocking the Galactic Championship sleeves on the stream makes me so incredibly happy. I hope he got given a crate of those just to prove that he is always a Galactic Champion. We have called it, Christian. We do have Sanctionist Shuttle coming down, stealing the Obi-Wan there, capturing that, taking that Sentinel away. But of course, that stolen AT Hauler, speaking of things that are stolen, that's pretty powerful and just gets Obi-Wan right back.
Yes, although I believe Obi-Wan will no longer have the Sentinel, and this
Correct.
sets up perfectly for a Tarkin Town to take out the AT Hauler, which will allow Jasper to go ahead and steal it back. So Jasper is going to get this. But unfortunately, Philip has another Force unit, which is really, really bad for Jasper here. He is going to have to play out the AT Hauler. I think you absolutely have to do it.
Oh, yes.
But yeah, just a little bit of a sticky situation here. We probably also deploy the Sabay just to have it out, because immediately after this Obi-Wan is going. Well, I don't know. Maybe you just take the initiative here. There's only a couple of attacks that Jasper will be able to get in. Won't be able to take out any of your units, and then you'll be able to interact on your turn.
All Tarkin Town is coming out, though. We
It
are.
already used. It was already used.
Oh, that's a bit sad. They're just
Yeah, they were just a
confirming.
bit delayed.
I was going to say, I thought it took out the stolen AT Hauler, but okay. There was used from the Hauler. We are now just fixing it all nice and simply. ECL has not been used. We are seeing a swing from the Han leader here going into the Sabay leader. We then see Sabay doing a swing, which obviously has to go into Obi-Wan. And it means you get a bit of damage, but you're not getting that leader skill to discard cards from hand because that only kicks in when base damage is done. And unfortunately, with that Sentinel out, had there not been a Sentinel, different situation, but there is. And you know who likes having damage on a character sitting on the board? Grogu.
Yeah, I mean, Grogu, we are seeing this one card has pretty much put Philip in a hugely advantageous situation. I really, the tempo difference that comes from this one card coming down on turn one, immediately threatening almost any play that Jasper had, is just absolutely astounding. And we're now past the flip turn. Jasper wasn't even able to discard any cards from Philip's hand. This Poe is sitting here unimpeded. Unless Jasper has some really, really powerful cards, this is looking like a very, very tough situation for him to break out of.
Yeah, he is ahead on base damage, but that is about it. Unfortunately, Kira and BD1 are not putting that much pressure down on the ground arena there, especially when you've got Poe and Han Solo, and you've got Luke there as well. Pilot, but running around on the ground. No ship to pilot yet. You've got Grogu throwing that damage as an absurd card. And here we go, throwing it from Han into Kira. So now a unit goes down, and now your Han leader has less damage on. And even though there's no damage on the base yet from Philip towards Jasper, it does feel like in a moment this is going to start swinging quite violently towards Philip being ahead. I like BD1. He's adorable. If you play the Jedi games, he's a very youthful little robot. But right now, in this situation, in this game of Star Wars Unlimited, he ain't doing very much.
Yeah, I absolutely. I think as Jasper, your win con here is essentially I need to make this hauler big, and I need to just win a race. I am going to be at least 11 damage ahead in the race with this action. If I swing with the AT hauler, and if I'm able to pilot it up, I'm going to be able to do a little bit more than that. 3 actions potentially to just like secure a lethal, and particularly if there's like a surprise strike or something like that. Looking through Jasper's list for the different pump options that are available, there's the sudden ferocity, which I believe is in the hand, which can make the hauler really, really large. And then there's the surprise strikes, of course, and then there's also he has both. So and there's a Han. So actually there is a real chance of taking this game here. But what we'll have wanted to do is bait out. Yes, exactly what we see. We bait out the upgrade discard to get rid of this sudden ferocity. So now what we'll want to do is we'll want to see from Jasper, I think we're going to see the Han pilot going onto this AT hauler, which will pump it up to 6 damage, which will put Philip up to 13. 9 extra will be 22, and a blaster in the row would allow lethal via the BD1. So I think that is the line that Jasper's going to be looking for. It's tough. It exists though, and Philip will be concerned about this. He'll see it. He's not going, and he's going to be looking for a way to stop it. Ideally, and that's going to be the tough thing because Jasper is going to be able to have the initiative in this situation. So we might see some very intelligent claims from Philip, though. Of course, then the damage race becomes a bit scarier.
It
Both
does. Well,
players
here is the
have a lot to
pilot
think
coming
about.
down. And this is that extra damage you spoke about, Christian. We are now up to 13. We are then, of course, with base damage coming down, using a survey leader skill. We've got a Poe. And what's the card behind Poe? I don't see it.
It is a blue
Oh, it's
leader.
a blue leader. So you can get rid of Poe or blue leader. And yeah, blue leader having that ambush written on the card just makes it a little bit scarier. So get rid of that. And one of the things, oh, here comes Wrecker ECL'd in, taking out BD1, but also getting that big overwhelm damage. And that is crucial. Now we swing with all of the other units. And this was that swing I was talking about, Chris. We've got 18 damage coming on now. And very obviously lethal on the board, represented by Philip next turn, unless Jasper is able to do something.
Outmaneuver is the
And I
one
don't
option.
think he is. It looks like we're picking up the cards, and Jasper's going, I'm not going to win that. A chuckle from Philip, and we are 1 game up for our galactic champion with the old guard Han Solo.
Absolutely. I will say there was actually a line there. There was the outmaneuver that I'm not sure if it's in the main deck or the sideboard. I think that's the only thing. If the outmaneuver was in the main deck, that was a line that did get Jasper there, despite the fact that the board was so completely one-sided. And Philip, is looking very advantaged in that situation. It was really, really close. But going into game two, I think we saw just a really, really powerful start from Philip there, and Yas was just going to be hoping, all right, don't open Grogu again, or at least I need to have a way to deal with the Grogu immediately. And there absolutely are those ways in his deck to just make things really, really difficult for Philip, and particularly some of the bounce effects, right? Like thinking you'll spare the targets, or Waylays, though I believe he plays spare the target. Just ways to immediately answer that card or stop it from getting out of hand.
And I think, we get into sideboarding here. Now, for those of you that may be newer, may not have watched much of the stream this weekend, you can bring 10 cards in addition to your regular deck, and then you have to play your deck as written in game 1 of the best of 3. But for games 2 and 3, you can change as many of those sideboard cards into your main deck as you like. You've already mentioned Outmaneuver. That is unfortunately a sideboard card. Given how game 1 ended, you've got to think they're going to be coming in. And one of the things we talked about a lot with this Sabine deck yesterday, and I know it didn't work in game 1, there's a lot of game-ending cards. Surprise Strike. Sudden Ferocity coming out with Plot. The Hotshot Blaster coming out with Smuggle. Cassian Andor that comes in active. Millennium Falcon that comes in active. Daring Raid that can do 2 damage to the base. There's a lot of cards where you're not playing and waiting till next turn to attack. There's a lot of cards that can give you extra damage right now. That was how we saw Jasper ending games yesterday, and it didn't work in game 1. But if you combine that with an outmaneuver, maybe that could be the difference in game 2.
Yeah, absolutely, Ross. And I think what Jasper's going to want to do is just capitalize on that initial tempo, knowing that he is the faster deck. He's playing much more low to the ground. He's playing a lot more aggressive, and he's going to want to leverage that. And then when you transition, exactly as you said there, into that mid game, start using those instant damage effects that are basically as fast as possible to just go underneath Philip and just get that little bit faster. But obviously, Philip's going to want to repeat what happened in that game 1, stall Jasper out. Hope that Jasper doesn't have the exact answers needed to deal with the board. Keep up in that early game, and then just completely swing the game from around the leader deploy onwards.
Just a quick little update here while we are between games. Over on table 1, Patrick Redondo, that is the Kylo Ren we saw on stream a moment ago. And Geese here, I apologize for pronunciation, who is one of those Yoda Data Vault players. They are the top 2 players by seed. They have intentionally tied in over on table 1. So we can expect a Kylo Ren and a Yoda over in top cut. No other matches reported yet. Well, high enough to, I think, be terribly relevant, but we have seen that. So
Yeah,
there are a
that
couple
makes
of
me
other,
very happy.
there was a couple other intentional ties. We're seeing a Yoda and a Han Solo, and Darth Vader Victor Squadron Leader has tied over on table 14. Probably not high enough to get into top 8, if I'm honest.
Yeah, although I think they'll probably be looking at, I can't remember if it's top 32 or top 64, where there's something particularly juicy on the list of
What is
prizing,
it?
and
What
they'll
is it? What
probably
is it? What
be.
is it? What is it?
Oh, you're gonna have to have a look. I'm gonna have to have a look. I can't remember.
Oh no, I thought
Uh,
you knew. I put you on the spot. I'm a bad
no,
co-host.
no, yeah, this is awful. I'll never forgive you for doing this.
You're right, absolutely. We talk a lot about getting into top 8, but sometimes you're looking at prizes and it's a case of, look, I don't think I'm going to make top 8, but if I can intentionally tie with my opponent, we can both make top 16 or we can both make top 32. And that is actually what we're going for here. And out of 500 players, that is a very, very nice result indeed. So we're off
Absolutely,
into
it's some
game
uncut
2
sheets,
here.
by the way.
It is.
Some uncut sheets that are at top
Oh, those
64
uncut sheets
and
are.
top 32 and top 16. So there are like, I'm not sure if it's different ones or there are uncut sheets at each
I
stage, but
believe it
there's
goes up
very
by
much an incentive.
rarity. I believe
Yes, so
there's a
there's an
common, an
incentive.
uncommon, and a rare.
Very nice.
Okay, so we are just deciding our opening resources here. Philip looks ready to go. Jasper It's always a little bit awkward when you lose game one. You feel like you might need to sideboard a bit more. You think a little more about your resources. What you don't think about is your opening play because Wolfpack
Oh,
Escort comes down immediately. And it's a Grogu. And oh, no mucking about. Tarkin Town onto Grogu. We are not falling for that again.
huge, absolutely huge. Jasper, I was going to say a fast and furious hand, a huge number of units, amazing ability to interact with everything that was going on the board there. We're seeing the Han resource cheating out the Poe, and then we're just going to go ahead and slam this into the space arena. Yeah, really, really nice there from Jasper in immediately having the outs to Grogu, but now Philip putting up this annoying 4-5 unit in the space arena that is going to be start doing a lot of board clearing.
Yeah, it's a little bit better than what Jasper got, but we saw what Grogu did last time, and it was not fun getting it off the board. And that's an interesting one. We see that Guerrilla Attack Pod getting discarded. There was a game on stream yesterday where Guerrilla Attack Pod was not discarded from a Sabine skill, and that was what ended up coming back to win the game later on. So getting rid of it nice and early, going, nah, I know what this can do. We saw it backfire yesterday. We are not going for that. And already, Jasper, avoiding some of the traps we've seen Sabay fall into on stream already this weekend.
Yeah, not sure why Jasper has 2 damage on his base. I think that should be on Philip's base, but unless I'm blanking, I don't think any attacks have gone through. So Jasper should be on 0, as far as I'm aware. Probably want to just double check that. I might be blanking on something, but I'm pretty sure no attacks have gone through from Philip.
Just double checking here. We had the Grogu played down, and then we had the Poe played down to jump into the X-Wing. That was essentially what we've seen. There we go.
Great,
Just double
that is all
checking.
fixed.
I also could not figure out where it was come from. It's not there anymore. We good. We carry on. Wolfpack Escort goes into base. And oh, look, I've hit into base. That means I get to discard one of the top 2 cards of your deck. And I remember when this leader was revealed, the entire community went, oh, dude, that's mean. And yeah, it is.
Ooh.
Speaking of prequels, Queen Amidala. Don't get them confused. They're not the same person.
Philip reaching to his tokens that are on the board all in one sleeve, while Jasper's going to go ahead and play out the Falcon. Now, this Han in Jasper's hand is really, really nice because if Philip decides to not immediately get rid of this Wolfpack Escort with that with that X-Wing, then Jasper's going to be able to pilot up the Han, go ahead and immediately get that ship out of there and maintain dominance in the space arena. It's very much anyone's game at the moment, but obviously a Queen Amidala on 4 resources is huge. No, we're going to see the trade immediately. No messing around.
No, we don't want to mess around with that, unfortunately. That's, let them have a Queen Amidala. Oh, speaking of pilots, there's a pilot coming down on that Wolfpack Escort right now, getting a little bit beefier. Is that Han Solo?
It is Han Solo, and Jasper's thinking about whether he wants to attack. Doesn't, so there's a surprise strike. Pretty telegraphed. Yeah, I got a surprise strike.
Yeah, quite possibly. That seems like where we are. And here we go with that surprise strike attacking, but with the +3. And this is very different to game one from Jasper here. You managed to get rid of the Grogu before it started becoming an issue, and look at the damage building up. If you're Jasper, if you're the aggressor, this is what we need in the early game. As much damage thrown at your opponent's face as you possibly can, as fast as you can. We are seeing the spy units going and attacking here from Philip. We see the leader deploying and attacking, because Jasper's already taken the initiative, I believe. But there's a bunch of things in quick succession there. And actually, both players are about halfway to victory here. There's not much between them.
Wow. Philip has a Poe and 2 Wreckers. Jasper will be very concerned about the ECL here and will not want to give Philip an opportunity to do it. But obviously, Jasper's going to want to be like, okay, well, I'm going to pass, I'm going to pass, I'm going to pass. And if you want to claim Philip without spending resources, that's absolutely fine. I'm okay with that. But actually, I'm going to want to go ahead and discard your stuff. Philip goes, I know you're taking the Wrecker, so let me just give you that. But I've got another one, by the way.
Oh, see, and this is what we saw at the end of a game with Sabine yesterday. After not taking a guerrilla attack pod from an undeployed leader, we saw the leader deploy, see two guerrilla attack pod in hand, and you can't discard them both. We're getting a bit of deja vu here, seeing two Wrecker, and you cannot discard them both. And oh, look, we're using ECL. I wonder what it could be for. It's for
Oh,
Wrecker. Wrecker comes down. Sabine goes back to the leader area, and Philip is going quick. Philip's got 18 damage on the base, but he's done 17 to just inside. And there we see the fist bump. Philip is going to take this 2-0. Look at the board he's got established, and he wasn't even done yet. Jasper there, great game against a galactic champion, but when you are the reigning galactic champion, when you are officially, and you've got the paper to prove it, the best Star Wars Unlimited player in the world, and you're playing a deck that you came up with, and you are this good a pilot, yeah, you kind of figured that maybe this is going to end with Philip moving on into that top 8, but huge shout out to Jasper here, bringing that Sabay deck, which was not one of the most hyped decks, seen as a fringe deck, and bringing it all the way here, taking 3 losses, but to 3 incredible players. Everyone Jasper lost to is a very high seed, and there's a very good chance all 3 of them are going to end up in top 8. So if you go 9-3 and all your losses are to top 8 players, you have had a really good run.
yeah, I don't think you can complain about that at all. And I think, both very close games, actually, even though they didn't look like it at the end there were lines that allowed Jasper to potentially be in both of those situations. If for example, if he'd had a surprise strike in the hand, the decision to ECL the Wrecker in rather than attack with the Poe to just clear the Sabay leader and discard a card to discard the Han would actually have lost Philip the game if there was a surprise strike in the hand. Now, obviously, the surprise strike wasn't there. There's only 2 copies in Jasper's list, so what were the odds of both of them being there? Pretty low. But there was that chance, and I think that's what was so exciting about those games is until the last point of damage on the base, it genuinely was either player's game. And yeah, as you said, Ross, losing to basically only top 8 players, hey, 9th ain't bad.
No, it really isn't. And I don't think X3 is going to be enough to get into cut, unfortunately. But I'm willing to bet their resistance is absolutely redonkulous. Because, like I say, they've taken a loss to Philip, the reigning galactic champion, who should be in top 8. They've taken a loss to Patrick Redondo, who I believe has ID'd into top 8. And then the other loss he took was to Daniel Jackson, who is currently playing against Mikola Jwendowski over on table 2. They are playing a Han 2 mirror match. No result is reported. I'll be honest with you, we're a little bit low on results right now. I'm keeping an eye. I've got it open there on a separate screen so I can follow along as we go. Nothing reported yet. Of course, if we see Mikolaj in top 8, and we know we're going to be seeing Philip in top 8, we are getting quite close to a very stacked top 8. And remember, we've been talking about this for the past year. Poland has the best Star Wars Unlimited players. They have the
Every
best.
time.
Yeah,
Every time.
they are the community to beat right now is the Polish community. And it looks like we're going to have at least one, maybe more, of the top Polish players going into the top 8 here. We saw it in Bilbao, and it feels like we might be seeing it again here. Give me a prediction for top 8 while we have a minute, Christian. We don't know what the top 8 is, so that makes a prediction a bit more uncertain.
Yeah, I think as much as I want to really root for Kylo, and knowing that it likely is going to be in the top 8, I believe it's guaranteed. I think Kylo is a deck that's very well positioned into the slower command hero decks. Your Yodas, for example. I think that's actually you're very well positioned because you have a lot of really good tools for handling those matchups. You're able to actually grind those decks very, very effectively. The issue with the Han 2 ECL variants is, well, that's kind of an aggressive deck, and it is beatable, of course, and I'm sure the Kylo player will have managed to do that multiple times. I'm blanking on the name. It is Patrick, sorry.
Patrick Redondo
Will
is the
have
Kylo player.
Yes, he will have. I'm sure he'll have beaten many throughout the day. But are you going to be able to beat, the best players in the world playing the deck multiple times in a row? I wouldn't say that is guaranteed. So I think, looking at the top at what we are likely going to be seeing, there's going to be a Yoda, there's going to be a Kylo, there's going to be Han ECLs, there's going to be at least two, because table two is just a mirror match of those decks.
It is.
Table four, there's likely going to be another Yoda because that's another mirror match. And on table five, there's a Sabine versus a Sabine. So I think there's a shot of there being another one of these really aggressive decks getting into the top cut. And on table six, there is a Palpatine Colossus. So there's also a possibility for the Palpatine to get in. So as much of a cop out as this is, I think I'm going to say, Han 2 ECL is probably the favorite, both in terms of numbers, but just in terms of the power of the deck. But depending on how this bracket shapes up, we could see one of these decks positioned to just spike this entire tournament by having a particularly favorable run directly into the finals. And depending on how it goes, we could see one of these sort of X2 decks that was a little bit on the fringe and not quite there most of the tournament, just taking down the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm going to go Han too, but specifically in the final, Grogu is going to play a huge part. Not just Han 2 winning, but we are going to see Grogu owning the final. I can tell you that Victor Manuel Alvarado Iglesia with Emperor Palpatine Colossus has gone and won over there on table 6. We do have a Palpatine sitting at a 10-2 record, which we think might be enough. We don't know all the 10-2s will get
I
in.
believe it is.
So you do believe, okay, so 10-2, they should get in. Could we have a 9-3 sneaking in, maybe?
I don't think so.
You think we have a clean X2 or above?
Yeah. So I think there's 9 players who would potentially X2 or greater. So I think there'll be one X2 who doesn't make it, I think. But yeah, so I don't think there's any chance of an X3. But of course, I'm not sure how draws and things like that will have played with the standings. I'm just having the numbers there. But yeah, looking at the standings after round 11, there were how many X2s? There were 15. There were 15 9-2s. So basically 15 or better, sorry. So sorry, 16 including a Yoda. So it does seem like a pretty clean top 8 for those players who were at least X and 2. So you kind of have to win.
If we're looking clean, then we should know half of the top cut. Right now, we have Patrick Redondo on Kylo Ren Data Vault. We've got Guise de Gogin. I'm really sorry about the pronunciation. My Dutch is terrible. With Yoda Data Vault, although they are in, they're X11. Those two are definitely in. We should then have Philip Scoudleret, the reigning galactic champion, on Han 2 ECL. And then we should have Victor Manuel Alvarado Iglesia with Emperor Palpatine Colossus. Those are the 4 players and decks right now we expect to be in. And then it depends.
There's also Daniel Jackson, who also drew, but was also X1 on that table one, or with Han Energy Conversion Lab. So there are 2 Hans guaranteed, 1 Kylo, 1 Palpatine, and
you might be looking at the wrong round
Yoda.
here. Daniel is currently playing Mikolaj in a Han 2 mirror match.
Oh, I am sorry. You're right. I am looking at the. You're absolutely right.
Absolutely fine. One of those 2 players, and Daniel Jackson has had a run. I've been having a little bit of a look while we've been chatting, and I'm having a look at some of his matches. And it's like played against Philip Scoudleret, won. Played against like we said, I'm blanking the player we just had on stream. Jasper went and won. Has had some really good wins. Did take a loss to Patrick Redondo, but it honestly seems like most people at this point have taken a loss to Patrick Redondo. Yeah. So that's where we are right now. We haven't got any other results. It looks like we've got 4 of the top 8 figured out. We are going to go and figure out the rest of the top 8, and then we're going to show you a top 8. We're going to show you a top 4. We're going to show you a final. We are going to crown a sector qualifier champion. So don't go anywhere, because when we come back, grab yourself a nice cold beverage. But don't go far, because when we come back, we're going to have the top 8. We're going to have it locked. We're going to tell you who they are, and then we're going to eliminate half of them. Don't go anywhere. Well, I told you we were going to figure out what the top eight is. The top eight is set here in Tilburg, in the Netherlands, at the Star Wars Sector Qualifier. The first one we've had with Secrets of Power. We know the players, we know the decks. We've got a spicy top eight game to show you in a minute. And by we, I of course mean myself, Ross, and the lovely Christian Desai. I think I butchered your name then. Sorry, sir. How you doing?
I'm very, very good, Ross. I am really, really excited for this top eight. As you said, we've got a lot of really exciting decks and a few surprising ones. But obviously, I don't want to spoil everything because I think you're going to be giving us a little breakdown of who is in that top. But just wanted to say, I am delighted to be here with you, and I am very, very excited for this top cut.
Well, I do want to spoil everything, frankly, and I intend to do so as soon as I can find my list of notes. So, we have 8 decks in the top cut. There are 3 Han Solo worth the risk. That was the big deck. That's what we expected. There are 2 Yodas, as we expected. The only decks that came through as multiples were the 2 biggest coming in. Maybe not surprising. We do not have any Admiral Piet. We don't have any of that new Sabine deck. But we do have 1 Kylo Ren, which I know is going to make you happy, 1 Sabine Ren, and 1 Palpatine actually made it. But spare a thought, just a moment, for Tomas and Kaczmarek and Alistair Grant. Both finished on 10-2 records, both playing Han 2 worth the risk. Both bubbled out. There were 10 players on 10-2 or better. So Alistair and Tomas, commiserations, great runs, great tournaments, but in the end, their opponent's win percentage was not high enough. They finished 10-2. They've had a wonderful weekend of results. They do not get in to top cut.
And it's really unfortunate for those players, and as much as that does suck for them, those players who did manage to make it in, I think, are in for a really exciting time. And this top cut, I think, illustrates the story of the set, the story of Secrets of Power so far. And I guess to give a little bit of context here to those of you who maybe are joining in and haven't been following the Planetary Qualifier season or some of the larger unofficial tournaments that happened in the US, there has been some pretty exciting developments in the format since Secrets of Power came out. To begin, we had the sort of formation of this Anakin Data Vault deck, and this kind of took us a bit by storm in the tail end of November, at the start of December, which feels quite a long time ago, though it was only about a month ago. And I think that deck really showed us the power of these command hero cards, and that's what catalyzed this change over the next few weeks that we saw, where we basically went, Anakin's good. I really don't like the fact that I need to have the initiative for my deck to do anything, and also my opponent can play around the things I do. I don't like that. I like my opponent to have no choice but to have to deal with my cards. And so we, bit of a oversimplification, but largely we saw this transition over from Anakin into Yoda, which is basically just the bigger, badder version of what Anakin is trying to do. And I think, command heroism, particularly command vigilance heroism, sort of a real story of the set, Yoda just coming through, being absolutely pivotal in how much it has defined the format. We saw this return to leaders really, really mattering. And now what we're seeing is these basically 2 things coming up against each other. We have a huge amount of Han 2 ECL decks. We have the new boys in the Yoda Data Vaults. We've got some old guard again in Sabine ECL. And then we've got the control decks, which refuse to go anywhere. The last thing I'll say, because I believe we are about to jump into the game, is one thing that is very interesting. 7 out of these top 8 decks playing command bases. 53 on Data Vault and 4 on Energy Conversion Lab. And if you expand that to the top 10, being all the X2 players, that's 9 out of 10 on command bases. And 6 of those being Energy Conversion Lab. So an interesting statistic that we can consider moving forward into the next sectors and planetary qualifiers. But I think I've yapped for long enough, because it does sound like we are very, very close to ready to jump into the game. I am very excited. Ross, what game are we about to watch here?
We are going to see. It had to be. Yes, we got a Han 2 mirror match, but maybe the 2 best Han players you're going to find. Filip Skudlarek and Nikolaj Vendalski here. 2 players that, if you're a Star Wars fan, you should be familiar. You can see they're joking around like old friends. Look at their T-shirts. They are both wearing Team Enigma T-shirts. They are both in Team Enigma. And look, we've got Philip, who is our reigning galactic champion. Mikolaj, who was just getting good result after good result after good result. No wins yet, but if you were watching along with us, and I believe it was, you and I over in
Yes.
Bilbao,
Yes.
Christian, at the regional championship, Mikolaj got second place. On the way to second place in Top Cut, had to eliminate Philip from the tournament.
Exactly, and I think it was deserved. We were saying at the time, Mikolai has been looking for a result like that for such a long time, and of course to be matched up against not only your teammate and actually, as much as we call it Team Enigma, I think we at this point it's Team Swoop Racers. Not to downplay the accomplishments of any of the others, but Philip and Mikolai, before they were on Enigma, had their own team called the Swoop Racers, and I think the results these two have put up, and they represent the Polish community incredibly well. They have been really doing some incredible work, and these two players are sort of the brains behind the initial formation of this Han2 ECL deck, and this is where we saw it really begin to take shape with these two players. And so, obviously, when you're coming in against your teammate, who is the Galactic Champion, who you're playing the exact same deck, and of course, unsurprisingly, these players are playing identical 60s.
They
Just
are.
going over a quick scan, they look identical.
They are
So
literally. I had
literally
them open in
identical.
two different tabs, and I'm flicking between them, and the only thing that's changing is the player name. And it's not just we're not just talking the same deck. We're talking the same count of every card. We're talking the same sideboard. Even the way the list is shown is exactly the same. As I flick between them, the picture never changes, just the username at the top changes. They are absolutely identical, 60 including sideboard. This is as mirror a match as you'll get. Because also, how many times do you think these players have tested this matchup against each other?
So what I will say, and I do think this is a meaningful change when we look at this identical situation, though I think it was in the top four at Bilbao, to now, is at Bilbao, this deck was much less of a known quantity. Obviously, some of the top players were aware of it, but mirror matches were not something that either of these players would have been very, very concerned about putting a lot of time and energy into testing. Looking now at the Secrets of Power format, and particularly over the last couple of weeks, where we've seen this Han deck seeing a huge amount of success at the planetary qualifier level, winning multiple PQs, top eighting. I believe it was one of the, I think it's the second most top eights. It's either the second or third most top eights out of all of the leader-based combinations. So this deck is doing really well. It is far more of a portion of the meta at this stage. I was just checking. It's 14% of the PQ wins. 6 PQ wins are this deck, and 8% of the PQ top 8s. So the deck's doing pretty well. And as a result, these players know that they were going to have to play this mirror. So they will have put a lot of time and energy into making sure that they understand the intricacies. And obviously, being that they were testing against one of the other best players in the world, they're going to be pretty good at the mirror. And I think, when you're in these situations when both players, they just know the matchup, right? They're not going to make mistakes. You're looking for every little edge you can possibly get. And I think it's really going to come down to can they force one or the other into making a decision or taking a line that is just unoptimal? Can they bait them? Can I make you think I have something? Can I play in a way? I think we're going to see mind games that play out over multiple turns rather than just actions during a single turn. That's what I'm quite excited to see, because these players are incredible and they know exactly what their opponent is thinking.
They absolutely do, and that's the thing. Philip's best testing partner, I'm willing to bet, is Mikolaj, and Mikolaj's best testing partner is Philippe. So when they're testing, they're probably testing against each other a lot of the time. So they know the matchups. I really, 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 and I don't think we'll get a clear answer on it, but we might have to pay a lot of attention. We might be able to see it. I want to know if they sideboard the same after game one. The decks are the same, the sideboards are the same. I want to see if they make the same decision. Because again, when you get to this level, and top level players know this, more casual players might not be as aware. When you're testing, these players will have had in-depth discussions. In this matchup, we bring this in from the sideboard. They will not just know how to play the Han 2 mirror match. They will know this is what comes out. This is what goes in. This is our optimal sideboard. In the same way that you know what you're looking for in your opening hand, and you have a lot of in-depth discussions about when you do and don't mulligan. These are not decisions you want to make when you're sat down at the table. These are things you want to know going in. This is what means mulligan. This is what gets sideboarded out and in this particular matchup. And it's just, this is as mirror a matchup as you can get. And you could argue the two best players in the world. Now, maybe Mikolaj doesn't have a big win yet. Maybe you don't put them up there. Maybe you kind of argue that because of the testing they've done and the combined results, I think you can make an argument they're the two best players in the world.
I think at minimum you have to say top five. I mean, there are some really incredible players all over the place, and
And I don't wish to
multiple
denigrate
people.
any
But no,
other
of course,
achievements. There are phenomenal
exactly.
players
No,
everywhere.
no, exactly. But at minimum, you have to say these are like no. If you play against either of these players in a tournament, you know it's going to be a tough match, and the players are setting up, they are shuffling there. But as they do, I think Ross, you raise an interesting point there, which is, are these players going to sideboard in the same way? And I think there are two things you think about, right? There's the sort of beginner level, which is, okay, I know this matchup, I know what's good here, and I actually know how my opponent plays, and so I actually know what is going to be weaker and what is going to be stronger. But the level that I suspect these both Philip and Nikolai will be thinking of is, well, they know what I'm going to side. Can I mind game my opponent here? And can I, for example, looking through the list, some cards that like might be less useful in a particular matchup. But to be honest, looking through the list, I'm struggling to find any that are super useless. Maybe, I don't know, like Luke Skywalker perhaps is a less useful card in this matchup, but maybe there are some lines that actually make it really, really powerful. And can I actually keep this card in my deck if my opponent is not necessarily expecting it, and go and therefore get some really good value that way? Another way would be thinking, okay, well, look, we know that General's Blade is insanely strong. We know opening with a turn one Republic or Jedi unit, slapping a General's Blade onto it is a really, really powerful way to begin the game. Therefore, the upgrade removal is going to be very, very powerful in this matchup. Is it worth me just getting rid of these upgrades, expecting my opponent to be prioritizing upgrade removal, and therefore making my deck more powerful relative to theirs? I think these are some of the mind games that both Philip and Nikolai will be thinking about.
And it looks like we are rolling here in top 8 of the Tilburg sector qualifier for Star Wars Unlimited. We've got the Galactic Champion, and we've got the teammate, the testing partner, who has had phenomenal finishes of their own, including a second place at the only regional championship in Europe this season. No first places for Mikolaj, and the question is, can they get on the way here? Can they win this game, go into top 4, and then go and finish it off? At this point, the only thing missing from the resume is that big win. But first, we need to decide, you've got your opening hand of 6. Number 1, are you going to mulligan, which apparently Mikolaj is? And number 2, what become your 4 cards in your opening hand, and what become your 2 cards that form the resources with which you will begin the game?
Exactly, and I think that was an interesting mulligan there. I only saw the first half of the hand, but it looks like we had a General's Blade, Amina Bonteri, and a Hotshot DL44 Blaster. These are 3 very powerful cards, but I'm willing to bet that you want to be starting Grogu in the mirror. I suspect that's a little bit of a mirror breaker if you start Grogu and your opponent doesn't. And
Yes.
Nikolai, seeing that Philip instantly kept the hand, is probably going, I think he's got Grogu. That's not going to be great for me.
Well, we mulligan. We got a new hand of 6. There's no second mulligan. This is the hand with which he is sat. I'm seeing a couple of Gunji. I am seeing a Wrecker. I'm not seeing a Grogu, though.
Yeah, looks like Gungi is probably going to be the best lead. The Cham is not going to be doing a huge amount in this matchup, although a 5-4 for 4 is obviously going to be very good, or even a 5-2 for 3. Remember, one of the, and yes,
There we go.
as
It
I
is
suspected, the
Grogu.
Grogu. And here comes the strongest Wookiee, the 2-5, but One of the strange things about this deck that makes it very hard to play against and hard to play with is you sort of have the choice over how much your units cost, and you have this, general ability to trade health for playing something a bit cheaper. And so your possibility space of what you could do on a given turn when you are playing this deck is incredibly wide, and that's what makes it so challenging to play when you are when you're playing against. It's very hard to think about all the different options, and obviously these players will know what some of the best ones are, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's what the opponent is going to do.
There we go. Well, we did see Grogu taking the damage off of itself, putting it onto Gungi there. We see Han using a leader skill, it looks like here, and we are playing down. It is the Poe Dameron jumping into the X-Wing for his opponent to play a Poe Dameron and jump straight into the X-Wing. So they're mirrored up there in space. Gungi is going to attack into the base. There is no point putting damage on Grogu just to have it thrown back at you. So 2 into the base here, and then we can head towards the resource phase.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Looking at this hand for Mikolai, he has a lot of options, right? We have, I think that's Karis. I believe that's Mina Bonter. Actually, I think that's one. So I'm not 100% sure what the second card from the right is, but then there's also Red
Is that
5
not
and it
Jar Jar?
tucks away at the back. It might be Jar Jar. It's one
No, Jar
attack.
Jar's not in
No,
the
no.
list. I'm lying to you.
Is it Mina Bonteri? I'm not sure. But anyway, and the final card in the back of the hand there is the Wrecker.
Oh, it's
So we know
Karis
that
Nemec.
Mikolai is going to be. Oh, okay, okay. Mikolai is setting up for this Wrecker, right? Like that's going to be what this game plan is centered around. How do I guide Philip in such a way that this Wrecker is going to get huge value? It is 3 turns away at this point, right? This turn, the next turn, and then finally the Wrecker comes down. So now we're going to be wondering, how do we navigate this? Now, one good thing is that at the moment, this Grogu is not turned on, right? There's no way for the Grogu to use its ability, and Philip has the initiative. So Nikolai can be pretty confident that I'm going to be able to have some knowledge and potentially get a different ECL in here that's quite good. But I think this is going to be a Poe. Poe is going
Here's
to
a
come down
Poe.
with 2 damage on it. Does Mikolai have an immediate answer? If not, this is going to be a really large tempo swing in favor of Philip.
Yeah, having the Grogu turn 1 when your opponent doesn't in this mirror match. What did I gave you my prediction. I said it was going to be Han 2, but I told you that Grogu was going to be the MVP of our top cut as we go through here. Already, that is what we are seeing. So there's 2 damage on the Poe. Either you take the Poe out now, or Grogu gets to throw it straight back at you.
Exactly, and I think that's going to show. I think what we're seeing here is sort of the matchup in exactly what you need to win. But before in Legends of the Force, this deck was a lot more aggressive. We were seeing cards like Bounty Hunter's Quarry, and it was really about overwhelming your opponent, getting as much advantage in as possible, and sort of that was it really. But now this deck is shifted a lot more into the mid range. It's a lot more about value, and dealing with what your opponent has on the board, and sort of like keeping tempo, I guess. Because one of the things with Bounty Hunter's Quarry is it would often be multiple turns ahead where you'd sort of get that value, and it was possible for your opponent to kind of play around it. Here, it's like we're really trying to minimize that counterplay.
We absolutely are. Well, right now, Philip's got a bit more damage on his base, but his board is looking a little bit better. There's no damage, and we got Poe and Grogu against Gungi down on the ground. So better board for Philip. Bit more damage on the base from Mikolaj here. We are now eyeing up some resources. We're turning one to the side. We are using Han, and
We are playing Karis to get that spy token
there
out.
we go. Yeah, so that was the little trick we've seen before where you basically use Han to play Karis with 2 damage, which immediately defeats Karis, but you make a ready spy token so you can then swing with the spy token immediately. So essentially you just discard Karis from your hand to get a spy token is essentially how it works out. But the spy token is active, and that's the key point as we get a second ship, and it does look like, is that red 5 we've got down there in space?
Yes, it is. Yeah. So the magic number here in Mikolai's head is 19. The reason is because the maximum overwhelm damage Mikolai will be able to do with Wrecker is 6. So 9 more damage. Mikolai is going to try and set up to deal 9 more damage this turn if possible. We're seeing the Poe swing come in. We're going to defeat an upgrade, and we're going to deal 2 damage, getting rid of this unit in space. We're very much in the damage race right now. I don't believe either player can engineer a lethal situation this turn, but it is also going to come down to who has the initiative going into the next phase. So these are the things that these players are thinking about. At the moment, Mikolai only has 7 damage on the board, but with a leader deploy, it'll be 10. So it does exist. But Mikolai will want to get it as fast as possible to have the initiative going into the next phase to then ECL this Wrecker in. However, Mikolai having a Poe here potentially changes things. This is what Mikolai will be agonizing over. Do I burn the ECL here? Am I throwing away the game? If I do so, can I afford to try and set up for this Wrecker?
Yeah, you're right. They are both very good options, but when you've only got one of them, it's nice and easy. When you've got all those options available, the problem is you can make the wrong one, and the wrong one loses you the game, and then you know you're playing against a player who's going to pounce on it. We are playing a bunch. We are playing Poe. We are ECLing it in. We're discarding 2 cards. We're getting rid of the Grogu. It was ECL, if I'm not mistaken, because it came in and ambushed right away. We'll need to get a token on there. But regardless, right now, it's come in. It's cleared the board. There will be no ECL Wrecker coming in. So a big swing turn, potentially. Have you done enough now to finish out the game, or are you going to be sitting there wishing you had a Wrecker next turn? We're not going to know for a few minutes whether that was the right decision.
Exactly. And now the magic number is actually a little bit lower. It's actually 17 for Mikolai because we can deal 8 damage from a Poe with a single discard. So 5 more damage onto the base for either of these players is going to be representing lethal in the first action of the next turn. If Philip has a Cassian in the row, this is 2 actions to get us to that magic number, whereas Mikolai is also going to be able to get to the magic number in 2 actions, and seeing as it's his action first, he does get there faster. So this is the question. Of course, the other magic number, if there's a hotshot DL44 blaster in the row for either player, is 15. So if there is a blaster in the row, Mikolai is already in lethal range and needs to take the initiative. And that is the awful situation he is in right now. Does Philip have the blaster? If he does, I can't do anything about it.
No, unfortunately not, because even if you claim there, you don't win the game before your opponent gets a turn. And like you say, you can just smuggle out the blaster onto Poe, swing, discard 1 card from hand, and that will be 10 in total. That will be lethal. So we've seen a swing from the red 5. And it looks like we are playing a Wrecker. We are coming in over the Poe, so Poe no longer representing a potential win condition next turn for Mikolaj. Wrecker and Poe together, very much enough for lethal next turn in 2 actions. Out comes Han from Mikolaj, putting Philip up to 20. Is there anything that can do?
It's blaster for game on both sides.
It literally is blaster for game.
Yeah, that's literally all it is, because blaster on the Han for Mikolai will get there. Blaster on the Poe for Philip will get there. So who has it? That is the question.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, has initiative been claimed by Philip here?
Yes, Philip has it.
So we have seen the claim. Players don't always move it until the very end of the turn. So sometimes it's hard to see. Have they claimed? Is it sitting there from last turn? So Philip's got initiative. If there's a blaster in the row, you pop it on Poe. You do 6, +2 for the blaster, +2 for the discard is 10. That will be game. That will be on the board. For Mikolaj, if he gets another action, you can swing with Han. It's only 3. You need 5. So again, bringing blaster, smuggling it out, allowing yourself to attack immediately will be the game. Now, we are swinging with something here from Philip. It is the Poe, discarding, but without a blaster.
Seems like Mikolaj, if you have the blaster, you win, but I don't think you have the blaster.
And if you don't, I can swing with something next turn. He's looking at his resource row. He's checking it, but he hasn't brought the blaster out. And you kind of think if he had the blaster, he probably would have just brought it out. The fact that he didn't, He is smiling. He's looked at his resources. He hasn't shown us the blaster. There is nothing on the board that can do 5 damage on its own without. You got 2 damage remaining on your base. Either Han or Wrecker will get over the board as soon as a turn goes to your opponent. You play
Sentinel
a Sentinel
overwhelms
Obi-Wan,
to get
but
the
Wrecker
game.
goes through with Overwhelm, and Philip will win game number 1. Our Galactic champion 1 game up in this top 8 against his teammate and fellow, quite possibly best player, at least top 5 in the world, Nikolaj Vendowski.
And I have to say, Mikolai brought that really, really close, considering the difference in power of their starts. We know that Grogu is the strongest possible start in this deck in the mirror. So, considering it was genuinely, if I have Blaster, I'm taking this, is really, really nice. Now, what I will be very interested to see is the sideboarding decisions from these players. It looks like there are two cards going in and out of the board potentially. For Philip, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, five cards coming out in and out of the board, and looking and trying to deduce that. I mean, I think modded cohort is a pretty solid choice here, giving yourself a 4 attack ambusher that can potentially come down on turn 3 to immediately remove your opponent's threats, particularly with how well it lines up with Poe coming in on the 4 resource turn ahead of Curve with 4 health is a really, really nice card. And then potentially we could see guerrilla attack pods coming in from the board. We could see the Green Squadron A-Wings coming in. We could see a Darksaber coming in. There's a couple of different options that are quite nice, I think, in this matchup. And it'll depend on, I think, which orientation these players are favoring. But I think as game 1 showed there, Ross, this is really a match that comes down to tempo and pushing damage onto the base and just forcing your opponent to have it. And really just like, that's when you transition. You have a couple turns where you kind of set up, there's a little bit of control, and then suddenly you turn the corner around that leader flip, around when that Poe could come down, and you are applying as much pressure as possible because, hey, 25 HP is not that much.
No, it's really not. We get there pretty quick in a lot of these matchups. Now, there is only 1 hotshot blaster in each player's list here, and there's none in the sideboard. I feel very confident if there was, that would be coming out. Unfortunately not. There's a couple Cassian in the deck which can come out and, start attacking immediately again with that smuggle. Guerrilla attack pod was never a big issue in the last game. There is a second one of those in the sideboard, but maybe if you think you can get close enough and use that, it gets played ready. It's got 4 power plus grit, so it's going to be a minimum 6 with Han. So maybe we bring in a second guerrilla attack pod, try and finish out the game a bit faster. But I think, we've kind of hinted at this already, but I think there are, there's a sideboard you do when you play a Han mirror. And I don't know if you can do that sideboard in this Han mirror, because if you do the normal sideboard, your opponent knows exactly what it is because you've had those discussions. So,
Exactly.
and I think you've put it quite nicely, Christian, with mind games here. I think I know what my opponent's going to do, and they know what I'm going to do. So I'm going to try and change up what I do. But then if they change up what they do and I change up what I do, does that just cancel each other? How do I get the advantage?
Exactly. I think really just open Grogu. I think that's going to be the biggest way we can help ourselves here if we are Mikolai or Philip. And the other thing I'll say that is just while we were talking about Guerrilla Attack Pod or Sabine's Fire Spray, as those of us who've played since the beginning of the game will know the card as, throwback to the old Spark of Rebellion matter, is if you ECL it in, you actually get to resolve that ambush attack before the when played to ready the card. So because it is, so what that does mean that you wouldn't be able to use the Han ability on it, but it comes in, you can deal up to 5 damage to it, depending on how you attack, and that would potentially make it 9 attack coming in sort of out of nowhere, which would mean that on that 6 resource turn, you could be looking at a lethal situation when you're at 16 damage if you're one of these players. So there's so much of the lethal calculation around that flip turn and the turn after, where you have to be thinking ahead and going, okay, well, I need to manage my unit's HP in this matchup to play around the overwhelm. And also to play around to make sure that I'm seeing the best things. And here we go. Mikolai has the Grogu.
And Philip has the Grogu. It's a Grogu off. And Well, I mean, what they're going to do? Just kind of keep throwing the 2 damage back and forth for the time being. Nah, let's wait till there's some more units down, see where we can put that damage more efficiently. But it does feel a little bit fairer here, both players having the Grogu there on turn 1.
Exactly, and this is going. Yeah, I mean they're basically canceling each other out. So now, what the next thing I think these players will be looking to do is, okay, how can I get rid of my opponent's Grogu while keeping mine around? Is there anything I can do? And 4 damage, it's not that much. Where we might see modded cohort coming in. If either of these players have modded cohort right now, is this what we see from Mikolai? Seems to be shotgunning it, and I wouldn't be shocked. No, it is just going to be the Poe. And I mean, both of these are incredible options, right? We have a 4/5 in space, or we get to delete our opponent's Grogu.
Both
I
good
think that's a modded
options. For a
cohort for
minute
Philip.
there, we had Han Solo riding a spy. I think probably slightly more effective in the seat of an X-Wing. So does Philip, therefore, have this modded cohort that you've suggested would be such a fun idea? Well, we got Sabine's masterpiece. I can see that there, and that is what is coming down. But right now, both Grogu just kind of sit there nicely. There was an opportunity. No, there wasn't. I'm lying to you. Ignore me. We got Grogu. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, and I think one of the annoying things about this Grogu is now the trades become very, very annoying. Mikolai would ordinarily be like, oh, great, I'm going to go ahead and attack with my X-Wing into your Sabine's Masterpiece, and then I keep my unit in space, and it's got 2 HP, and yes, your Grogu is going to go ahead and defeat it. That's not ideal. So suddenly things start getting really annoying. We do see a Blaster and a Dark Saber. So and like okay, we got a lot of scary cards in Mikolai's hand right now, and the fact that we're considering resourcing a Wrecker should tell you everything you need to know about just how good a lot of these upgrades are. It is interesting that Mikolai doesn't want to resource the Blaster. Philip also has a Blaster in his hand. I believe both these players only play 1 copy, and we'll double check. Yep, they both have the Blaster this game, so they're going to have to be aware of that. And Philip also has the attack pod in his hand. There's so many options here that will go quite some way in making each player's life quite difficult.
Yeah, that it will indeed. So, a lot of calculations going on. You're seeing both of these players thinking and counting out. We are looking at the highest level of play. We have resourced something. We are now heading off. Everything gets readied. Everything gets stood up. We've got resources, and then we can get ready to go. The initiative is with Mikolaj here. So he is going to have the first opportunity to do something, play a card, or swing with a card. And okay, so it looks like we are just using Grogu to move damage onto other Grogu. And this is kind of a fun little play because it means that your opponent has to then give it back, or you can trade your Grogu into theirs and then you get to keep. I didn't think it was going to work, but if nothing else, it at least makes your opponent give you a minute to think. And if they didn't do that, they lose their Grogu.
Yeah, and the players will be worried about some of the ways that they each have to immediately answer each other's Grogu if one of them does get greedy.
Well,
So
a blue
now
leader has
Nikolai,
come in and
yeah,
taken out Grogu. He gone.
exactly, exactly, and that's exactly what Mikolai would have been concerned about. So yes, okay, I do get to take out your Sabine's Masterpiece with my X-wing, but rats! Now I'm in this really tough situation. At this stage, the Grogu has not massively swung the game, so I don't think Mikolai is particularly behind or anything. Uh, but you imagine what we saw with Game One, where if this had happened, things start getting really, really challenging, and Mikolai's going to need some pretty nice stuff to handle this situation. Not really sure. I think the Constable actually is really good here because it will take out that. I think with the 1/1, it does take it out, right? Oh no, no, it's 1 off, 1 damage off.
One off,
Yeah, yeah.
unfortunately, brings it down to a 4 health with 3 damage on, so it survives for the time being. We do get Luke Skywalker coming down into the ground arena there just as a ground unit, which I'm not sure is the bestest play, but if it's the bestest one available for the time being, it's another ground unit, which is not too shabby at all. And frankly, when I'm watching Mikolaj's play, I'm like, you know what? If he's done that, I'm willing to bet it is the best play available at this particular moment. Thinking about something in the space arena now, deciding against it, thinking about it, deciding against it, thinking about it.
I think it's
I know we're actually
resourcing,
resourcing here.
Ross.
We're not space
Yeah, yeah.
arena.
But
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 what
but the
we are
reason,
doing,
but
this is a
sorry,
big
I
decision.
was. Yeah, no, yeah, well, exactly. I was going to say because um, Mikolai will be keenly aware that it's 5 resources, and if Philip has a Poe Dameron, this use of ECL is basically going to be the biggest blowout possible. So Mikolai is going to be very, very concerned about that possibility, and will be doing his best to play in a way to minimize its impact. Now, an Amidala in Nikolai's hand is very, very strong. That is a really powerful ECL target, particularly because it basically, it's like it has 2 shields, right?
Yes.
And so there's a huge amount that can be done there, but actually we are just going to see the Grogu get used first action to go ahead and clean up the space arena. So no ECL getting burned just yet. Still very, very powerful, but it does mean that Philip won't be able to fully board wipe with an ECL, and then we're going to go see the trade there. Back to Philip.
Constable.
Stalemate here, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Constable took out the blue leader. Now we get the leader being deployed by Philip coming in here, or not being deployed
Oh,
by
changed his
Philip,
mind.
sorry. We are instead paying free, and we are playing a space unit, which is going to come down, and that is going to immediately take out Luke. That is that new Heroic Arc 170 on play. If you control a damaged unit, and you do because it comes in damage because of Han's leader skill, deal 2 damage to enemy unit. That takes out Luke. Now we get the double deploy. Both players are deploying their harm, but Mikolaj deployed first, so it's going to be on him now, potentially getting the first swing, swinging into base. One little fact, first base damage of the game, and then Philip goes, you know what? It's a really good idea. I think I'll swing free to base with my Han as well.
Nikolai, I think, is just agonizing. Ugh, do I dark saber here? Do I try and build up this really,
Mikolaj,
really large Han leader?
he resourced the dark saber. He was
Oh, did he?
thinking
Oh,
about
okay, okay.
dark saber or charismatic, but it was the dark saber in the end that got resourced. It's a
Okay,
Queen
and we
Amidala
are.
coming down with 2 spy tokens. Remember how Amidala works? Anytime damage would be dealt, you can instead sacrifice a card or unit which shares a trait, and Spy has the official trait just like Amidala does. So that means, like you said very well, I think, 2 shields. You're going to get through both of them before you can deal damage. And this is not a deck which is going to play removal cards. So it is going to be damage you're going to have to use to get through to Amidala here.
Taking initiative here is a very tough decision for Mikolai, I think, because we do see there is that Karis in hand. I believe we could play it immediately, get the spy token. That's what's going to happen. We
Yep.
reveal the Wrecker, which we have kept, I believe, which will allow us to begin chipping away in this damage race and also showing Philip, hey, I got a lot of damage, so you be careful. Otherwise, things are going to start getting a little bit dicey. But resourcing away the Wrecker, successful bait potentially. We'll see if Philip expects and has to play around the Wrecker because there's a few things you need to be doing. Chief among which is trying to not have your Han be at 6 health.
Absolutely right. Well, 2 wreckers and a gorilla attack pod is a hand for Philip here. So I think we're going to be wrecking it pretty soon, because there's no point playing a gorilla attack pod when there isn't 15 damage on a base. That seems like a waste of time. Nikolaj, however, he's got the decision to be making right now, it seems. The
Yeah, I'm
question
just
is,
having. Oh, sorry. I was just having a look at the attack stats here because it looks like Philip might be able to engineer. I mean, we got 7, 8, 11 damage on the board for Philip. That would push Mikolai to 14. So very, very close to the attack pod potentially coming in for game. Just a little bit off there, unfortunately, for Philip. So ECLing in an attack pod is probably not something that is going to happen here. Looking at Mikolai's position, we're representing 12 damage. So this pushes Philip to 17, which is similarly 1 damage off of a, 2 damage off of a Wrecker ECL coming in and instantly winning the game. So both players, little bit off, will now be thinking, okay, how do I set up so I can take the initiative and immediately win on my next action? We've got 7 potential damage from this Queen Amidala on Mikolai's side, or 5 from the Han. And then if this Wrecker comes in, that will be up to 9. Now that's assuming the Wrecker is not immediately dealt with on its own as well.
of
So
course.
a few different breakpoints, and therefore Mikolai and Philip will sort of both be going, okay, well, how much damage can I realistically push here? The big difference between these boards, I would say, really, is the surprise damage potential is much greater on Mikolai's side, just because he has more units in the ground arena that can get a blaster put onto them, whereas Mikolai has more units in the space arena.
Yeah,
Sorry, Philip has
absolutely
more
right.
units in the space arena.
We have a Sabine's masterpiece. We did see the Queen Amidala there, just having a bit of a swing, putting the base up to 12, checking resources. Are you actually checking? Do you try to make your opponent think you got something in there that you don't? Of course, the resources, they are not secret to you. You can check them whenever you like. Sometimes you look, oh, I'm just checking something that you're not checking. You're trying to make your opponent think you've got something. There's those mind games we talked about. Right now, you just have to play with what you've got. We've still got 2 Wrecker and a Gorilla attack pod in hand for Philip. No resources used yet. And ECL not having been used by either player. So we can ambush in here if we want to. And that could get some good damage on the board, could get rid of a unit. Or do we want to save it for later in the game where we can win? Right now, the answer is we don't know. We're going to wait and see in a minute. Certainly, Mikolaj went a bit earlier last game and it went against him in the end, but that was because he didn't have the blaster. Both players have
Philip
at
is
least seen it.
Sorry. Yeah, Philip is he's gonna be keenly aware of this Wrecker, and I think he'll be thinking, do I want to ping this damage actually onto the Queen Amidala? That will get rid of this spy token, which will mean if I ECL in something of my own, I will actually be able to get rid of this Amidala. Potentially, depending on what Mikolai plays, also be able to get rid of whatever Mikolai ECL's in. And it looks like that is what happened. So Philip is thinking about, okay, because this Wrecker does set up for a lethal situation, he needs to be able to answer the Wrecker and the Amidala, because otherwise, a blaster on the Amidala will seal the game. And here we do see the ECL.
Okay, so ECL Wrecker is coming in. We are defeating the Dark Saber. That does 5 damage. That means that the Han leader has gone away. We are then overwhelming with an ambush, getting a lot of damage down onto the board. We're not there yet. We're at 21. We see ECL Wrecker on the other side from Philip here. Again, we are going to defeat a resource. We are going to take out somebody. It is, of course, going to be the Wrecker on the other side of the board. And then we're going to overwhelm over the Queen Amidala. Maximum damage there, because there was only 1 HP remaining. And that means that we get up to 16 for Mikolaj. Neither plan there is a Hotshot Blaster, though, which is going to give Mikolaj game 2 there. The Hotshot Blaster onto the hand, be getting enough damage, going up to 25. And that means, and I kind of think it had to go this way, didn't it, Krish? We're going to a game 3.
100% and exactly there. Both players knowing, okay, well, if you got the blaster, you got the blaster. That's really what seals the deal here. And Philip did everything he could to make sure that the only unit that was left on that board was one that required the blaster. Of course, Mikolai, being the respectful chap that he is, was like, don't worry, let's not waste our time with these draws. Here you go, I have the blaster. Let's just go next. And that's really, really good. Going to game 3, as you said, we've kind of seen what both players have done. We've seen a little bit of the sideboarding from Mikolai's side, actually. We know that he brought in a Darksaber, but we actually don't know what Philip has brought in. I don't think we've seen anything. And we only really know one card that Mikolai's brought in. I think it looked like both players had sideboarded up to 5 cards there. So definitely some options and things that we can see. The other thing we'll be interesting to, well, I'll be interested anyway to see is, will Philip open Grogu for the 3rd game in a row, or will Mikolai be the one who high rolls and only gets Grogu, or will neither player have Grogu, and then we are suddenly in a much more interesting and potentially fairer, quote unquote, as fair as you can be when you're playing Han 2 game.
Whoa, the more interesting world is the one without Grogu. Why would you say such horrible things? He's not nothing to you. No, you're absolutely right. And we did see in game 1 where, one player had Grogu and the other didn't. That really was a bit of a swing. If you're Mikolaj here, you got to be feeling pretty good. Game 1 didn't go your way, but it really could have gone your way with a little bit different. You didn't start the Grogu. Game 2 did go your way, and you were a little bit ahead in game 2. That was nice. But then even Philip can be like, well, game one, neither of us had the blaster, but I had Grogu early, so yay. And game two, my opponent had the blaster, so I lost. And it's, there is an argument of both these games have been so close that we're just kind of back to a one-game series here. And it's not that either player has been blown out or anything like that. It's just mirror match doing mirror match things. We see an immediate
That
mulligan from
got to be the
Philip.
most. Oh man, Mikolai is. This is tough. This is really tough. Now, as Mikolai, you see Philip put that hand back immediately, and you get a lot more tempted to keep this hand because this is Obi-Wan into General's Blade, which
Yeah, it
is
is.
one of, if not the strongest possible starts. Now, what Mikolai will be thinking of is, okay, well, let's say he has modded cohort. That's 4 damage plus 2 damage from the Grogu. That's 6 damage onto my Obi-Wan, which will be a 6/6 because of the 2 damage. Darn, that gets rid of it. Is it worth the risk? What if Philip has that exact combination of cards? But if he doesn't, oh man, suddenly Philip is in for a absolute world of hurt. And
And
I
the odds aren't
think,
great because he did
yeah,
the mulligan. And actually, look, we got Karis Nemec. Now we have brought in modded cohort from the sideboard. There we see that we've got, I believe, a red 5 Queen Amidala modded cohort and Karis Nemec. I believe is the hand for Philip here, which I mean, it's not the world's greatest start.
I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I will say though, the really fun thing about this hand is it punishes the quote unquote best open for Mikolai, which is the Grogu, and he looks like Mikolai. He's going to watch this game back and he's going to go, if I had kept that hand, this would have been unbelievable because Philip's hand lines up
Oh,
so
he
well
is
into me
mulliganing.
opening up a Grogu. Oh, this is going to be so interesting. What does Mikolai get here? If it's Grogu, there is going to be a blowout and a half.
Yeah, this is oh, it's such an awkward situation because you're right. You sit there and there is an argument that even though you don't have Grogu, because you've got the Obi-Wan and the General's Blade, and it is a Jedi, it works so well. It goes so beautifully. But there is a better hand out there. Philip's hand is not looking that great. And in hindsight, it's going to be a case of, oh, I could have just gone Obi-Wan first phase or first term, General's Blade second term. And unless Philip top decked hard out of it, you could have built yourself up a little bit of a lead. Have you been punished for it? I mean,
Oh
there's
no.
no Grogu and there's nothing as good as an Obi-Wan General's Blade. So go back in time, Mikolaj. Don't mulligan. That's my
Yeah, this is
advice.
this has got to be the most instant regret I think we will see, at least hopefully, all day today. And of course, that is the danger when you mulligan a playable hand. Looking for a particular answer, you might get something really, really not ideal because Mikolai's turn 1 play options here are very much below the curve. And now seeing a Karis, Mikolai's going to be sitting there going, "Oh man, oh man, oh man." I think that's what that little smirk was.
Is the entire tournament going to come down to that decision for Mikolaj to mulligan? We'll have to wait and see. We are playing a red 5 coming down. Does deal 2 damage to a damage unit when you attack, which against Han can be fun when they're cheating out units a little bit cheaper with damage on. So there's an argument there's going to be a good card, but it's no Obi-Wan General's Blade. It's no Grogu here. So we unfortunately have to carry on with where we are.
One of the Although I will say one of the good side effects here is Mikolai is looking like he's basically just going to pivot to space. I mean, you probably play the Poe here because a 4/5 for 3 in space is kind of good. And Philip's hand is just very ground oriented. We have the modded cohort set up, and Mikolai's actually potentially going to be very happy with that situation. And he's always, yes, very nicely there. He's going to actually slap the Poe onto the red 5, which makes a lot of sense. We're going to be able to slam in with extra damage on this turn. We're going to also make our red 5 far more resilient to getting removed. So yeah, makes total sense. Then this will be a 5/5, I believe, with the damage on it.
Absolutely. A lot of people think of Poe as creating an X-Wing and jumping into it, and a lot of the time that happens, but Poe can jump into any friendly vehicle with no pilot after creating that X-Wing. Now, here we do see a
Oh,
red 5 coming down, and that is going to take out the X-Wing token, but at least You haven't quite taken out the red 5 with Poe. You go after the red 5 of your own. Well, you go after the base, but then the damage from the skill takes out the red 5. And if nothing else, at least you've got a nice space unit, which might not last very long, but for now,
I
it's putting in a shift.
Based on the way that Philip is talking and the fact he had to do that, I actually think that this decision, not only, well, the decision that wasn't really in Mikolai's control to go to space, which, I guess there was sure, but the decision to put the Poe onto this red 5 has been incredibly profitable. And it seems like Philip is going to struggle to answer it, at least for this turn, which means that Mikolai's going to be able to just slam 10 damage into the base, and we're going to slam down the Amidala. We are representing a huge, huge, huge amount of damage. Philip has an Amidala of his own, sure, that's all well and good, but I'm going to be able to attack, deal damage to Amidala, get rid of one of your tokens. I'm winning the token war now. I'm winning the damage race. Mikolai is coming out really, really far ahead right now. Now, what Philip is going to want to do, have initiative, ECL and a Poe. That will allow a little bit of stabilization. You'll be able to defeat the Poe upgrade, which will defeat the red 5. You can deal 2 damage to a spy token, and you can ECL into a spy token. That cleans up the board very, very nicely and allows you to have a bit of a chance. Unfortunately for Philip, he doesn't have ECL. And so this potential playline that would allow you to stabilize is not there. And that is what is going to prove to be such a challenge for Philip. And he's going to be really concerned about Mikolai doing the same thing to him.
Well, we see a swing with a spy token there, just getting 2 damage onto Mikolai's base. And you're absolutely right. It was not the preferred plan. The regret after the mulligan was obvious on the face, but actually, that red 5 with Poe leader is really starting to put a lot of damage into that base. We see a swing from Amidala. Both players are around about halfway-ish right now. We check resources for Mikolaj. We then check our hand. We swing with Amidala. That is a really quite impressive 5 damage. If anyone's counting, that presents lethal with either Amidala or the what do we call it? The X-Wing next turn. But also, stop me if you've heard this before, Blaster.
Yeah,
we're actually
Blaster,
there.
but also just this turn. Han does it on his own.
Han Leader will come and do it. We're up to 24. Han Leader is not going to put Mikolaj there. And here we go.
And he has the
We are getting Poe in, and there we go. We discard, we do damage to the base. We get to 25, and after losing game 1, Mikolaj comes back to win 2 games to 1 for the second big tournament in a row in Europe. Mikolaj is taking out Philip Skudlarek in top cut and moving on to at least the top 4, but is going to be looking to go one step further than the second place finish we saw in Munich. And right now, Philip Skudlarek might be our reigning galactic champion, but we saw it at the regionals in Bilbao, and we've seen it here. Mikolaj is absolutely coming for that title of best player in Poland, best player in Europe, best player in the world.
Absolutely crazy set there, and just showing how good both of these players are, like really understanding what they had to do to potentially find those lethal situations. It's always so incredible to watch these two players play. And as you said there, Mikolai is really coming for that title. I'm sure he's had enough gentle ribbing over the last few months since the last Galactic Championship about, Philip being the best on the team. And maybe he's taken it a bit personally. He's like, you know what? I'm not having any of this. I had forced draws one too many times last season to bubble me out of Top Cut, and I'm not having it anymore. And that's what we're basically seeing here. And it's just so exciting. I always really enjoy watching these players play, and I think it's also so funny that they have played the identical match against each other in back-to-back streams that we have cast together. It's really fun. I wonder if there will be a third.
Honestly, yeah. The chance of these players meeting together in Top Cut is always high, because the chances of these players making Top Cut is always high. I know we're cutting to a top 8 out of 500 players, admittedly, but the reality is these are 2 of the absolute top players, which means that they are probably going to be in or very near to Top Cut every single time. Now, they didn't play each other in Top Cut in Munich, which, to be fair, was between Bilbao and now, so yeah, fine. But At the regional in Bilbao and here, they played in Top Cut, and Mikolaj took both of them. And here's the thing. When you see your teammate win the Galactic Championships, your first reaction is, yeah, my boy won Galactics. And then you kind of rest on that for a little while. You celebrate. Everybody goes out and has some fun. You're in Las Vegas. I hear that's a town where fun can be had. And then you come home, and then you start testing for the next, series of tournaments, the next season, and you realize, hang on a second, we've got like concrete proof that I'm not the best player on the team. And I think I am the best player on the team. But there's proof that I'm not the best player on the team, and that makes you kind of want to go and have a season like Mikolaj is having. Second place in Bilbao at the regional was great, but maybe you win a sector. You combine that with second place at the regional. I mean, imagine if we're in the final of 2 of the 3 tournaments we've had in Europe so far. That's going to say quite a bit about you.
100%. I think this is the season where Mikolaj wants that run back, as you said. And I think they would not be good friends to one another if they weren't at every opportunity that Mikolaj does better. Oh, I thought you were the Galactic Champion, Philip. What happened? What happened? Whereas obviously, and every other time, when Philip does better, see, that's why I'm the Galactic Champion. That's why I've got the trophy on my wall, and you won in Top Cut. It's always, and that's what makes the game so fun. You got to have that fun between teammates, that fun between friends, and I mean also when the gameplay is just so good. That's what really just adds the cherry on top. I think we actually have a couple of match updates, or maybe just the one.
I have one
So
for
it
you.
looks, yeah, it looks like. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I
No.
want to say it. I'm going to say it. Mike Knack with Yoda Data Vault has defeated Daniel Jackson's Han Solo ECL. That was the first result to come down. So we've actually decided half of each of the bracket, half of each side of the bracket. There we go. We've got Yoda against either Yoda or Sabine in Top Cut next round, and then we've got Mikolaj's Han Solo against either Patrick's Kylo or Victor's Palpatine. Those last 2 games still waiting. I'll be honest with you, I feel like Kylo and Palpatine, they might be the last game to finish.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, and I think what will also be funny is both of the Kylo and the Palpatine player will probably be cursing this bracket because they would really want to be up against a Yoda Data Vault in the next round. That is probably a matchup that they're feeling quite confident in as the real top end of the control decks that we are seeing there. And I think as we were looking through the Kylo list while that was on stream a few rounds ago, I noticed a couple of interesting things like the bounty hunters, but the bounty hunters that get back events from the discards, bounty's crew. That's the word. I kept thinking quarry, and I was like, that's absolutely not what the name is. Bounty hunter crew. So you can loop that restock, and that's an option that not every single one of these control decks has. Whereas if you look at the Palpatine list, I don't actually see that. So that's potentially if we come into this sort of mill situation, which does tend to happen in these longer control games. That is where we might see an edge for Kylo. I'm obviously also a bit biased because I love Kylo. That being said, Palpatine can also get very, very far ahead when you're stealing your opponent's units, and you can just take, oh, nice capital ship, I'll have that actually. Things can definitely go the total other way. So I have absolutely no idea which way that matchup is going to go. And then our final game that has yet to be reported is Table 3, which is Geese on Yoda, who I believe was on stream earlier today, against Fabiano, who was also on stream earlier today. And actually, it was that exact matchup that was on stream earlier today. So this is an absolute nightmare. I will tell you, not as someone who has been in this situation, whenever you beat someone in Swiss, you can rest assured that cosmically they will beat you when you're in the top cut against them, 100% of the time. So Fabiano is probably going to be sitting there going, oh yeah, this is the run back. This is what I wanted to see. I think it's going to be a really exciting top 4, no matter what wins, honestly. Although obviously, I would like Kylo to go all the way.
I mean, it's going to be interesting. Let's say Fabiano kind of gets revenge, takes Sabine into top 4. Well, your prize for beating Yoda is going to be a game against Yoda. But then again, maybe if you beat Yoda, you don't mind playing it again in top 4. Otherwise, we have a Yoda mirror match. Either way, it is very likely that will be the side of the bracket we'll be looking at. Regardless, over on the other side, Kylo against Palpatine. That is, and it's going to be kind of interesting. Let's say Sabine wins, then one side of the bracket is going to be a slower deck against Han 2, and the other side of the bracket is going to be a slower deck or a Yoda deck against Sabine. And then we've got these really slow deck versus fast deck. Worth noting, we're down to our last Han Solo. Philip got defeated, obviously, in the mirror match. Daniel Jackson got defeated by Mike Nack's Yoda. So we came into Top Cut with free Han 2. If Han 2 is going to win this event, it has to be Mikolai here. It's the only Han 2 remaining. Or is it just going to be Yoda? And then we can, I don't know, we can do some Yoda voices or something at the end of the stream if we're feeling in the mood.
I think that's a fantastic idea. But yeah, I think showcasing there the just because I mean we were looking through the statistics earlier, and I can just tell you some of the interesting things about the tournament in terms of the leaders played. Obviously, that Han with ECL was by a pretty significant margin the most played deck, followed by Yoda, and then there was a pretty significant gap between them and Yoda and Piet. But actually, if we were to look at the top half, so how players have done, this is the best 50% of performing leaders, almost well, I believe that's almost 70%, between 60 and 70% of the Hans are in the top half of the players. So this deck has performed extremely well when you look at the top half. The Yodas pretty much drop by about half. Every deck pretty much drops by about half. Looking at this chart, but the Hans do very, very well. And we look at the top 8, and obviously Han is super overperforming. Look at the top 16. Han is slightly more in range, but look at the top 64. Han is again just performing at this incredibly high level. So what we see is the deck performs incredibly well in the Swiss rounds. It's not a guarantee you're going to win the tournament, not at all. But it is such a powerful deck, and it rewards skilled play so effectively that if you are good and you are playing this deck, the odds are you are just going to be placing in those upper parts of the tournament. It's definitely a deck I look to and I go, maybe this is the number one meta threat, more so than Yoda, which has been the big story of the set so far, following Anakin Data Vault, as really is sort of epitomizing this command heroism rise that we've seen in Secrets of Power. But maybe really, as a shock to no one of the leaders from Shadows of the Galaxy that has been good since it came out might be the best way for us to play this particular aspect combination. I believe we may have a little bit of freeze there, so I'm going to keep talking, and I will continue to talk about some statistics. Ignore that little awkward pause for just a moment there. I'll tell you a couple of other things that I think are quite interesting. Yeah, actually, you know what? Instead of that, we are very, very close to a top 4, and I am sure that you are all tremendously excited to get into it. I am, and I'm really excited to tell you all about more of the statistics from this particular tournament, and also, of course, more of the top 8 results. But I'd really like to do that with Ross by my side. So what I'm going to say is, please do not go too far. We're going to be back very, very soon with the top 4 of the sector qualifier in Tilburg. It's so close to the grand finals. We are so close to seeing who takes home that crown, potentially who's going to be number 1 on that leaderboard, and definitely who's going to be walking into the Galactic Championship with a big old target on their back as one of the best players in the world. So do not go too far. We will see you very, very soon.
We started with around 500 players yesterday morning. We're down to our final 4 here in Tilburg in the Netherlands at the Star Wars Sector Qualifier with myself, Ross, and the lovely Krishiv Desai. How you doing? We're getting into top 4. Things are heating up.
I am having a absolutely wonderful day here with you, Ross. Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction as always. And these phenomenal players as every single time I am lucky enough to get to do one of these planetary qualifiers, sector, regional, whatever it may be, I sit here and I go, man, I just want to play some Star Wars right now. I want nothing more than to just sit down and play some games. And of course, it warms the cockles of my soul to know that there's a Kylo in the top 4, as he is my boy. I love him so much. But I don't want to spoil the rest of the top 4, Ross. I think you're going to give us a little bit of a run through there. But needless to say, very excited to see how this goes.
Yeah, we have a Yoda mirror match that we are going to be following here in this top 4. On the other side of the bracket, we've got a Kylo Ren against the Han 2 that we saw in the previous round. And I must apologize, of course, as we were finishing up the last game, I disappeared. My power randomly went off, which is probably related to the storm, which is the reason I'm not in the Netherlands. Just to be clear, all 3 of us casters, yourself, Chris, me, and Ben, we were all supposed to be in the Netherlands. One of us actually made it. And the person running the stream, Carl, is sick in his hotel room right now, which is why we're casting, and we got Ben on the 1s and 2s behind. So I'm not saying that this tournament is cursed from a stream standpoint, but I am saying we've had a lot of difficulties to navigate, but my power is back on and I am ready to see some Yoda. Now, this is not like in the last round where we had a full-on 60-card mirror, including sideboard. These are same leader, same base, lots and lots and lots of similarities, lots of similar decks, but you can see there we're playing with open deck lists. This is both the players right now having an opportunity to look at each other's deck lists and try and figure out what's different. They are very similar. They are not the same. While they have a look at the deck list, Christian, let me ask you, is there anything you're seeing here that would stand out between these 2 decks that makes you go, that could make a difference?
Well, I would say a couple of things. Firstly, just wanted to say, between your travel disruptions and my bag theft and with my passport and my decks, I'm very worried about Ben getting home. So I think, everyone in the chat, please wish Ben the best of luck, because I'm concerned. I'm concerned for my boy. So,
Look after
we wish him the
Ben.
best. He's angrily yelling in my ear right now. But getting much more relevant discussion here on the game. What I will say is, outside of the showcase Yoda, which absolutely tremendous, I love to see it. The difference is between the decks. There are a few quite key ones. So I would say the first thing is one of these players is playing Gonk Droid, and for
Exactly
some
what
reason,
I saw. Sorry.
Exactly. The Gonk Droid, I think, is just a really, really big one, because playing your units ahead of curve is a really, really big swing, right? Like, this will allow you to get very far ahead, and this is something that sorry, I'm mispronouncing the name, will be looking to take full advantage of. And the other thing I'll say is Mike has some regional governors in there. Those are going to be very interesting, but I don't want to yap too much on the things we might see when we are going to get into the things that we are seeing.
Absolutely. We will talk more about the differences between the decks as we go. I rather suspect this is not a matchup that is going to be done in 5 minutes. We're going to have time to chat about these decks. I'm a little bit excited. We got differences in the matchup. There is room for skill expression in this Yoda mirror here. We have absolutely got an opportunity for players to outplay their opponent and earn their place in the final. And we will, of course, be keeping an eye on the other game. When we know, we'll tell you. Well, I'll tell you what. One thing I'll tell you right now. Regional Governor has already hit the board as a turn 1 play opposite Mina Bonteri.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I was gonna say I'm having it yelled in my ear. I'm sure that's Resupply that was named and confirmed. Yes, it was Resupply, the most threatening card that could have been played immediately on curve here. This matchup, ooh, that is a Resupply coming down from Mike. Ugh, that is huge, absolutely huge.
It's kind of mean. Turning off your opponent's resupply with Regional Governor lets you pick a card your opponent isn't allowed to play. And then immediately playing your own, like, hey, that card I wouldn't let you play. Ka-chow. There is a Sentinel Obi-Wan over on Geese's side of the board here. We are not doing a good job of pronouncing his name. I apologize for that in advance. If you watch this back, please know that I promise you we are trying our best. We are just not very good at this. Star Wars,
Mike has
yes.
got a crazy
European name
hand right now.
pronunciation, no. We get to the regroup phase. We're up to 5 resources for Mike, 4 resources for Heist, I believe, is the closest I can get. And yeah.
This is I'll say what's really really scary about Mike's hand is the Yoda mirror match is it's all about value, right? Like that's fundamentally, to cut out everything else, describe the matchup in one word: value. These are mid-range control decks. We're looking to outvalue our opponent. Mike throwing down the second resupply in a row here
That's
is we're now
so
2 resources
mean.
ahead. There is a spark of hope in Mike's hand, which I promise you in just a mere moment is going to get played. And suddenly, Mike is going to be not 1, not 2, 3 resources ahead, which is absolutely insane. You want to talk about value? Hey, all of those really big top end cards that both players' decks are full of, those give you quite a lot of value, and Mike's going to be playing them a lot faster than Heist's.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. 3 resources ahead. And yeah, there we go. Spark of hope. Absolutely just telegraph from a mile away here. Because that's the thing. Yoda is not a deck that really cares about the early game very much. It wants to run through the early game to get to those big things in the mid game. That's where we are. We see Yoda being deployed there, using that leader skill. We knew that it was going to be blue leader coming off the top. That is enough to get rid of that Sentinel Obi-Wan. And just to be clear, I know Mike has deployed Yoda. Heist is not there yet.
Yeah, although a resupply of his own is getting him a little bit closer, still 2 turns away, now 1 as we move into the regroup phase here. But, 8 resources, it's just a laundry list of cards that are suddenly live, right? We've got the Luke Skywalkers, we've got the home ones, we've got the Keller and Becks. We're 1 turn away from the Bo-Katans being live. We've got resupply carrier. We have the full combination of all of the things that can be cheated out. There's so much that could come down.
It's just, yeah, like you say, 3 extra resources this early in the game. I don't think I've ever seen that, and I've commentated a lot of Star Wars at this point. I'm not sure I've ever seen someone pull that off on stream before. We do see the Yoda taking a swing there from Mike into Heist's board, or into the base, sorry, and then we see some resources are getting passed out to the side. He's having a little bit of a think.
This is
Where are we?
I'm just every time I see Mike's hand, I just get more and more incredulous. We're seeing the Kelleran coming down. Sure.
Ooh.
There's also a clone in his hand. So next turn, he's just going to clone the Kelleran, and he's going to grab another really big thing. And suddenly, Heist is staring down this completely ridiculous board because Mike is 3 turns now 2 ahead of him. Kelleran, it's absolutely crazy. This is one of the most incredible starts I could ever have wished for if I was Mike. And I'm going to, of course, grab a Typho, which is one of the new best cards from Secrets of Power as well.
Oh, now here is an interesting one. So we do see some removal coming down there. I believe that was a Vanquish taking out the Kelleran back. Now, the thing is, when Clone comes down, it has to copy a non-leader, non-vehicle unit in play. So actually, that means a Clone can no longer clone that Kelleran back.
Exactly, which I think Heist probably wasn't necessarily playing with that in mind.
No,
he may well have
been,
been,
nice
but it's a very nice side effect of getting rid of the 7/7 that my opponent has just played. And yeah, but even still, right now, there's also this aspect of the damage race, which Mike is very much winning. He has a Yoda on board, he has Restore 2. We're finally on the deploy turn for Heist, and we know there is a Luke Skywalker in his hands, so this is going to be a very powerful turn. And so I think it's really just going to come down to there's multiple Lukes I'm seeing sitting in Heist's hand, but it's going to come down to fundamentally, is Mike going to continue to just draw absolute gas? Or is there going to be something that allows Heist to just weather this period and suddenly flip the game back in his favor?
Well, right now, it's really interesting. We're on the 9 resource turn. I don't think we've seen a Bo-Katan actually hit the board on stream yet this weekend, but it is one of the big fancy new cards from Secrets of Power. We could be about at the stage where Bo-Katan craze actually comes down. Not saying it's the best play. I know there's, like you say, there's a lot of good stuff to which Mike has access. I would kind of like to see Bo-Katan and then a clone for a second Bo-Katan. That would make me happy, all right?
I agree with you, Ross. I mean, this is a unique situation because of the way things have shaped up and because of the matchup this is, where we will get to see the absolute greediest possible things occur. Now, stacking the Bo-Katan on the top there, we're about to see You're My Only Hope come down. I can feel it. Bo-Katan coming down for, I believe that is just 7 or 8, yeah, 7 resources, exactly 7. Thanks to the discount of 2 is going to be absolutely massive for putting Heist back in this game.
Now, Mike can use Clone to actually copy his opponent's Bo-Katan for a little bit cheaper. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with cloning Bo-Katan. That's apparently where we are. Right now, we're not there. We are going for Kelleran Beck, who is going to come down, search the top 7 cards, find something to play a little bit cheaper, and a decision has been made. And it is going to be a Queen Amidala, yes, coming down with those 2 spy tokens.
Wow, wow, wow. I mean, this is really, really scary. Heist can deploy this Yoda here. It'll definitely get rid of a spy token, and if he's lucky, it might get rid of something bigger. That looks like that is what we're going to see here. This is a blind rip off the top. Unfortunately, a blue leader is only going to be able to take out the spy token. Not quite what Heist would have been looking for, and this does mean that Mike will take the initiative. And Ross, I think your prediction of Clone coming down on the Bo-Katan is possibly one of the most insanely powerful things Mike can do. And I will not be shocked to see that happen.
I'd love to see it. I mean, Bo-Katan is an absurdly good card. That's why it's a 9 cost, one of the most expensive cards we see. Getting it for a 7 cost on clone would be absolutely wonderful. Again, you talk about value and getting these cards in. That would be a very good value play when you consider that you've already ramped 3 resources to then get a 9 cost for a 7. You could argue it's basically a 4 cost, and that would be just like that's value you can't replicate in many decks.
Oh, 100%. But I will say there's a lot of options here, right? We can attack into the base, which is quite tempting with something like Kelleran, or we are just going to go ahead and fell the dragon, this Bo-Katan. I understand why, because you do the maths and you go, okay, but he's still going to keep his units around, and yes, I'm going to be able to throw some damage in, but there's still some potentially good trades here, and a Luke is going to be very effective at potentially flipping this around. So there's a few things that Mike is going to be really concerned about, and ultimately that Bo-Katan is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and harder for you to handle. I think right now, Heist is probably thinking about just luking this Amidala. Wow, it's like I'm psychic.
Luke has, in fact, luked the Amidala, and now Kelleran Beck is just going to Keller in the base, and that means that the base is actually sitting there on 19 right now, and we're going to see Yoda swinging into Yoda. That's Yoda on Yoda crime right here. And then Yoda is going to swing over on Mike's side, and that is going to go into the base, putting the base up to 21, it looks like. So
Double fell is crazy to rip off the top of the deck.
oh,
Absolutely insane from Mike.
and that's the thing, you've kept your Kelleran back while getting rid of your opponent's Bo-Katan and Luke Skywalker. That seems like a pretty good trade to me. When you're sitting there keeping your big unit, your opponent was there going like, I got 2 big units, you only got 1. Nah, mate, that is not the way it is all shaken out. There are those 2 experience tokens on the Yoda, which are lovely. But outside of that, Heist's board is not looking particularly good.
Yeah, and he's also facing down lethal on board right now without some sort of out here. This
Correct.
Bo-Katan is the most filthy top deck again. Just
Ooh.
immediately get rid of everything, protect my board, buff with experience tokens. Wow! Mike is just seeing everything to keep the pressure up right now. And Heist is probably there like, I need 1 turn, man. I need 1 turn where you just don't have perfect outs to everything I do. Let me get back into this. But Mike will refuse to take his foot off the gas.
It's top 4. I would be refusing too, quite frankly. If you want to beat me, you better draw some better cards. You better beat me. And here we go. I say, no, you know what? You are too far ahead. You got 21 damage on my base. Lethal on board. I haven't even touched your base yet. I think maybe let's go to game 2, where things might be a little bit less oppressive. And of course, it's sideboarding time.
Yes, absolutely. And I will say that was possibly the fastest mid-range control mirror match game I have seen in quite some time, which is always quite refreshing. Not saying they'll all be that fast, but yeah, really, really fun game to watch. Just when one of you just sees everything, that much ramp. And I think that is why we see Yoda has emerged as sort of the best version of this heroism command style of deck. It is able to just go so far and above what any of these other decks in the format are really able to do. You have so much redundancy in the ramp because you have your resupplies, you also have your Spark of Hopes, and you have a resupply carrier. We haven't seen that just yet, and previously this was a card that was only seen in the Piet decks, but here it is in being played for 6 because, hey, extra resources, kind of good when everything I'm trying to do is just playing loads and loads of big boys. Ross, looking at these both players' sideboards, what do you think they are looking to put in?
Okay, I'm seeing something hilarious here. All right. If I am Heist here, I just saw my opponent go crazy turbo ramp. And I've got a
Mm-hmm.
timely reinforcements in my sideboard, which says for every 2 resources they control, create an X-Wing token, give it Sentinel this phase. Sentinel is going to be irrelevant. We're not really playing in space that much here. But the idea of getting potentially 5 or 6 X-Wings at some point, being able to throw a whole bunch of damage and rule the space arena, I like a lot. There is a third Keller and Beck in there again for Heist, which I think is something that I would like. There's 2 more Fell the Dragon, which you've got to think Fell the Dragon when you're against these decks playing things like Luke
Mm-hmm.
Skywalker and Bo-Katan. That's the kind of thing I'm looking at. More Kelleran, more Fell the Dragon. And then over on the other side, there's a Kelleran, there's an Amidala, there's a Bright Hope, there's a Captain Typho. These are cards that can help.
Absolutely, and don't forget, of course, the home ones, one of the most valuable possible cards that you can
Yes.
get in this matchup. Until you've seen, like, one of the things I would love to see in this game, or if there is a game 3 in that game 3, is one of these players playing home one, going into their discard, grabbing Keller and Beck. From Keller and Beck, they go into the top cards of their deck, and they pull out, I don't know, a clone, and then they clone the home one and they get back something. I just want to see something like these. This is like the only scenario where we are realistically going to see some value plays on that level. I mean, you talk about value, hey, like 25 cards for one, like going from nothing on board to lethal on board, that's pretty good.
I
So
would
I
enjoy
think like
this.
that would be really exciting to see. In terms of how I think these players are sort of matched up into each other with their lists, what I will say is that uh, packing entrenched in his main board, Mike is I think, and that combined with the perilous positions, he has some very effective ways to just gum up the board and slow things down, which is going to be really valuable if he tries to dodge to a different arena. If one of the players decides, and particularly with home one, right? Like this is the big space unit that these units are playing, and it's going to be quite hard to interact with, and also a resupply carrier. You might want to just say, I don't really want to remove that right now. Just sit down, wait, okay? Give me like 6 turns, and I'll come back to you. So I'm going to entrench you, and maybe we can talk later. That's going to be quite a valuable tool. And similarly with Perilous Position, particularly if you do that on the Yoda leader, it's kind of like it slows your opponent down, it slows their tempo down, and it also gives you that additional ability to remove their units because it gives them -2, -2. And of course, the regional governor stopping that resupply, which we saw that Heist had on curve. I mean, that genuinely, between that and Mike's incredible knack, to pun terribly intended,
Got it.
to draw to draw all those resupplies and all that top end, that might have basically just been the game on the spot, really, with how much of a swing that was.
Funny thing is, right before we went live, we were having a look at the list and we were chatting. And what you said to me was that regional governor could be absolutely huge. Mike is playing it, Heist is not playing it. And like the first thing Mike did was play regional governor, designate resupply as a card not allowed to be played, and then played back to back resupplies of his own. And that really did swing the game. So you identified it before we even came on to stream here. And I absolutely think you might be right. That regional governor could be. I love the Gonk droid over on Heist's side of the board. We didn't see that in game one. That regional governor was huge. We don't have it in the opening hand, though, for Mike. I didn't see it there.
Yes, yeah, it doesn't look like it. It actually looks like Mike just didn't open a 2-drop at all. And Heist, I'm interested in why he kept those the takedowns in. I mean, to be fair, there are a lot of cheap units in both players' decks, so it's not like it's not going to have targets. But I would be, oh, and then we see the resupply coming in from Mike in a mirror of previous game. But to my point, it'll be interesting to see how he made space for those takedowns, which sorry, Fell Dragons, which, as you were saying, Ross, I'm sure came in.
They have to have come in. This is a matchup where every player is just trying to, or both players are just trying to get to that mid to late game where you are just throwing down the big boys turn after turn after turn. The best counter card to all of these big boys is Fell the Dragon. So I mean, certainly if I'm playing this matchup, I am maxing it out as hard as I can. So we've got Mina Bonteri and we got the shielded Sentinel of Village Protectors over there for Heist. Queen Amidala comes down for Mike, flanked by those two spy tokens, who of course can take the damage for Queen Amidala, given that they share the official trait with it. And I made this point to Ben, when these spy tokens were initially revealed, the card designers told us the fact that there is the official trait there is a big deal. We're seeing it here. It's taking the damage for Amidala, and she is sitting there pretty.
This is a bit of an awkward Amidala, though, it has to be said. When Heist has just 2 units on the board that can just clear out the spy tokens, she becomes a lot less scary. Still great value. I mean, you can think of it as she's soaked up, 4 points of damage that otherwise would have been going onto the base. It's also allowed Mike to trigger the Yoda leader ability. And one of the interesting cards that Mike is playing is a new card from Secret's Power, which is Charged with Corruption, which we saw off the top there. Oh man, I'm going to stop talking.
Well, we have a resupply carrier which has come down there straight away. That is going to help getting that ramping rolling and also giving a little bit in space. Resupply carriers a little bit bigger than you might be remembering. It's a 4/5. You think about it as ramping, it's a little bit more. Oh, Amidala, she just took the shield off. She had to take the damage herself. That's not what Queen Amidala does. She's got people for that.
Exactly. I mean, that is absolutely criminal. But I think this is the awkward situation that Mike has found himself in here. Even though he ramped ahead, Heist was able to match that with the You're My Only Hope into resupply carrier, which was frankly a lot better. If my ramp comes with a 4/5 body in space that I can use to apply a lot of pressure, I'm going to be pretty happy with that. Blue leader, though, coming down on Mike's side is similarly great value. And I think, both players look pretty evenly matched to me here.
Well, we've taken out the village protectors using that, the blue leaders coming rushing in. We then are taking out the Amidala. Well, we're trading it with the Mina Bonteri. We are, of course, disclosing there, showing some cards from your hand, giving information away, but getting to draw a card as you do so is always a nice, handy little bonus. So, where do we go from here? We are using the Yoda skill, and we're going to be stacking the top of our deck. Check the camera work there, and we can see that is that the Battlefield Marine? Yes.
And
And
now
there we
Heist
go.
is going to play down a Queen Amidala of his own.
And that comes, of course, with the obligatory spy tokens coming and helping out a little bit. Amidala went from Mike. Heist is getting his. Queen Amidala coming along nicely. And this is not going as smoothly for Mike as game one did. He's actually behind in terms of damage. He's behind in terms of the board now. And Heist really trying to even this up at 1 game each. The good news is we're not in a rush. We got plenty of time. We got 55 minutes on the clock. If we need a game free, we are willing to do a game free.
Absolutely. And also, this is not a matchup where realistically you are going to be able to out aggro your opponent. You would need to be tremendously ahead on the board for that to happen. There's so much restore, there's so much removal. This is a match of value, and that is what we are just going to have to see. We're on leader deploy turns for both players here, and we begin the value train with Keller and Beck. Let's see what we get.
Keller and Beck, of course, that phenomenal card. It's a 7-cost 7/7 that lets you search the top 7 cards of your deck. Loves the number 7, and it gets a unit and it plays it for a little bit less, not 7 less, but a little bit less. Village Protectors will be played for free. That is that shielded Sentinel, one of Ben, who is backstage helping us immensely keep the stream online this weekend. This is Ben often talks about it being his favorite card in the game. And I kind of understand why. Shielded, Sentinel, can even attack if you need it to.
I will say it does. Ben strikes me as the kind of person whose favorite card would be Village Protectors. That does sound like him.
We need to be nice to
And
Ben. He's keeping the stream rolling.
sorry,
Without
Ben.
Ben, we are
You
nothing.
you're a very nice chap. You're a very nice chap. I do apologize.
We're up to 15 damage on Mike's base here after that swing from the resupply carrier, nearly halfway there. And now we are seeing, no, we're not seeing the Yoda activation. I'm lying to you. Yes, we are seeing the Yoda activation. We might be seeing the Yoda activation. Here comes the Yoda activation.
I think that's more times than I've heard Yoda activation in the last 5 seconds than I have in the last 2 months. Certainly
I've
in
ever
the
said
last
it.
year before this set, anyway. But I
Yoda
think
is back.
yes, no, exactly, and I think what's interesting is putting the Luke on top for Mike is rough because we know that Luke is not surviving. That we're not waiting to draw it. We are just going to have to deploy our Yoda and use that Luke to just get rid of something. And that's exactly what happens for Heist, and that's exactly what we're about to see happen for Mike. So I guess in that way, it's fair. Your Luke for my Luke. We don't get to play them, but we do get to get rid of some of each other's units.
And that's not too shabby. Now the Keller and Beck is no longer on the board. That 7 for 7 that searches the top 7 cards is gone. We deploy the Yoda here for Mike. That's going to give another option there on the board. We see Yoda taking out Village Protectors from Heist there. Lovely showcase. Yoda taking 2 damage, but the Sentinel is now off the board. Now Yoda's going to attack, get a bit of restore rolling, and finally get some damage on Heist's base as he plays his own Keller and Beck. What's he going to get from the top 7 here?
And this is the question. Typho is a nice one, but not enough resources, unfortunately. It does look like we are just going to have to get the Yaddle, which is, on the scale of pulls from Kelleran, has to be one of the worst. So Mike's probably pretty happy, especially knowing it's just a one-off. Is going to be pretty happy with that because right now he is behind on board. He is behind on damage. Things are looking a little bit dangerous, but certainly Mike is not out for the count by any stretch of the imagination. This board can be very easily turned around by something like a Bo-Katan in the next turn or two.
Absolutely. And here's the thing. When you're playing a mirror match and your opponent gets a hit off Keller and Beck that you don't think is worth a space in your deck, because Mike's not playing Yaddle, that's going to make you feel pretty good. Yaddle didn't even make the cut for Mike's deck. So if your opponent's going to get a unit for free, it might as well be something that you don't think is even worth playing in the first place. Here we do see the swing from the blue leader going into that Yaddle to take it out before it even gets to do anything. So at least it was a body that demanded some kind of response.
Yeah, that's an interesting play there. And to be fair, I think both these players they just want to waste actions. They want to, they want to apply pressure. And Heist is absolutely the aggro in this situation. We talk about whether you're the aggro or the control. And forcing Mike first. Okay, fine. Let me spend some resources. I don't want to take any more damage. That's too much.
Absolutely. Well, we do see the Village Protectors coming down. That shielded Sentinel that we've seen about 15 times during this matchup already. It is back, and it's another one of those let's buy some time cards. But look at the resources from both players. We're getting to that stage where the big hits, the big bombs, phrase it how you will, they can now start coming down from both players. Question is, who's got them in hand? Who's got one to actually play? What are we eyeing up from Heist here? Just a tiny bit out of shot.
His home one of his own.
Oh, double home one. Well, and then a double Village Protectors on the other side. Home one. I mean, that's a card you pointed out in between games here. It's got Restore 2, gives everything else Restore 1, and you get to play a unit for free, which, of course, we see the Village Protectors.
Exactly, and this is why you are not super concerned about that early damage on base in this mirror match because you have so much restore and you have so many ways to turn it around really. So unless you get pushed up to like 25 to 30 in those first few turns, you're not going to be too worried. This board is looking very, very juicy for a Bo-Katan right now, particularly on Mike's side, has to be said. I mean, this Bo-Katan would become very, very large, but it doesn't look like he has one, unfortunately for him. So, what is our next best option? We are going to have to manage with maybe something like a Captain Typho, go up the board a little bit, do a little bit of restoring, make it harder for Heist to break through. Maybe we want to use some hard removal, get rid of that Caloran. There's a lot of get rid of the home one. I mean, that is going to be a really, really tough card to get rid of, maybe just by trading.
Yeah, it does look like the trade is coming in here. The thing is, when a card's got restore, if you trade 1 for 1, you get the restore and your opponent doesn't. So at least in that situation, whether something like restore or overwhelm or things of that nature, the 1 for 1 trade of the same card, it feels a lot better because you're not just both losing your unit, but you had to start it. Oh, look, it's another Village Protectors.
And I think this is the right decision from Mike to play this before anything else, because he's going to be thinking, well, what could Heist do here? There's a lot of removal that will immediately deal with his Village Protectors or whatever Sentinel I play, and I'd actually quite prefer to have my Typho survive. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let Heist burn the actions, burn the resources, both in terms of cards in hand, but also, resources on the board, to deal with my first Sentinel before I then proceed to actually do anything with the remaining resources and maybe play out a second Sentinel in the form of Captain Typho.
Yeah, I agree entirely. Here we go with the blue leader going into the Yoda. That is going to be a trade, but you lose your blue leader that's already put in a shift, and you take out your opponent's leader unit that is going to be gone until game 3, if there even is a game 3 at this point. Speaking of blue leader, here comes the blue leader, ambushing down into the ground arena, taking out that Village Protectors, a 5-cost 5/5. But then here comes Queen Amidala. She goes nowhere without her pair of spies. They come in as well. We see Heist's Queen Amidala going into Mike's base. We're not at panic stations yet, but 18 damage is not nothing.
Absolutely, and here Heist is going to play his own Captain Typho, and I mean the Amidala there is just so strong. But Mike is he's just looking for this Bo-Katan, and he's just not able to find it. His board being gummed up by the Sentinel is not ideal. He's really going to want to be able to deal with Heist's board because yes, okay, the damage is not that important, but now I'm in the mid game and things are getting to be a little bit dire, and I'm starting to run out of this big top end that I really, really need to see, and I'm getting a little bit concerned. So I'm going to want to stop quite so much of this damage going through. We might see Mike forced to play a Captain Typho here. He's going to be worried about that damage. That is what happens. Yes, we see the Typho.
Yeah, Captain Typho is on the board. You're right, both of these players are playing 3 copies of Bo-Katan. It is an important card, it's a crucial card, and it swings the end of games. But if you don't see it, if you don't draw into it, it kind of becomes irrelevant. We obviously see that there is a clone only for 1 player. Only Mike is playing clone. He's paying 2 copies. I don't believe there is a clone in Heist's deck. So again, that's the potential advantage for Mike here to just copy all of those big units. Luke is down here now. Maybe copy a Luke.
Yeah, I think this decision to just draw is actually really nice because now Mike can just come up the board immediately again with another Captain Typho. Just buy the turns, right? Like we just want to buy a little bit longer. The moment he hits this Bo-Katan, it's going to be huge, or even just any decent piece of top end. And that's going to allow him to really get back into it. Revealing the Typho for the disclosures, of course, hilarious. Just a little spoiler.
Yeah, Typho goes down. I'm going to disclose Typho and then play Typho. Here comes Queen Amidala into Typho, well, which, I don't know, he's been pretty good to her over the years, but I suppose she is in charge at the end of the day. And that means that all we've got left for Mike is those spy tokens that can go for 2 each, or I mean, they're not trading 1 for 1, but try and trade with Typho a little bit here.
Yeah, I think Mike he's taken the initiative there. He's like, listen, I need Bo-Katan right now, otherwise I am done. I am way too far behind. Heist has had way stronger of this early game with the top end and just much better value. The resupply carrier, I think, off the You're My Only Hope was so pivotal. And the only thing I think that really gets Mike out of the situation is a Bo-Katan. Unfortunately, it looks like he doesn't have it. He's not going to be able to stop the lethal in 1 action. no matter
No,
what
he
he
drew
does.
Luke and Clone, so that means we are going to be going to a game 3. Heist is going to win our game 2 here. Too much, like you say, of the top end. We had Luke coming down, we had Keller in back, we had too many things, and with 28 damage on the base, that was a resounding victory in game 2 for Heist. Both players have now won one game. Both players really ran away with the game they won. So now we go to game 3 and we ask who can do it one more time.
Yeah, and I think really it is just going to come down to arguably taking a greedy mulligan. I mean, that might be what it takes, because ordinarily you know that you're trying to like it's a game of value, but like most of the value is kind of found in that top end portion, and it's okay to fall behind a little bit in tempo, as we saw there from Mike, because it wasn't really that bad. Like he was very behind for most of the game, but it didn't actually become pivotal until really the last few turns, when we were dealing with very large units on the board, and Mike was just not like just forced to play Sentinels, and that was all he could really do. But if that situation doesn't happen, you have a lot of top end. Maybe you can afford to slow play the first couple of turns. It's not that big a deal. I mean, fundamentally, both players are going to be looking for lots of ramp. That I'll tell you for free. They're going to be looking for resupplies. They're going to be looking for resupply carriers. They're going to be looking for Spark of Hopes. That, sure, guaranteed. But beyond that point, I think it is just going to be a question of, can I force my opponent to make bad trades? Can I engineer the board in such a way that my Luke becomes incredibly strong, or my blue leader becomes incredibly strong, or my Bo-Katan becomes incredibly strong? And it's going to be that process of thinking a few turns ahead that's going to really reward at least one, well, definitely one of these players in this final game of the top 4 at the sector qualifier here in Tilburg.
Well, I've just had a text. It's not that related to the game, but National Grid have told me that my power is going to be out until tomorrow. So I'm not sure if I'm actually on the stream now or whether this is just a weird fever dream. But for as long as I believe I'm casting the top 4, I'm going to keep casting the top 4 and hope that the message I got was erroneous, because apparently I still don't have any power at my house. I don't know. Things are getting confusing. The only thing that's going to cheer me up is watching two Yoda go back and forth in this third and final game of the top 4. No update between Kylo Ren and Han 2 over in the other top 4. If we get an update before the end of this match, I will, of course, let you know.
I am rooting for you, Kylo. Of course, as the #1 unbiased caster in the world, I am definitely not at all super biased for Kylo. It looks like Mike is going and doing a mulligan there. And we've got a little bit of a I think it's just judge checking. There's 60 cards in your deck, right? Some of the cards are upside down. Okay, I see. Some of the cards are upside down. So just making sure that was all fine. Sure, obviously it's very easy to do. You pick up a one half of the deck, and then you're not really looking at what you're doing, or you accidentally shuffle your discard in the wrong way around, and suddenly half the cards are upside down. So totally normal to happen. And we'll see. It looks like a pretty instant keep from Heist there, Ross. I'm not sure if you caught any of the cards in his hand.
I'm afraid I did not catch any of the cards in his hand. It was all a little bit too quick for me. As a side note, if you've never shuffled half of your deck upside down compared to the other half, you have not played enough Star Wars Unlimited. Go play some more Star Wars Unlimited. I guarantee it will happen. The only way to avoid it happening is to not play enough Star Wars Unlimited. And who wants to put themselves in that position? That's frankly absurd. So while we get that one
Completely
figured
agree.
out, and also we are now figured out, so we can go and have a look at what we see from Mike. The fact that Heist has gone and kept his hand does tell us, it doesn't tell us it's good, but it does tell us it's workable. It's not terrible. I see double Queen Amidala from Mike. I see, is that home one, or is that one of the other similar ships? Oh, and
There is
there's
a home
two of
one.
those as well.
It does look like a resupply in Mike's hand, I think was the second card from the left, which would make total sense why you would want to immediately keep that hand. We're going to go ahead and throw away that Typho. We're going to 5 resources. What do we need a 4 resource card for? Wham bam,
We
there's the
don't.
resupply. And Heist maybe doesn't have one of his own.
Nice, swinging with a Battlefield Marine here, but we're not seeing. Oh, it's double Battlefield Marine, but that means you haven't hit a resupply. And in both games, a player that has been ramping a little bit better has ended up running away with the game in the end. Now, we saw the miss of the resupply. Is there a way we can take advantage? I mean, it feels like regional governor's not great right now because she'll be checked pretty hard by those battlefield marines who are already there and waiting. And I'm afraid when you put a marine against a governor, I know who my money's on. But we do have a Sentinel Obi-Wan coming down to help out shore up the ground arena for the moment.
Yeah, and I think the decision there between that and maybe something like a Queen Amidala, we saw what happens when you just play an Amidala into an opponent's who has units on the board. It's not the best game plan. You're just going to lose the tokens. So it makes total sense why Mike chose to just go ahead and play a Sentinel. Heist, meanwhile, yeah, Typho on 4, pretty good, pretty good. Can't complain.
Can't complain unless you want some ramp, in which case maybe you can complain just a little bit. Over to Mike then. You've got Captain Typho. You've both got a Sentinel up. What have you got in answer? You've got 6 resources open and available. Maybe do you have a resupply carrier? You can play that for 6 if you want to. That'll ramp a bit more. You
So I
don't,
think what
incidentally.
No, sadly. But what I will say, Mike is. I think Mike's just going to want to think. He's going to be thinking about passing, like because no, no, no. Okay, he's going to throw his way. The decision there is because it turns on the Yoda leader ability, which in turn will turn on the "You're My Only Hope" that is in Mike's hand. And suddenly, even though we're on 6 resources, maybe I will Caloran or I will Luke you early. And that's what exactly. Another "You're My Only Hope" on the top of the deck is absolutely diabolical. He's going to do it to him twice in a row.
Well, you know what? If you can pull it off, why not? You're in a mirror match. You're looking for every advantage. You're my only hope. Goes and gets home one, and that is not on curve. Frankly, that is a little bit cheaper, but it's got restore 2. All your other friendly units gain restore 1, and you get to play a heroism unit from your discard a little bit cheaper.
That is absolutely incredible. I'll tell you what else. If Mike manages to rip a Bo Katan off the top and set it up with this Yoda leader ability, this is a full board clear thanks to that Bo Katan. That will make the whole board just absolutely massive. Mike is very, very ahead in terms of the hand I'm looking at right now. I mean, You're My Only Hope is another one of the reasons we've talked about the many reasons earlier today on this stream that Yoda Data Vault has kind of taken over as the premier way we see these command heroism decks played. And You're My Only Hope is another one of those reasons. Forcing a Vanquish, it's fine, but it's not exactly the most incredible tempo. And so Mike's going to be feeling pretty good going into his leader deploy turn.
It doesn't feel great when you play home 1 and it immediately gets bumped. But your opponent basically has to take a turn off doing what they want to do to get rid of your ship that you kind of got in a little bit cheeky anyway. And that does feel an awful lot better. Now, I think we are just taking away that Sentinel token from Obi-Wan. Remember, on the turn it's played as Sentinel. After that, you need to play a Force unit. Sentinel comes back because here comes Luke. And that is going to get right rid of Captain Typho. Now Obi-Wan will be a Sentinel again. So we can get that token back in a moment. That's why we're pointing at Obi-Wan. Right now, this is going quite nice.
Yeah, as Mike, I'd be really, really happy with this position. I know that on 6 resources, there's nothing that is going to be very tempo positive that Heist can do outside of something like a You're My Only Hope combo of his own. Now we do see the Spark of Hope coming down, and that is going to change things because now Heist is on a leader deploy as well, which is a pretty big deal because suddenly this Luke is in danger. If we can stack a 7 cost on the top of the deck, which we know Heist's hand is full of.
Yeah, and then Luke can go away when that leader deploys, and then you are in a much nicer position, getting rid of your opponent's biggest, baddest unit. That is always a nice plan. Now, we're eyeing up the Yoda deploy yet. We're just using the Yoda skill for the time being. Of course, we want to try stacking the top of our deck. That is what Yoda does, getting ready for the deploy.
And actually, I said that Heist's hand was stacked full of them. It actually wasn't. He's had to resource a bunch of those top end units, but luckily there was a home 1 on the top card, so he can use that Yoda ability to do it if necessary. But of course, then you're losing a home 1. Is that worth it? And also, Mike, you know full well, could immediately do the exact same thing back to you. Is it worth it? is that what we really want to be doing right now? Or can we give up the You're My Only Hope to just get rid of this Obi-Wan and pump some more damage into the base?
That might be the way to go. It's much fun as it is to take out your opponent's units. You do need to keep some of these top end on yourself. We are seeing the Obi-Wan Sentinel go down. Luke standing alone on the battlefield for both players here. We've yet to deploy the Yoda. Here we come with a Fell the Dragon. That is going to get rid of the Luke. No Yoda leader skill needed here. There's actually nothing on the board. Everything's gone. All the characters are gone. It's just the two leaders and the two bases. Oh, but a
Absolutely. I
Luke
think
off the top for Mike.
huge, absolutely huge. I think one of the things that Mike will be really wanting to do is make it to the 12 or 13 resource turn with the You're My Only Hope, because that will allow him to play the Kelleran off of it, or indeed if he gets another Kelleran, and that Kelleran can grab Home 1 or any other 7 drop. Clone or Luke Skywalker, for example. That would be such a ridiculous swing when it comes to the tempo. When you go from nothing to just a bunch of big things, and particularly in the heroism version of these Command Visions decks that don't have board wipes really outside of Bo-Katan. There's no super laser blast here. We're not off aspecting that. We have hyperspace disaster, but we're not playing ships. So these kinds of things become very, very valuable. And here we're seeing Mike go very wide with this Kelleran, grabbing a Typho, which we know is just an absolute powerhouse of a unit, still has his leader deploy available, and is going to be able to use that Yoda ability as soon as a unit is defeated.
Absolutely, he will. Was eyeing up regional governor for a moment, but ended up going for the Typho off of the Keller and Beck, getting that Sentinel there. And of course, it's not just a Sentinel, it's a Sentinel that when they attack, if you disclose command heroism, you get to heal damage from your base as well. Here comes a Battlefield Marine from Heist. That is the third and final Battlefield Marine, I believe, for the time being. But right now, not exactly, and this sorry, that was coming out from the home one. But the thing is, there's nothing huge. You got the home one, that's lovely. Where's your Luke?
Yeah,
Where's
I
your
agree.
Kellerin? Where's your Bo-Katan?
I'd love to shout out this new Secrets of Power card now, which is the Charge with Corruption, because this will allow you to capture any unit. And so Mike now does have a way to just get rid of this home one. Not permanently necessarily, but okay, well,
You
we have
got
Felled
Foul the
Dragon, but
Dragon?
we have a way to just answer something very cheaply. And I think that is important. Sometimes you don't need to defeat the unit, you just need to get it out of the way for an action or two in order to secure the win. And I think that's why Charge with Corruption is so valuable for Mike in this particular matchup as well. And additionally, with the unit now being removed, we are going to be able to start using these Yoda leader abilities. And so we see Heist do that, and I imagine we're going to see Mike do something similar very soon.
What Mike has been able to do here is weather the early storm. We just saw the Foul the Dragon come down to take out the home one. Now we are getting a hit with Keller and Beck. We did see You're My Only Hope for Village Protectors, which means you actually paid the same?
Yeah,
You
that
didn't
doesn't
actually save
seem
anything there.
great. That doesn't seem great. And Heist, is trying to keep 6 resources open for something. I assume it is a Rival's Fall, but I think that's quite telegraphed. Mike will now be going, "Why would you do that? In what world do you want to? You're my only hope, unless you have something like that. Maybe it's just because I want to play a lot of units. Maybe that was the bait. We do see it being taken there. And Mike does go ahead and go, okay, well, if you don't have Rivals Fall, I guess I will go ahead and flip my Yoda.
And Yoda comes down, and that means that the leader skill comes in, takes out the village protectors. Yoda gets flipped from Heist. It's an Obi-Wan. Is there any even target for that? I don't think there is.
I think it's less calculated plan from Heist at this stage and more, I don't really have anything better to do, man. And that's sort of the awkward situation that Mike has managed to get Heist into just by being that little bit ahead during this game. We're going to see another typho getting disclosed. We know exactly what's going to happen with these 5 resources. We're going to be able to throw this typho in, get rid of the sentinel, play another typho as Mike. I mean, there's other things we can do as well, but that's like a very reasonable option. We can also take initiative as Mike. We'll be thinking about that to just attack. But no, we're going to trade. We're going to trade.
Sentinel for Sentinel trade. Typho takes down Obi-Wan, and that means neither player's got a Sentinel. But of course, that's then going to open up a board space. You got your unique units. They are marked with that little symbol. You can't have more than one of them on the board at a time. But if one goes down because you attacked into an Obi-Wan, oh, you get to play a new one. And now you've got a fresh Typho after trading with the Obi-Wan. Really nice play there from Mike to essentially heal your Typho while taking out Obi-Wan.
Yeah, really, really nice. Heist is going to be very, very concerned about something like a home one or something like a Luke. Like the big bombs are going to be absolutely backbreaking for him right now. And so he's going to be hoping. Basically, Mike just doesn't have those right now. This isn't a big bomb, but this is also pretty bad. This will exactly deal. Oh no, sorry, that was disclosed. That was disclosed. My fault. But I was. It would also deal with the Yoda, and so that's why I assumed that it was being played.
Would you describe it as bomb bad? It
I,
is
I,
being
I would
played.
describe it as big bombat, actually. Big bombat.
Taking down Yoda. While we have a second, we have a result from the other top 4 match. Mikołaj Wendowski has taken down Patrick Redondo and Kylo 2-0. So we have Han 2 and one of our phenomenal Polish players waiting in the final. Who is going to go ahead and meet them? Hey, Chris.
It's
You
happened.
see what card's being played
It's
right
happened.
now?
It's happened. Huge, absolutely huge, and I completely agree with you. You know, this is amazing value. I will say, if a Bo-Katan comes down, this suddenly turns lethal on immediately for Mike. So I will be concerned about that if I'm Heist. But here, Heist basically has nothing else to do. He's going to go, you know what? If you have Bo-Katan, sure, you win the game. If you don't have Bo-Katan, maybe there is something I can do to steal this game out from under you. But 13 damage left on the base, it's looking increasingly unlikely, and it may well be that we are in our final action phase of this top 4 match.
Well, we are just getting a blue leader down into resource row there. I did not see a Bo-Katan. Of course, Bo-Katan would defeat all of those, and every time a unit gets defeated with Bo-Katan, that means that you do get an experience token. 5 would be there. Bell the Dragon takes out Keller and Beck. And this is going to be where Heist is sitting going, no Bo. We're not going to see Bo-Katan. It's not in the hand. We are going to see a swing from Captain Typho here into base. We're at 24. We're not there, but we're only 9 away.
We actually do have lethal on board still as Mike here, because there's 9 damage left on the base, 5 attack from the blue leader, almost said Inferno 4 there, the blue leader, and then 4 remaining from the Yoda. Heist knows this. He has to find something that is going to get him out of this situation. It does not look like Resupply or Keller and Beck is one of those things. But we'll see. He's going to concede.
We see Mike Knack is going to be heading on into the final to play Mikołaj Wendowski. We see Yoda in the final. Mike takes this 2-1, and we saw a Yoda mirror match. We saw Yoda going up there with the big haymakers as we got towards the end of the game. But right now, you look at that board, and it is very clear that Mike is in the advantageous position, and that's going to set up a final between Han Solo and Yoda. So go picture that in your head if you want some nice amusing Star Wars imagery.
Excited I am. There we go. It was obligatory, I think. I think it had to happen.
Well, that's our final, which is going to be set up here. Commiserations to Heist getting all the way to top 4. Bearing in mind, had the slightly better record going in, was the number 2 seed coming into this top cut of a 10-1-1 record, finishing 4th in this sector qualifier. A phenomenal run from a phenomenal player, but unfortunately not able to finish it out. And that means that we have a Yoda, it is Mike, and we have a Han, it is Mikołaj, and we are going to have a final. And you know what? What makes me really happy? We're not waiting on any more games. So, we'll have a bit of a wrap up here, but it can't be that long until the final starts, right?
No, exactly. Totally agree. And I think, we knew it was going to be Yoda versus something,
Yes, we
but
did.
Yoda versus Han 2 ECL, the two top decks in the meta. Unsurprising, I suppose. No big surprises, which I think is itself the big surprise. Often at these European tournaments, we tend to see something a little bit spicy show up, something a little bit crazy, and sometimes it goes all the way. Not this time, though. Instead, we have one of the best players in the world on one of the best decks in the world against one of the best players in the world on one of the best decks in the world. What a
And
surprise.
I got my heart broken in Munich. We had, I believe it was a Sabine with it was a Babu Frick package. The ground arena was basically all they were doing was playing droids that had HP much higher than their power. Your R2, your C3PO, all of that. And then Babu Frick to allow you to attack with your power, with your HP rather than your power. And that deck bubbled at ninth place and didn't make it into top eight. I wanted to see Babu Frick all the way. Unfortunately, that deck has not made it out here. There is no equivalent. We had the Babu Frick. I was loving it in Munich. It's not the case here. And look, a lot of the time, this is what it comes down to. We came into this tournament thinking it was going to be Han 2 and Yoda, and we go into the final knowing that it's going to be Han 2 and Yoda. For me, the big story here is with Michelage, because we know that their teammate is a reigning galactic champion. We know that they got to the final at the Bilbao Regional Championship and fell at the last hurdle with a second place. We know that they want that big win on their CV. And over the course of this season so far, and we have, well, actually, after here, we are halfway through. We've got 6 big tournaments for the year, I assume. This is number 3. They have probably been the strongest player in Europe, but they don't have a big win. They didn't win Munich. They made the final of Bilbao. They've been the final here. And I think they need this win now to really stand up and be like, oi, I'm galactic champion now. I mean, they're not. They'd be sector champion. But you know what I mean? That's the attitude we're looking for.
100% agree. As someone who has been the Silver Surfer himself in the past, hard stuck at some of those second places, it's a very rewarding feeling, and of course it's a fantastically well deserved achievement if Mikolai does bring this whole thing home. But who knows? It could go either way. I am very, very excited to see the results, although I don't think I'll be casting it. I think we might be letting Ben out of the gulag for this final. Let him have a little go. Put him out from behind the screen to cast his exciting finals.
Well, we'll have to figure that one out when we go off. If this is the end of your stream adventure with us, thank you for jumping in. Thank you for joining us. It's been a challenge this weekend on the stream with 2 of us somehow completely separately not being able to make the trip to the Netherlands and having the person running the stream not being able to come and run the stream today. It has been a weird one, but my power is still on for the time being. Don't jinx it, don't jinx it, don't jinx it, don't jinx it. So we're going to dip for just a second. Final coming in a matter of moments. Welcome back to Tilburg. Welcome back to the Netherlands. Welcome for the first time to the final of the Star Wars Unlimited Sector Qualifier, which I think there was significant doubt whether we'd ever make it. I'm not in the Netherlands because a massive storm hit where I live. Chris is not in the Netherlands because there are bad people in the world. The person running the stream is unfortunately ill, so we've had to rope in Ben as a bit of a backup and add to the long list. Unfortunately, we have, after an investigation after the conclusion of the previous match, there has been a change in the finalists. So we are still having a Yoda in the final, but it is going to be Height who is going to be our finalist. That change has been made. That is part of the reason, I'm afraid, why we've had a bit of a wait to bring you the final. So look, a bunch of stuff has gone wrong. This has not been smooth, but we're here. We have 2 decks. We have 2 players. We have 2 casters. Neither of us actually made it to the Netherlands. Don't worry about that. Krish, we made it to the final. That alone is cause for celebration.
Exactly. I am very happy to join you again, of course, for this finals. I'm really, really excited because this final really does represent the story of Secrets of Power, everything we have seen over the last 2 months or so, in terms of the major trends, in terms of the powerful decks, in terms of everything when it comes to the actual sets. And simultaneously, we're also seeing potentially another very, very exciting story in Mikolai's. He's back in the finals, and maybe this will be the one he takes home. I mean, Mikolai, as we've discussed, Ross, one of the best players in the world, very much deserves a result like this.
We just saw a second place for them very recently over in Bilbao at the only regional championship we've actually had this season so far. Not had one in North America. We've had one in Europe. That was in Bilbao. Mikolaj Vendowski went and got second place at that event. Their teammate who they've defeated in top 4 in Bilbao and defeated in top 8 on stream earlier today is the reigning Galactic Champion. Mikolaj is putting together a resume this season better, I think, than probably any Star Wars Unlimited player we've seen in the 2 seasons of the game. But what they are missing is they are missing that title, that first place trophy. Ice on the other side is coming along going, oh yeah, no, cool. Oh, you made the final in Bilbao. You made the final hit. Look, you're a very good player. I'm here to ruin the party because me and my boy Yoda, we have made it all the way to the final and we have got something to say about this.
Exactly, Ross. And these 2 decks, for those of you who are just tuning in, maybe for the first time for your finals, you haven't been keeping up with everything that's been happening in the exciting world of Star Wars Unlimited since Secrets of Power released. These are 2 very different decks, even though they both play Heroism Command. Han to ECL. This is a very fast and aggressive deck. It is capable of generating a lot of value, and certainly it does play a lot of these really important big top-end pieces that we see all of the Heroism decks playing. You're thinking of things like Keller and Beck, things like your Queen Amidala's. These are very, very scary, but fundamentally this is a aggro / mid-range style of deck. You're going to put pressure on, you're going to go wide, you're going to make use of playing bigger things with lower health, and you're going to use that energy conversion lab. Meanwhile, Yoda's quite the opposite, and we're going to see that getting started right now.
There is a Battlefield Marine coming down from Heiser, first action, and we see Sabine's Masterpiece coming down with damage. That is, of course, Han's leader skill. You get to play a character, a unit, slightly cheaper than you normally would, but it has to come in with 2 damage on. That's the trade-off.
Exactly, and one of the things in this matchup that's going to be very hard for to manage as Yoda is the fact that my opponent's units have less HP doesn't really help me very much. Annoyingly, fundamentally, I still have to just trade into them, and if they're all in space and they've all got low health, I can't really hit them, and so I might be taking quite a lot of damage when I don't really want to.
That's going to be the downside. Yoda is really waiting for the end of the game, the middle of the game, where you can get these giant units, Luke Skywalker, Bo-Katan Kryze, Keller and Beck, things like that. You've got a high HP base. We've got lots of restore to heal up that base. So then the question becomes, can we stay around? Can we stay on the board for long enough here to then make it work in the long run? That is going to be the thing. In the early game, we're looking at Mikolaj here and this Han 2 deck to go aggressive, put a lot of pressure on. As the game wears on, Heist is aiming to try and turn it around right now. Is that Poe Dameron we're coming
That
down?
is Poe Dameron, and this will be interesting. Ordinarily, what we see is Poe immediately hopping in to pilot a ship. But what Mikolai's done here is gone, actually, I want the experience token from this Sabine's masterpiece, so I'm going to leave Poe on the ground. Yes, that does leave it vulnerable, but it means that my Sabine's masterpiece is actually going to be doing the same amount of damage over the next couple of turns. The other thing I'll say is that this resupply that's just come down from Heist is that this now turns on Mikolai's Cham that we just saw peeking out of his hand there. So Mikolai will actually be catching up, and this is really going to be his deploy turn if he chooses to play that Cham. So a very, very strong start for Mikolai.
Absolutely. We see the ramping up, getting extra resources. That is when Shamsundullah really comes in handy. It's turned into a main deck card, whereas it was traditionally a sideboard card. There's a lot of ramping right now, so playing it in the main deck to take advantage of all of those decks that are ramping and actually paying off really quite nicely here as we get into the final.
Absolutely. Players are getting ready, and I think, as Mikolai, you're just trying to get as much damage in as you possibly can. As we saw, trying to minimize it as far as possible, but that is going to be tough. We do know that Yoda does have a relatively slow start in the early game. Things that Mikolai will need to be aware of, and will definitely be aware of. We are at 5 resources. Things like Blue Leader are very likely to come down and have interaction with these units in the space arena. We're also going to be a bit wary, potentially, of some of the other forms of direct removal that Heist has access to. So there's going to be a few things that Mikolai is going to need to be aware of. We actually see a Bright Hope in the hand, which is going to be very, very good for Heist in terms of minimizing some of this damage.
Absolutely is. That's what we're going to be looking for. Lots of restore. Bright Hope, of course. Very fun unit for getting some of that restore going. Well, it's a Sentinel Bright Hope. Home 1 has got the restore, I should say. But the point is, you Sentinel for long enough to actually get those things coming in and then hopefully building in that restore. To be clear, Bright Hope is a Sentinel, doesn't have restore, but we're buying time for when that restore does come out. And right now, Space Arena's looking a bit crowded. You do need to buy a bit of time. And here comes that Jamsundullah. Gets you an extra resource. You're up to 5 now. And that is a pretty crucial number because now we can deploy our leader.
Absolutely. Heist is going to have to be very, very wary now going into this next turn, and he will be thinking about the ECL. He'll be thinking about Wrecker. I think that's going to be the real thing that is going to worry him because he wants to protect the ground arena. He wants to have a Sentinel or something like that, but basically anything he plays is very, very vulnerable to one of those powerful ECL targets that Mikolai has access to, be it Poe, be it Wrecker. And that's what we're going to see here. We are going to see a Sentinel coming down. It is Village Protectors, which is a bit better than some of the other options, though it is very vulnerable to a Wrecker ECL coming in with an overwhelm of 5 damage. We'll see if Mikolai has that.
That is going to be the goal. You can use the on-play skill from the Wrecker to remove the shield. You can then actually attack into it. You hit for 7, take away the 2 you need to actually take it out. 5 over 1 will then go on the base, put it up to 16. That is an option if you want to go there. But Nicolaj here, it really is get damage on base as fast as possible. Do not try and wait for the end game, because at that point, Ice is going to be bringing in all of these big units, and those are going to be a lot more difficult to deal with. When Bo-Katan and Luke Skywalker and Home One are on the board, it is going to be so much more difficult to do pretty much anything you want to do at that point. Get as close as you can before that happens, and then crawl over the line. That is a goal when we're playing Han. So here we're using some resources. We are playing down. That is that Karis Nemec. Yep.
And we
Lovely
know this is
prestige
one of
version.
the strongest new cards from Secrets of Power, a hugely impactful tool that Han 2 got to add to that kit. This board is interesting. I might have expected, based on the damage, that a Poe could come down here to snipe out the Sentinels on both the ground and in the space arena, thanks to the 2 damage. But it looks like Mikolai is just setting up for something else, potentially some sort of large upgrade, maybe. We might see a General's Blade or something like that. It'll be interesting to see exactly what line he's building here.
What we're going to find out right now, we see the Han 2 leader going into the village protectors, taking away the sentinel. You're my only hope comes down, plays a Captain Typho from the top of the deck. It's another one of those sentinels we see a lot here. No Loaf Wolf in the deck, but we do have village protectors. We have Captain Typho, and yeah, they're going to be coming around thick and fast. Obi-Wan as well, all sentinels on the ground arena. But we do have
We see the trade, yeah, the trade coming
yeah,
in.
the trade from
Uh,
it's Samson Dilla trade. Just double checking there. Just making sure it was enough to take out the Captain Typho. It is. And then
ooh,
Queen Amidala comes along, and we know what she wants to bring with her.
This is very, very scary. I will not have been wanting to see something like this. Now, we are coming in to the Yoda deploy turn, and I think Mikolai would have, in an ideal world, wanted to be a little bit further on than he is right now. This isn't probably as much damage as he was expecting there to be on the base at this stage, with how powerful his opening was, but there's a lot of damage in that ground arena right now, and has had to burn through a lot of these ground sentinels, so we will see whether he still has more. It looks like he does. We're going to lead with an Obi-Wan Kenobi, starting out strong. Interestingly, Mikolai has resourced up to 7, so wonder what combination we have in that hand. We got a Poe, we have another Karis, and it looks like we have the Arc 170, which is a really nice tool that we've seen in these Han 2 ECL lists, that's able to deal damage over onto units if you yourself have a damaged unit.
And given that Han's whole thing is, playing units cheaper with damage on, that makes Heroic Arc such a ridiculous card. We see things like Grogu and Heroic Arc, just a combo here. You're not just saying, oh, I have to play damaged units. That's a bit annoying. You're actually taking advantage and getting a bonus from doing so. Obi-Wan has now left the field. And of course, you don't give up your Queen Amidala. You don't take damage on Amidala. You give up one of your spy tokens instead. Worth noting that unfortunately, Karis Nemec does not share a trait, so cannot be used for protection, but the spy tokens absolutely can.
And here we see another ground sentinel coming down. This Typho, Heist is doing everything he can. He just needs to weather the storm, and he's almost done it. This will be what he needs to do to win, and he knows this. He has to just survive, get to the late game, and then he can stabilize. He can play all of these powerful restore units. He can interact much more appropriately with Mikolai's board. And while Han 2 is a pretty aggressive deck, it's very much sitting in that aggro to mid-range area. It's certainly not a hard aggro deck like something like a Sabine is. And similarly, Yoda is not a control deck. This is very much still a mid-range deck. It's just one that curves much later. It is more on the control end of the mid-range. And so both of these decks can operate in these middle turns and can see success, but the closer we get to these late resources, the closer this game goes to falling in Heiser's favor.
No, absolutely. We did see the Charismatic there just go into a unit to go away. That makes an active spy token. And whereas I said Charismatic cannot protect Amidala due to not sharing a trait, the spy token can. So essentially, you swap one for the other. I should also mention we do not have 5 minutes left on the final here. We will get that timer updated. I assure you, we have longer than 5 minutes left to finish out this final. Okay, we are good. Apparently, you guys are seeing it correctly, so we are happy. We do see another ship coming down here. That is another one of those
Into the
heroic
Arc
arcs.
170. Yes,
And
yeah,
now
yeah,
we
the heroic Arc 170.
that is the heroic arc 170. Amidala does actually finally go down, leaving some spy tokens behind with not much to do. But don't worry, Yoda is going to be taking out some of them at the same time. So they're not going to be around waiting for very long. They are unfortunately going to hit the board. So what have we got here?
Oh,
Oh, it's one of our pilot friends.
another Poe coming down. This time he is going to jump into It looks like the heroic Arc 170. I mean, this will make it a 6/6, which is pretty
Pretty
big.
sweet.
That is going to be threatening a lot of damage. And Heist is not out of the woods just yet. One Yoda on the field is good, has restore. It's going to be able to remove the Han leader first action if I so chooses, but it's not going to get us all the way there. He's going to be very, very concerned about energy conversion lab as well. I mean, at this point, the fact it's been held for so long has got him like he's going to be sitting there going, right, at this point, this is getting very dangerous.
Yeah, it is, and that is the problem. It's one of those things you can buy a bit of time as Yoda, you can take a bit of damage on the base, but there does come a point where you're kind of over the line and your opponent is going to be able to carry on. We see one of those the heroic arc going into the resource row. We see Yoda taking out Han there. So a bit of leader on leader action. And I mean, certainly in terms of boards, certainly in the ground arena, that Yoda's been cleaning up quite nicely at this point, sticking around, making sure nothing else is there to really challenge. But can we start getting some damage in the space arena? The Nicolaj going a little bit closer to the end here. There's a
We are just
swing with
going
a
to
spike.
continue to pump that damage into the base. Yeah. And I mean, this is the awkward period. And Mikolai's had to fight through a lot of Sentinels. I think he was potentially just counting them up. I think it was 6 Sentinels that
A lot.
Mikolai's had to deal with. And that's a lot. That's more than you usually need to deal with. So it makes sense here that Heist is feeling pretty confident in this position. But now, we're buffing up space a lot. We are saying, I don't think you got to have another one of those. You only play 2 copies of Bright Hope in your main board. I don't think you got another one. And so I'm going to be able to deal a lot of damage to you in the space arena. And it looks like that's exactly what is going to happen.
Luke goes into that X-Wing, so now that X-Wing is buffed up quite nicely. That's a 5/4 if my maths is not failing me. So now we're getting 5 from the X-Wing with Luke. We're getting 6 from the heroic arc with Poe Dameron. That's 11 damage between the two of them every turn coming out from space. That is one more turn. Lethal is presented on the board
Lethal
just with
interactions,
those
yeah.
2 space units.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few combinations there, as you said, Ross, that get you there. One is the space units. The 6/6 plus Cassian also get us there. Actually, the 6/6 on its own gets us there because we're at 27 damage.
We are now at
So
27.
yeah, that is literally lethal in one action. Heist has to just deal with this immediately. That 6/6 cannot persist. And Mikolai's still not used the ECL. So we also know there is that potential. Ooh, the bow.
Oh, yeah. Bo-Katan Craze comes down, and when she hits the board, all enemy units get -3/-3 for the phase. Some will get defeated, some will hang around, but they're easier to remove and not presenting much of an attacking threat for the rest of the turn. Certainly buy yourself some time there. Your 6 attack turns into a 3. Your Cassian Andor that was threatening 3 damage is now threatening exactly 0 damage, and that means that you are buying yourself some time. And this is what Yoda can do. First, it's Bo-Katan. Next turn, maybe it's another one. Maybe it's a home one. Maybe it's something else. And if you can chain these turn after turn, doesn't matter how close your opponent is if they cannot get over the line. And you can't
Absolutely.
put a hotshot blaster onto a ship. I checked. It's not allowed.
Yeah, yeah. And the reason that Mikolai's taking his time to think here, he is going to go for the swing, is because he's now going to be thinking, wait, if there's another Bo-Katan that comes down, do I lose? Does Heist have enough damage on the board to just close this game out? Because I can't get lethal this game now, this turn. It's not happening. There's going to be a lot of restore as well that's going to happen. And also my board is going to get answered. So this becomes suddenly a very, very scary position to be in. I believe Heist will go down to 26, I think, or it might be 25 even, after all of the restore. So we're going to do as much damage as we can. We're going to get that as high as we can. But fundamentally, it means we're out of range for that lethal in 1, which is a big concern. And if another Bo-Katan comes down, that's going to be real bad.
Yeah, that is going to start making things a lot awkward. And also, while Bo-Katan's there, we are talking about an 8/8 body on the board. So it's not just that you're going to be hurting your opponent's attacking options. You are starting to play these units which are going to get you over the line. There's only 16 left. 2 Bo-Katan attacks will get there. And actually, with Mina Monteri there, with a couple of with a
Oh,
couple of
no, no, we just
experienced
take the
ogres.
initiative and we have it.
We are picking it up. Mikolaj takes the initiative, and I think that is going to be enough because you get the first attack next turn, and that is going to take that last 5. Doesn't matter if your opponent's got a Bo-Katan, if they're never going to get to play it. So Mikolaj takes the initiative, guarantees the first attack, and wins what in the end was an incredibly close game 1.
Yeah, I think I was double counting the restore from Mina Bonteri, so you wasn't quite able to get out of that range. Had to get down to 26 to be able to have the potential to play something like another Bo-Katan down or get out of that lethal range. So I was really, really close there to stabilizing, and I think showing Mikolai that this is not going to be the easy matchup that maybe he hoped it would be. There's a lot of Sentinels in Ice's deck. That being said, we didn't see Energy Conversion Lab used, I think, at all from Mikolai. No pose, no wreckers. Was this the low roll game? That'll be something else that Ice is probably thinking like, oh, was that my best shot at winning one of these games? And did I just not, was I just not able to close it out? I hope not. That'll be something that I think he will be concerned about.
And that's the thing. When your opponent wins and they haven't even used, you give up 5 HP on your base just to have this one ambush for the game. You get one ambush for the whole game, and for that, you give up, 1/6 of your base's health. It's pretty important. And if your opponent goes and wins a game and you don't even use that epic action for which you gave up 1/6 for the health of your base, that is pretty important. So we head over to the sideboard now. Both players bring 10 cards in addition to their deck that they can swap out. They have to start game 1 with your regular deck. But when we get to games 2 and 3 of the best of 3, before the game, you're welcome to swap in as many or as few cards as you like from your sideboard. Krish, are you seeing anything that makes you go, oh, yeah, no, we need that?
Yeah, I'm looking right now at Yoda, the Yoda sideboard, and I think the Eager Escort Fighters are things that I would be very interested in bringing in. We've seen that Mikolai plays a lot of space units, and being able to just one for one remove those is incredibly effective. I'd also be thinking about Hyperspace Disaster and Fell the Dragon. Fell the Dragon, I think we can safely say that Rivals Fall isn't really doing much in this matchup, so I think that's a pretty easy swap. Take out the Rivals, put in the Fells. Now we can hit the Kellerans, the Poes, and the Wreckers that Mikolai is playing. The other thing I'd be thinking about is the hyperspace disasters because, like we saw in that first game, there was a lot of big units in space, and if Heist was able to just hyperspace and clear out that space arena, suddenly that game was going to go very, very differently. There was no longer lethal on the board, and Mikolai was going to be really, really far behind. So I think those are going to be some of the options that Heist will be thinking about. Going over to Mikolai, it's a bit of an awkward one because I think he has two ways he can choose to take this. He can try and be even more aggressive and take out some of the top end that he's, maybe thinks, I'm not really going to win a value war against Yoda. It's not the best idea. So what I'd prefer to do is just go as fast as I can, put on the pressure and win faster. And if that's what he's thinking, he's probably thinking about the Green Squadron A-Wings, thinking about the Dark Sabers, maybe thinking about the modded cohorts as being effective units that can come down, trade that board, keep it clear while surviving themselves, and then allowing him to go from there. The other option is, of course, something like Clone or Guerrilla Attack Pod. I think the chat and the Kellerans that are in the board, which are bigger, go taller, and will allow Mikolai to keep up for maybe a little bit longer. The one thing I am 100% sure is coming in is that Cham Syndulla.
Yeah, agreed. As a third copy in the sideboard, you've got 2 in the main deck, 1 in the sideboard, and you are playing against a deck which is going to ramp. So there's no question of, oh, am I going to get the extra ramping with Cham? No, you're definitely going to get the extra ramping with Cham. And that means that you get things like your Poe and your Wrecker just one turn earlier than you normally would. I mean, everything, honestly, one turn earlier than normal. So, yeah, absolutely agreed. Cham Syndulla, I think, is an absolute given. I really like Guerrilla Attack Pod. I think it's one of the best cards around for just ending the game. But we'll see if it is deemed as necessary. Sometimes there's a good point, to just say, you know what, the win more card. Sure, that's
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
it's going to do good, but it's not actually going to increase my odds of winning. It's just going to make the win look a bit fancier or make it come a turn earlier. It's not actually going to change whether I win or not, just the manner in which I win. And that's kind of irrelevant when we get down to it.
Yeah, ultimately, all that matters is Heist needs to win 2 games, and Mikolai only needs to win one. So this is, I mean, this might be it, but we've seen a lot of the reversal, the underdog victories, where a player loses game one and they go on to win games two and three. I mean, absolutely, this is not locked for Mikolai by any stretch of the imagination. And our players are drawing up, and we have got game two of the finals starting right now.
Yeah, it's the Star Wars Unlimited sector qualifier from Tilburg in the Netherlands. We are here heading into game two. Players are drawing up. You draw 6 cards. 2 go down as your opening resources. 6 stay as your opening hand. Or you can look at what behind door B. And door B means mulligan. Shuffle your hand into your deck. Draw a new 6 cards. It might be better. Might be worse. Regardless, you don't get any more choice after that. If you shuffle in and what comes out is worse, sorry, mate, you tried.
Yeah, yeah. And I think that's Mikolai's hand seems very like 50-50. Like it's not bad. It's absolutely not bad, but like it could be better. Am I willing to risk it? The fact he's sitting there thinking this long, I think shows you just how tenuous a hand it is, because it does have some good things in there, and there are some lines that are very, very effective, but it could be punished. Heist
I want
pretty
to
much
take you back.
instantaneously. Oh yeah, go on.
I want to take you back to our top 8 game. And Mikolaj had a decent hand with the Obi-Wan, the General's Blade, decided to mulligan. How instant was the regret? But then they won the game. Either way, we're off into game 2 here. We have our first unit down. It is an A-Wing per heist, and it is actually that Obi-Wan Sentinel for Mikolaj here. Are we going to maybe get a General's Blade on turn 2?
All we need to do is top deck it, and I would love to see one of those at least once today. I think it's
We haven't seen it yet.
remarkable that we haven't seen one yet.
Boo.
Crazy. I mean,
Yeah,
I
I'd
love
love it.
that. Nothing better than home one on 6 or 5 resources. It can be, thanks to the yeah, because the Han leader ability actually stacks with that General's Blade discount, so you can do some real silly things. How about Kelleran on 4 resources?
I mean, Kylo on 4 sounds fun. I'm just putting that out there. That sounds really quite fun. So it looks like we are having one more. We're back here into the second action phase. We've got village protectors coming down from heist here. That shielded sentinel, you got to go through the shield. Then you got to go through the sentinel just in order to go at the ground or to go through the ground to get to the base. Either way, you're not going to have an easy run through to get there.
Yeah, and this is now looking like a bit of an awkward situation for Mikolai because, unfortunately, if he plays to curve, his unit is just going to get traded, and that is very frustrating. But it would allow him to just deal with the shield and therefore get rid of this ground sentinel. So it looks like that is what is going to happen. Oh, actually, no. Instead, we're just going to defeat the space unit, which makes more sense.
Yeah,
That's the
quite
better
like
play.
this. Get the red
That's why
5
Mikolai's
down,
there and
and that
not me.
well, red 5 on attack deals 2 damage to a damaged unit, and that means that you just get to take that down,
This is
and
Arc
we are
170.
good. I was Arc 170, sorry, same deal.
Yeah, yeah.
If you have a damaged unit, you deal 2. You deal 2, it's to do with a damaged unit. Come on, we're close. Point is, the A-Wing's gone, and we've got a unit in space that can now start putting on some decent damage, which I really like.
Exactly, and we saw that Amidala poking out of Mikolai's hand earlier, and Amidala on 5 resources is incredibly scary. Amidala on 4 feels like it should be some sort of a crime. I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but I definitely think that you should go to prison if you do that. One too many games, you know.
You are the lawyer among the team, so I'm going to believe
That's
you if
true.
you think that's what it should be. Although, to be fair, I've got my law degree. I just, decided to be a card game talking person rather than a lawyer. I don't know. But you joined me, and that was fun. Right now, we got 2 players in the final trying to set themselves apart from each other. But right now, in game 2, nothing to really choose. There's a lot of episode 1 in Heist's hand here. We got the Typho, we've got the Amidala. We don't have a
This is an
decision. We do have 2 damage coming down from village protectors.
It's an interesting decision because, I mean, there's a lot of ground sentinels we can see and a lot of interaction for the ground arena. in Heiss's hand, but he just so doesn't want to play it. Like he's waiting for Mikolai, just do something, so I can actually play like this Typho, or I can play out some of these really useful tools that are actually going to be scary. And finally, we are going to see something come down here. The Typho comes down, and does Mikolai have? It's just going to be the Amidala, I reckon.
It
Yeah,
is
pretty
going to
good.
be the Amidala. You absolutely called it there, sir. We see that coming down with, of course, your 2 spy tokens. And every time damage would be dealt to Queen Amidala, you can sacrifice a spy token instead. Is that a
And I think
claim there from Heiss?
that was a claim. Yeah, no, not much else to do. No
Right.
real attacks coming in. But now we are on the leader deploy for Han 2, and this is the turn that really the storm comes. This is the storm that needs to be weathered, and it's looking scary but possible. We have a couple more good sentinels to just keep this ground arena gummed up, but staring at there's a Poe and there's a Wrecker in Mikolai's hand. ECL is getting used this game. I think we can be pretty confident of that. And
Yes.
Eyes is in a very tough position because he has to play around both. He doesn't know which one is right, and there's real possibilities of getting blown out by either.
Absolutely. We see Typho attacking, but of course, that you're just gonna get the spy token anyway, so you might as well just attack the spy token because they've got Raid 2 but 0 power. So when you attack them, you take nothing back. Don't attack Amidala, attack the spy token directly, save yourself the damage, and then when the spy tokens are gone, then you can go after Amidala, one of the absolute best new cards in this Secrets of Power format.
Absolutely agree. The card is so strong. We are going to see the token likely getting traded in for the village protectors. It's not the most amazing option in the world, but what Nikolai will also be thinking is, well, I mean, I guess I could probably trade it for the Typho, but then I'm going to lose my Amidala. That doesn't really seem worth it. At least this way, I can force Heist to actually commit some resources because I get to attack, and then he has to do something. Because if he passes, I will simply claim and start, or I will deploy my leader, and I'll be able to do loads of things that force the position in my favor. We are just
Absolutely. Well, there is a trade. It's Amidala into Typho. Is it a trade? Typho's yet to leave the board. Ah, it's because we're doing the whole disclosure thing to make sure that because it was attacked, we can disclose to get the healing going. Well, now Typho and Amidala both hit the discard pile. And it looks like we are getting a resupply character from a carrier from You're My Only Hope.
So this is very nice, but it's a slow turn. What this means is Mikolai is basically going to be able to just pummel face unimpeded at this stage. Yes, we are now going to go into the Yoda deploy turn next turn, which is big. This is really good news, Heist, and be able in terms of potentially being able to keep pace. But the question is it fast enough, or was this sort of turn off just a little bit too much of a tempo loss? We're looking at 6 additional damage going in. That's going to push us to 13, and then Mikolai can just go, oh yeah, also here's a Poe. And I know for a fact that unless you shotgun deploy this Yoda and high roll me, it's very unlikely you're going to be able to deal with it in one action, particularly if you're trying to keep up resources to do other forms of interaction. So this is a very tough position for Heist. Let's have a look. We do see the Poe.
Of course, it is the Poe coming down. We then see a swing. That's going to get some extra damage sitting there on the board. And it's going quite well for Mikolaj here. 1 game up. We got 13 damage on the base, but it's the board more than the base, which I'm looking at here and going, firstly, you got a bunch of decent characters down. Secondly, we know you've got a decent hand, and I don't believe ECL has been used yet. So you've got that sitting in your back pocket as well. So there's a lot which is going to be coming down. This turn, you've got Poe to attack. You've got your leader, and could even see some ECL coming in as well.
Yes, exactly.
Resupply
And
carrier.
looking at the availability of damage on the board, we can see that Mikolai can easily push Heist up to 28 just with the units that are on the board. Of course, a Yoda coming down would potentially change that. There's potential for at least one of these units to get removed. And so I think Mikolai is saying, well, if you just deploy and blow up my Poe, that's bad. So I'm just going to attack. And I'm going to be able to deal some damage around. I'm going to push 8 damage into your face, up to 21. This is now in the danger zone because Rekka will be able. The magic number on this turn is 30 because Rekka would be able to overwhelm through the Yoda leader and deal 3 damage, assuming my maths is correct. Unfortunately, I don't think there is a great way that Heist has to actually engineer that situation. This is a bit worse though because now this changes that magic number to 28. Still not quite there, but it does mean that the possibility is there for next turn, particularly if Mikolai is able to have the initiative.
Absolutely. Well, Luke just came down and took out the Obi-Wan here, but we've still got Poe, we've still got our leader, we've still got ECL shenanigans. Kelleran Beck comes down, and that means you search for the top 7 cards of your deck, find yourself a unit to play a little bit cheaper or maybe for free. Is there anything in there which is going to make a big difference? We did not think about this for very long at all. Looks like Mikolaj is checking, but he did not think here, just went straight ahead and
Yeah,
grabbed
only
that
2 real
Sabine's
options.
masterpiece.
Now, the other thing to flag is we are actually already in a lethal situation if Mikolai has a Hotshot Blaster in the row. If this, no matter what happens, the Blaster would do it. So I think Mikolai just takes initiative here, and if there is a Blaster, well, the Yoda Restore will now get us out of that range. But for a moment, there was that possibility. It's still very dangerous because this Wrecker is going to come down. There's a lot more damage being presented on the board than what can necessarily be seen. Not dealing with this Kelleran is very, very scary.
Absolutely. Kelleran's hitting 7. Again, there's a chance for a blaster for that 7 to go up to 9. But then you add it in with your leader, which is still sitting out there. You add it in with your Sabine's masterpiece, which does some damage. And like you keep saying, ECL not used yet. ECL Wrecker with Overwhelm can come in, get over the line. Mikolaj has only 2 damage on the base. Looks in big control right now. 7 damage is going to go onto the base. Put it up to 28. There is just 5 damage remaining on that base. So we're not very far away here at all. Sabine's masterpiece, unfortunately, only hits for free for the time being. 4 if you've got an aggression unit. But again, we're not there yet. Yoda will trade in with Han. So that's off the board. We're just a tiny bit of damage away now. And that restore has put
27.
us, yeah, 6 away.
Yeah, that is the thing is we're going to be able to get 1 extra even through the restore from Luke. What Mikolai will just be thinking about is, okay, do I actually want to ECL this in now? Because otherwise, do I lose out on additional damage? No, we are actually going to get the experience in. We're going to go 4 into base. Restore 3 will get this down to 28.
How much
Attacking
is
with the
left?
Yoda was a... Sorry.
I was going to say, how much is on the Yoda? Yoda's got 3 health remaining, so Wrecker would go in for 4, correct?
4. Correct.
So,
Which
so
means
right
it's 1
now with
off.
well, right now there's 31 on there, but that's before the restore, of course.
Yes, and the big thing is, Heist actually has to trade here. I was going to say, if he didn't, the Wrecker gets the game because it overwhelms for 5. So
Yes.
the trades that Heist did in that order were really necessary because the other thing I was going to say earlier, Yoda with that 3 damage on was actually very much exposed to a Wrecker coming in and dealing a load of damage. But now it's not. And so that is a pretty big get for Heist. Maybe there is a chance that he's able to get himself out of this situation. I mean, it's still very, very dangerous. And arguably, Mikolai can just hard play like the Wrecker and just threaten claiming, because then Heist has to claim, and it's awkward because that Sabine's masterpiece is sitting there very, very menacingly in the space arena.
And if you play the Wrecker, then that will leave an aggression unit on the board, which means Sabine's masterpiece will actually be hitting 4 to base, which isn't enough right now, but it does get you a little bit closer. Here we do see the Wrecker, and it is hard played. We are taking out the Yoda as we bring it down using that skill. ECL, with 2 games in here, Chris, we've still not seen ECL actually be activated, which means it's just sitting out there waiting.
Threat of the ECL, I will say, is what appears to really be doing the heavy lifting here. Nikolai's going to claim. Heist.
Oh, and there we go. We do see the handshake, and that means that Mikolaj is going to take this to 2-0, finally getting that big tournament win, winning this sector qualifier here in Tilburg, and staking their claim as quite possibly the best Star Wars Unlimited player in the world.
I mean, that was incredibly fast. Nikolai just dominating that second game. And I mean, just showing the power of Han 2 ECL in the hands of a great player. Not that Yoda is by any means a bad deck, but just the speed that Han and the pressure that you're able to put on with Han, knowing how to do those lethal calculations, knowing how to put your opponent in those situations where there just isn't a good option. Ultimately, either way, they are going to get chipped away. And, the biggest congratulations in the world to Mikolai, who this has been due for so long. It is,
Oh, yeah.
frankly, a joke. And it is incredible that he finally has this sector first place placement on his resume. I mean, just a huge achievement for him.
And it's one of those players who you knew it was coming. Like they were taking down a major tournament, a sector, a regional. It was going to happen. They are too good a player, and they got too close too many times. Again, in Europe so far this season, we've had 2 sectors and 1 regional. Mikolaj has been in the final of 2 of them. It's only Munich where they missed the final. That is just absurd to be having these giant tournaments and making the final more than once out of 3. Obviously, in Paris in 3 weeks' time, we're going to be playing limited. That's a whole different kettle of fish. But certainly in this Premier format, in this constructed format, who is better than Mikolaj right now overall? Twice we've seen him knock out the Galactic Champion in Top Cut this season. They got a second place finish at a regional. They've got a first place finish at a sector. And I just want to point out, yes, I know it was Han 2 both times. We're in different formats. We introduced a new set, went into a different format, and he not only came back to the final, but went one step further.
Absolutely. I mean, it is so incredible. I think Mikolai has really demonstrated that he is one of, if not the best players in the world in Premier this season. Since Legends of the Force, he has been doing absolutely incredible stuff. That being said, the Galactic Championship, of course, we do know is going to involve limited play, and
Yes.
it would be remiss us not to mention the players in North America who have been seeing incredible success in both. And in particular, I'm thinking of Bobby Sapphire, who won 2 sectors in the Legends of the Force format,
Yeah.
one for limited and one for Premier. So when you're thinking of the figurehead players in each region right now who are having insane results, that you just go, I'm really excited to see how these 2 players do at the Galactic Championships. For me, it's got to be Mikolai. It's got to be Bobby Sapphire. Of course, Philip as well. And, you got to think about Ian as well, our second place finisher. So many incredible players. The Galactics cannot come soon enough.
Well, I'm going to wait for Galactics. I'm going to be honest with you because I am hyped for Paris in 3 weeks' time, and I don't know what's going on with Lawless Time tournaments. They haven't been announced yet, but it's probably fair to assume there's going to be a couple because there seems to be a couple for every set, and I kind of want to enjoy all of them. But I very much hope I'm back at Galactics this year because that was fun last year. And you're right, it feels like we've had a season. Now we're kind of halfway. And actually, to be fair, we are in Europe in terms of major events. We are exactly now halfway through the season. We've had 3 out of presumably 6. And what that means is we are starting to get a real look. Players are starting to separate in a way that wasn't really that possible back in season 1. And thank you, by the way, for shouting out Bobby. That had to be done because I know I've made a big point about Mikolaj and their achievements, but winning 2 sectors already. Yeah,
Pretty
that's
good.
a pretty
Pretty good.
impressive achievement. I was not going to let the stream end without shouting out a player of that caliber. And I think if we kind of wrap up in terms of secrets of power, what we learned here, we learned that we have one new deck, Sabine, which is close but not quite there. But don't think that means that Secrets of Power hasn't made a big impact. Look at the 2 finalist decks. Over in Han, we've got we got the Outer Rim Constable, which did come in clutch. Queen Amidala, that was absolutely huge. How many times do we say Heroic Arc 170 or some derivative thereof? We got the name a little bit wrong as we went through here. Those were big cards. Karis Namek, Again, those are all staple key cards. You look over to Yoda, you've got Bo-Katan Craze, you've got Captain Typho, you've got Gonk Droid, you've got Mina Bontari here, you've again got Queen Amidala. These are all new cards, which I think is fair to say have become staples in these decks, key parts of these decks. So, no, we didn't have the new decks, but Secrets of Power has got its filthy paws over this entire format.
Absolutely. I mean, what a phenomenal set. And it's so cool. I am really sad that I'm not going to be able to make it out to Paris because the limited format
Boo!
looks just as good, if not maybe even better than the Premier format. There's so much exciting stuff to see there. Well, okay, I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. The Premier format is very, very exciting indeed. And I just have to say, as always, it is an absolute pleasure and a privilege to be able to cast and enjoy these games. Obviously for all of you, but also alongside Ross and Ben, who's obviously behind the screen at the moment, and all the incredible people who behind the scenes, the judges and the staff, the TOs who make this all happen. And despite the significant number of challenges that we have all had to deal with over this weekend. If anyone does find my passport, please do let me know. Then,
Oh, I know it's
I
yours.
think it's been a pretty great time.
Absolutely. And look, I've been doing this for 10 years now, casting card games. This is literally, this year is my 10th anniversary. And this has been, in terms of logistical challenges, this has been right up there. But we've managed to get through. We've got the whole thing. Some shout outs need to be given to OPE for running this event, to Tommy and Adam and all the guys for, setting this up and getting the stream rolling. They are awesome. If you ever play a tournament, thank your judge. If we don't have judges, we don't have a tournament. Don't forget to thank your judge. That is important. Massive shout out and get well soon to Carl, who set the stream up and was with us yesterday. And of course, huge shout out to Ben, who we like normally sitting next to us, casting with us. Ben has stepped in like an actual real life hero this weekend because we needed somebody to fix and run the stream. Ben stepped away from the desk after round 1 today to do every other round behind the scenes, getting it going smoothly. Shout out to Ben for making sure we could actually have this stream. That is pretty important. Hey, Ben, but unfortunately, we are out of games. We are out of time. This has been a fantastic event. Only one of the free casters made it to the Netherlands, but we still showed you every round. We are going to be back in 3 weeks' time in Paris for a limited format. Don't forget, there is, of course, a sector in North America next weekend, so make sure you check that out in whatever way is available. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for hanging and checking out Star Wars Unlimited with us this weekend. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Look after yourselves till next time. From Ben, from Krish, from everyone at OPE, and from myself, enjoy the rest of your weekend.